Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was in Star Wars and Got a Harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Coruscant. Anakin, Padme, and C-3PO are preparing for the Senator's celebration party. During the middle of preparations, C-3PO notices that the Jogan fruit was missing from the Jogan cake, so he, along with R2-D2, is ordered by Anakin to purchase some. Later, as they walked in the marketplace, R2 and C-3PO argued as they walked along the city streets until they found a fruit vendor selling Jogan fruit who wanted 32 credits for 4 of them. After hesitatingly paying, the two make their way back to the party, not knowing that Cad Bane was close by watching them. During the walk back, the two droids were soon intercepted by a techno-service droid, who encouraged them to visit the droid spa. R2 wanted to go in after hearing how good it was from Naruto's droids, but C-3PO insisted that they must return to the party quickly. However, R2-D2, defiant of C-3PO's demands, quickly ran off to the droid spa, leaving him behind. As the door to the droid spa closed behind R2, C-3PO was shoved into Cad Bane's speeder, dropping the Jogan fruit as he shouted in despair. After being deactivated by HELIOS-3E, C-3PO is taken to Bane's hideout. Cad Bane's hideout. Cad put a device on C-3PO's head as the droid was held up by 2 arms clamping onto his. "Why are you putting that there?" the droid asked as Cad took a step back as the droid was moved to the center of the room. "To find out what's inside." "Inside? Just the usual capacitors, nothing special," C-3PO explained as Cad walked to a console. Several devices came down and started to shock C-3PO. "Oh, my." After several moments, Cad looked to the screen before frowning. "I don't want this gibberish. I want the plans for the Senate building." "I don't know what you're talking about," C-3PO said when the devices stopped shocking him. "You're Senator Amidala's droid. I am a protocol droid. Human-cyborg relations. I can translate and instruct on appropriate etiquette, which in your case, sir, if you don't mind me saying, is sorely lacking." Cad shocked him again for a moment before stopping. "That is exactly the sort of behavior I am talking about." According to the analyzer, he is not lying. "His head's empty of any information useful to us," the other droid with Cad said in a deep voice. "Empty? I protest. I am fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. I have extensive programming in the correct." C-3PO stopped as Cad spoke. "Ain't that great? A brainless droid. Worthless. My lack of knowledge does not impede at all. Floor plans and blueprints are not in my programming. That was always R2's specialty," C-3PO explained, getting Cad's attention. "R2, the astromech. Go fetch me his little pal." "Oh, no, what have I done?" Coruscant. R2 exited the droid spa, only to find that C-3PO was missing. After unsuccessfully asking locals for help, R2 was pursued by HELIOS-3E and Toto 360 and fled into a dark alley to hide. 3E and TODO 360 follow R2. R2, soon hearing the two droids conversing about C-3PO, gives his hiding location away and is captured. Cad Bane's hideout. Cad then had R2 strapped in the device before he shocked the droid. "Talk to me. Connections complete. Ready for download," the droid with Cad said before the bounty hunter looked at R2-D2. "Your friend Goldenrod turned out to be a huge waste of my time. Something my clients don't have a lot of. You know what's good for you, you'll give me what I want." "I can't bear to watch," C-3PO said as he stood by at gunpoint. After finding the information, Cad spoke. "Download that data onto the memory drive. I will deliver it immediately. And prepare my ship." "What should we do with these two?" another droid asked Cad, who turned. "Wipe their memory and dump them back in the street. They'll find their way back home. We can't have anything looking out of place, can we?" Coruscant. The droids threw R2 and C-3PO back out onto the streets of Coruscant. Meanwhile, Bane flew to Tatooine to deliver the plans to his employer, Jabba the Hutt. Once there, TC-70 explains that Jabba requests another job from Bane. Bane asked if there was more to this job, and Jabba said he had to get the approval of the Hutt Council. After telling everyone but Bane to leave the throne room, Jabba contacted the 4 Hutt families and asked about freeing Zero from prison since he has damaging evidence from the Hutt families. The Hutts asked who would take on this dangerous assignment, and Bane stepped in, saying he'll take it for any price. Anakin and Padme. While Padme and Anakin worry about the missing Jogan fruit, the 2 droids soon successfully arrive with the Jogan fruit, and the party starts. Danger looms. Despite recent victories in the Outer Rim, criminal minds plot at the very heart of the Republic. The bounty hunter Cad Bane has assembled some of the deadliest criminals in the galaxy and plans a daring attack to seize members of the Senate. What can be the aim of this despicable act? Coruscant. Cad Bane was flying with several commando droids and a male Weequay towards the Senate building before motioning for them to get down. Here we go. They went to the hangar and landed before he got out as clone security came to him. Put up your hands. I got business with the Senate. How about you fellas step aside? Cad asked, pushing his hat up. On your knees. Raise your hands. Slowly. Cad did raise his hands at that. Son, I wouldn't be so hasty if I were you. Cuff him. The clone ordered before 2 were shot, forcing the rest to hide behind ships. Where's that coming from? I see the shooter up in the tower. Over there. One clone said, seeing a glint from a nearby building before being shot in the head. Soon the others helped as Cad tackled the leader and broke his neck. He then looked to the Weequay before looking over to the building as Aura Singh stood with her rifle after getting the last clone. Cad then looked at the commandos before speaking. You 2, get these uniforms on and get this platform clear. Aura in another hovercar with droids landed before she jumped out as a short male alien followed after jumping over as well. He has pale, pastel-colored scales and long, fin-like limbs. He's wearing a brown vest and pants with boots and an eye patch over his left eyestalk eye. Finish getting those uniforms on and clear this platform now. Everybody else, follow me. Cad said as the droids had the armor on. They then walked to the power grid and shot the guard and droid before walking inside. Anakin and Padme. Anakin was pacing in Padme's office before sighing. Hey, I'm supposed to be on a meditative retreat. We should go away together. I know a place far away from here where no one would recognize us. Yeah, it'll be like we're actually husband and wife instead of senator and Jedi. I can't, Ani, Padme replied as she typed on the computer at her desk. What do you mean, you can't? Oh, it's only 2 weeks. We'll be back before anyone even notices we're gone. I have to bring this bill before the Senate. It's important. More important than the way you feel about me? Anakin asked as he leaned on her desk after he walked to be beside her. Sight, not more important, but important. The work I do. The work we both do is in service to the Republic, to protect those who would otherwise be powerless to protect themselves. Of course, but those are ideals. Isn't our love more important to you? He asked, walking to her right side. But, No, but, to me, there's nothing more important than the way I feel about you. Nothing, he said, interrupting her. Anakin, don't be so, she trailed on as she stood. Oh, you don't believe me. I didn't say I'll prove it. Just watch, he said, picking his saber up. When I finished constructing my lightsaber, Obi-Wan said to me, Anakin, this weapon is your life. This weapon is my life. He handed it to her, having Padme push it back. No, Anakin, I can't. A Jedi lightsaber is, he just put it in her hand. Wow, it's heavier than I thought. It's yours. Believe me now, he asked, having her sigh. If all you want to do is make fun of me, I think you should just go. That's not what I want. Not at all, he said before pulling her in for a kiss, having her drop the saber on her desk. They then heard C-3PO through the door. But, Senator Organa, it just wouldn't be. Quick, hide, she said, having him hide under her desk as Bale spoke. The situation cannot be delayed. Now stand aside. Padme grabbed the saber and hid it behind her back as the door opened. I apologize for my abruptness. Oh, Senator Organa, how good to see you. What is it? She asked as Bale and 3PO walked in. Senator Philo has called a meeting in the lobby. Before we vote on the Enhanced Privacy Invasion Bill. Right, Privacy Invasion Bill, she said as Anakin peeked out from the desk. We must hurry if we are to stop the vote. Bale said before he walked out with 3PO. Coming, Senator Amidala. Of course, Padme replied, putting the saber in her sleeve before walking out. Cad Bane. You know what to do. Cad asked the short alien and hopped on a box at a keyboard and hit a couple of buttons. I'll figure it out. You better not fail me, Bubble Brain. Don't worry. I'll have the power off in no time. The rest of you come with me, Cad said before leaving with the others. On the other side, Naruto was finishing eating with Rio after stopping by with lunch before a droid walked in. Excuse me, but there's a meeting on the new bill that's being pushed. Okay, I guess I should get going then, Rio said before leaving. Bye Naruto. Bye, Naruto replied as BD jumped on his back before he started cleaning up. I think she just left so she didn't have to help clean up. The bounty hunters. They walked down the hall for several minutes before hiding behind the metal support beams. Quietly. Guard change happens now, he said as they saw a group of guards walk into a room. Cad then pulled a circular grenade out and walked over as the door closed before tossing it in. Here we go. Boom. They then walked into a large room where Rio was with other senators including Padme and Bail Organa. Cad then shot up in the air as the others walked in from around the room surrounding the group of senators. Morning, senators. You should all consider yourselves to be in my power. As long as everybody behaves, this will be quick and painless. Do nothing, and it will all be over soon. I don't know who you think you are. One male senator said before walking away. But I, for one, have no intention of listening to this kind of insolence. Cad just shot him in the back before turning his pistol to the others. All right, then. If you'll all gather at the center of this lovely atrium, my co-workers and I will relieve you of any communication devices. Padme glanced at Bail as the bounty hunters walked around them. I see 5 of them here in the room. If we... What are you going to do? It's not like we carry weapons. I do, but it's one small blaster, Rio said before Cad pulled Palpatine up via hologram device. Sorry to bother you, Chancellor, but I've taken control of the east wing of your Senate building, and the occupants are now my hostages. If you care about them, I'd advise you to free Zero the Hutt from your detention center. You should know that the Republic does not take kindly to such threats. If you have attempted such a foolhardy action as to kidnap a senator, I assure you that it will be met with appropriate force. I'm in control. I make the rules now, Cad said as the power went out in the building. Cad said before walking to the senators. Hand over your communication devices, please. I can't let them search me, Padme whispered to the 2 as Rio put her blaster in her sleeve as Naruto gave her the idea of him having a kunai holder in his. A few minutes earlier, Naruto walked down the halls before the lights went out. What the hell? Looking around, he sensed something was wrong before walking down the hall. And came up to a commando droid before he sliced its head off and kicked it into a door, breaking it and having it fall a flight of stairs. Jumping down, Naruto heard footsteps before glancing to the wall and saw a vent. 2 commando droids walked up the steps and saw the door was open before walking into the hall. And missed the vent cover being pulled up as Naruto in the vent with the dead droid pulled his hands back in the tight area. Come eat lunch, she said, we'll have fun. Naruto said as BD was in front of him with his light on before he slowly started to crawl into the vent. Now I know what those TV dinners from home feels like. 1. Senators. Well, hello there, little lady. And who might you be? Cad asked Padme who turned to him. I'm Padme Amidala, senator from Naboo, and I demand that you release us immediately. The Galactic Senate will not treaty with terrorists. Ain't you awful young and pretty to be a senator? Cad said before she glanced up before he turned and shot at Anakin who was crouched on the upper floor. Skywalker. After him. Upstairs, Naruto ran into Anakin before pulling him into a hall as a droid ran by where he was. That was stupid letting yourself be seen. They could shoot the senators. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I was visiting Rio as I helped her with something and she wanted to thank me. Now you. Naruto said as they started walking. And whisper, we gotta stay silent. I was just visiting Senator Amidala for a matter, Anakin replied as Naruto sighed while BD jumped down to walk in front of them. Naruto glanced back before noticing something. Where's your saber? I lost it. Sigh. Really Anakin, that's what you're going with. And I'm sure the lipstick stain on your neck just magically got there, not to mention your disheveled appearance like you just went 3 rounds in a ring against a ranker with your bare hands. Anakin quickly wipes off the mark and goes on to say something, but Naruto cuts him off. Look, I have a pretty good idea about what you were visiting Senator Amidala. But your secret's safe with me. Hell, you're my friend Anakin, and if you ever need help or to talk, be it about visions, teaching, war, women, or more specifically a certain woman, I am here for you. And whatever we talk about, I promise you I will keep it a secret between us. Besides, Rio was just mentioning how she had this idea of going out to a restaurant as a group with her and me. And surprisingly she suggested I bring you, and Padme said you two were good friends so it would be less awkward or something. Thanks Naruto. Don't mention it. Naruto then gave Anakin his saber and pulled his pistol out before seeing a droid in Weequay before they ran down the hall and took them out. Anakin went to a room and up to a console inside before hooking up his communicator. This is General Skywalker and Uzumaki. Chancellor Palpatine, can you hear me? My dear boy, I'm glad to know you're there and all right. What is going on down there? He sealed the entire building. Nobody can get in, and we cannot get out. It's up to you two. You have to get to the power control room and turn off the security seal. They walked out of the room and ran down several halls to the power room before seeing the bounty hunter walk out and see them. Oopsie. Hurry, hurry, hurry. He ran back in as the two got to the closed door. Turning, they deflected blasts from Aura's rifle as she started to walk towards them before the alien jumped on their backs and shocked them in BD by putting a device on him. Tie your little pets up. We'll bring them to Bane. Hopefully he doesn't hurt the blonde one, much. As I wouldn't mind having some fun with him. They then took them to the senators where the two woke up. Young Skywalker, Uzumaki. Not so impressive without your lightsaber, are you, Jedi? Toss them in with the others. Cad said before bringing up his comm. 3D, are we on schedule? Arriving at the prison now. Go and get the parting gifts. Cad said to the droids and others who placed bombs around the room. He then brought Palpatine up again. Well, Mr. Chancellor, thanks to your calm leadership, the crisis has passed. I got what I want, so I'll return your Senate and your senators. Enjoy them, but don't try anything until the sun has set. Understand? He then turned back to the others after turning the hologram off. We need to get to the landing platform. Is everything ready? Yep. Turn on the field, Cad ordered as lasers came up around the group. If you so much as breathe on one of these lasers, the whole room will blow up. Senators, Jedi, I bid you all a most respectful farewell. Let's go. Cad then left before Naruto kicked up after pretending to still be knocked out, turned, and pulled his weapons to him from the droid that held them as Padme gave Anakin his. I found it where you dropped it, she said before the two Jedi broke their handcuffs and Naruto pulled the device off BD before cutting a hole in the floor for them to drop down just as the bombs went off. Boom. Another daring rescue, Master Jedi. I will do my best, Senator. A great escape. Cad Bane and his notorious crew of bounty hunters liberated Zero the Hutt from a Republic prison after holding the Galactic Senate hostage. The Jedi Council has assigned Obi-Wan Kenobi and Naruto Uzumaki to retrieve Zero the Hutt with the help of Jedi Knight Quinlan Vos. Unknown to the Jedi, we find Zero in the clutches of the 5 Hutt families in the distant world of Nal Hutta. Ellipsis. Nal Hutta. Zero was standing before the 5 Hutt leaders before speaking. Gentlemen, I see no need for resentment in light of this joyous occasion of my freedom. One of the Hutts spoke to Zero, who had picked up a glass for a drink before replying to him. Of course, I do appreciate the help in my escape. Another Hutt with black hair then spoke up, getting Zero's attention before he spoke. I have no illusions about the fact that my escape was a result of the highly sensitive knowledge that I possess. A hollow diary cataloging the nefarious deeds of this council. Zero took a sip as another Hutt with a large death stick in his mouth angrily spoke. Kill me and the diary will show up on the steps of the Senate. The cold, hard reality is that as long as I control this highly sensitive material, my memory will only get duller. The first Hutt spoke as Zero smiled before tossing the now empty cup at their desk. Yes, take me to my room. I only hope the accommodations are satisfactory. Coruscant. Sir, you seem troubled. Naruto, who was leaning against a gunship with his eyes closed, opened them to see Cody talking to Obi-Wan. Quinlan Vos has that effect. Ah, yes, that Jedi has quite a reputation. That may be overstating it, Cody. Let's just say he's crazy. He's not that bad, Naruto said before walking over. He used to take his job very seriously. He just can't let anyone know he's a Jedi as he goes undercover a lot. Ship entry from the west, sir, Cody said as a gunship flew over with Quinlan on board. Hey, Kenobi, Uzumaki. He flipped down revealing a black pauldron on his right shoulder with the Jedi symbol on it in gold and a small amount of chest armor. Hey, Commander, looking good. Kenobi, you look worse for wear. How's temple life? Good seeing you, too Quinlan, Naruto said before Obi-Wan sighed. If you could tell time half as well as you can stick a landing, we wouldn't be behind schedule now, would we? Well, that's your opinion, man, Quinlan said with a shrug. Let's get down to business. The Hutt was broken out during a hostage takeover. Obi-Wan explained having Quinlan nod. Yeah, I read the briefing about that mess. I thought Naruto here could take out some bounty hunters. Quinlan said as Naruto shrugged. Got shocked while being distracted by a woman, you should know how that is. I suspect Jabba the Hutt is behind this. He still has it out for Zero over the kidnapping of his son. Obi-Wan said remembering rescuing Jabba's son. Well, my information indicates that Zero has damaging evidence against the Hutt Council, Quinlan explained looking up. My guess is they've taken him to the Hutt home planet, Nal Hutta, Naruto said as BD looked over his shoulder. As for this bounty hunter, Cad Bane, we must capture and return both him and his quarry, Zero, to the courts. I trust you and I can keep my eyes forward to this common goal. Obi-Wan asked as they all got on board the gunship as BD jumped down to stand at the door to look out the door. No problem. I owe Bane one anyway. I'll fly, you're my co-pilot. I was afraid he'd say that. Nal Hutta. A group of 3 female Twi'lek dancers danced around the room in bikinis and Hutt-themed headdresses as another female alien sang a song. She's a reptilian humanoid with a trunk-like, 30-centimeter snout that ended with a large pair of lips. She has 4 long, thin limbs and a rounded body. She has yellow skin covered in blue spots. She also has a pair of bulbous blue eyes protruding from her head, right above her snout. Later, after the show, the dancers and singers are in the makeup room. Sounds like that rough crowd out there is an easy one tonight. One of the Twi'lek said, taking off her jewelry. All in a night's work, baby. The singer said to the dancer. Course, having Zero locked up in the detention cell block probably isn't hurting their mood. The singer's eyes widened at that. Zero's here. If you'll excuse me, I need to step outside. She then made her way downstairs and up to 2 pig-like alien guards before speaking. Gardula has a request. She wants to know which one of you is stronger. The 2 guards then started to fight before she walked past the door to a room of cells with another guard. Stop them, they're fighting. The guard left as she walked up to the cell holding Zero. Zero, honey, my true love, what happened to you? I thought you were coming back for me. I waited so long. I thought you didn't love me anymore. Our separation last time was a bit abrupt, and I do blame Jabba for that, Zero said looking down. Jabba. He forced me to have you sent away from Coruscant, shattering the serenity of the happiest time of my life. Zero, honey, being with you was the happiest time of my life, too. And now, hearing you say that makes me the luckiest little Paloic the galaxy has ever known. She said reaching in to hold his hand. Unfortunately, the cage that entraps me now also entraps the chance of loving you again. What did they want with you? Why would they do this? She asked as he sighed. As hard as it is to confess this to you, Snooty, I'm not a perfect Hutt. He said turning around. I don't care what you've done or why they want to hurt you. I only care about us being together, forever. Zero smiled at that before turning around. You really mean that? From the bottom of my fluid sac. Unfortunately, my love, there's no way for us to be together as long as I'm in this dreadful cell. With true love, there's always a way, Snooty said, looking back to the guards for a moment before turning to kiss him. Quinlan, Obi-Wan, and Naruto. The trio landed on a hangar before walking into the club. The Hutts are in, having the music stop as the Hutts looked at them before one spoke, having his protocol droid speak. How goes the war, gentlemen? Great Gardula, we bring unfortunate news. Zero, the Hutt has escaped our custody with the aid of the bounty hunter Cad Bane. Naruto said, raising a hand as BD beeped over his shoulder. Trills. The Great Gardula already knows this, Jedi Knights. The droid spoke up. I'm beginning to think you're the ones who broke him out, Quinlan said, checking his nails as he took a step forward. And why would the great Hutt families do such a thing? That's what I'd like to know, Quinlan said, looking up before Obi-Wan put a hand on his shoulder. Quinlan, the Hutts are our allies. Naruto then leaned over to whisper. But they are mobsters, do you think they wouldn't do anything under the table if it benefited them? Mighty Gardula says, you are lucky to be with a Jedi as wise as Kenobi, or you might not be allowed to leave here alive. The droid said to the group as Quinlan saw the cup Zero discarded before walking over to pick it up. Quinlan then saw a vision of Zero talking to them before putting the cup back on a tray by him. Maybe next time I'll come alone, We only came to deliver the message. We shall be leaving now, Obi-Wan said as the three left with BD scanning some of the drinks. Zero was here. He was holding one of those cups. Quinlan said to them as they got outside. Nice work. Inside, Cad Bane walked out from the shadows and picked up a glass from one of the Twi'lek waitresses. With the Jedi, they ran to the cells and saw the guards on the floor before seeing all the cells were empty. Boss, Zero escaped. I think he had help. Then let's hurry. Later, the Hutts went into the cell and saw it was empty before Cad and Todo 360 walked in. The Jedi aren't the ones that broke Zero out of jail. He was gone way before they arrived. It looks like we're right back where we started, Cad said before one Hutt spoke. I'm kind of tired of being paid for this job, too, but not that tired. If you Hutts ain't interested in knowing who's behind this and making it go away, I can take a hint. Cad turned to leave before stopping as one Hutt spoke. So, we doing business or not? The Jedi. The trio is running in a swamp near the club before stopping. BD jumped down to scan a plant before jumping back on Naruto. You're gonna get in trouble with that, BD. Trills boop. I understand your tracking talent, but why wouldn't Zero leave the planet? Why not just fly away? Obi-Wan asked Quinlan. My senses tell me that he's still here. It's illogical. He knows he's being looked for here, Obi-Wan said as Quinlan looked around. Something is keeping him here. Suddenly, a large eel-like creature attacked Obi-Wan before he put his saber through his jaw into his head. Are you finished messing around? We're trying to catch Zero, remember? Quinlan asked, crossing his arms. Which way have they gone? Naruto asked as BD scanned the snake. Well, since you're suddenly so interested in my tracking abilities, they went this way. I never doubted you. Zero and Sai snoodles. Why are we stopping here? Sai asked as they got out of their hover airboat onto a dock by a small house. I guarantee Gardula is searching for us as we speak, so I came to the one place she would never, ever show up. Walking in, they went to a room where a large female Hutt was in with pipes by her head. Hello there. Son, who invited you? She asked in a slightly deep voice as Zero smiled. Mama. Should have figured after all these years of never calling, you'd show up at dinner time. You gonna sit in your stink, or you gonna pass the slime pods? Zero saw a flying droid come to him before Zero grabbed a pod beside him and gave it to the droid. The droid then flew up and had the Hutt eat it. Never would have had to tell that to your brother Ebor, rest his soul. So, Sonny, what the heck have you been doing the past few years anyway? A smidgen of this and a pinch of that. Using all of my facilities for the betterment of my fellow Hutts. Zero said to his mother. What is it you want, Sonny? Can't a loving son just want to visit his mother on occasion? When plebos fly out of my hump, she said looking down. Well, now that you mention it, I wouldn't mind swapping my swamp speeder for your starship, Zero said with a sheepish look. That's what I thought. Who's chasing you this time? Gardula. Oh, take it. Just make sure you bring it back full power. she said, waving her hand. Thanks, Mama. I've got some important business on Teth. Cad Bane. Cad was also in a boat going through the swamp area. Toto, how far ahead are the Jedi? I don't know, the droid said as he was steering the boat. This is the last time I take one of these jobs. Cad sighed as Toto pushed the ship faster and turned around a bank before the Jedi stepped out from a tree root. Looks as though we're not the only ones after Zero, Naruto said to the two. We must be cautious, Obi-Wan said before they jumped over the waters. Later, they came to Zero's mother's home before walking up to the door before Quinlan cut the door down with his saber. Voss, somebody lives here, Obi-Wan said as Voss walked inside. Smells like somebody died here, Quinlan said, holding his nose closed before walking into the room with the Hutt. Break in my house, will you, smart guy? Thousand pardons, madam, Obi-Wan said as he walked in with Naruto. He hasn't mastered the concept of knocking, for that I apologize. I got trouble for you, too, Mr. Fancy Pants, she said to Obi-Wan who crossed his arms. No need, we're not here to harm you. That'll be a first for tonight. Meaning? Naruto asked looking up. Meaning, first, my deadbeat son and his limp-lipped girlfriend come in and sponge me out of my starship. Then some slime sap and his droid charge in and force me to give up the skinny on where Zero's headed. She explained as Naruto sighed. He have a big hat. Yeah, Chad something out for blood. You wanna kill my little boy, too. No, madam, but if we don't find him before Bane does, your son will not be so lucky, Obi-Wan said as the Hutt sighed. Teth. Zero's heading for Teth. We need to get to that jungle planet. We need to get there fast, Quinlan said as the three ran out. Hey, who's gonna pay for my door? She asked the three. Teth, Zero. Are we close to your hollow diary, baby? Sai asked Zero as they came to the bottom of a cliff. This way. They came to a rectangular rock before he spoke. My papa's grave. He pushed a small rock and pressed it, having the large rock open to reveal a dead Hutt wrapped up. I never did have the heart to tell Mama that Papa ran away, or that he died. Some people are just happier when they're miserable. Sai saw a datapad in the Hutt's hands before walking to take it. The Hutt Council records every dirty deed those criminals have slithered through. Worth a fortune, baby, plenty enough to retire on. That's too bad. I still got work to do, she said before pulling a pistol on him. But, what about Solarine, the sunsets, you and me sharing a future? He asked, raising his hands. Next time, you'll think twice about breaking someone's heart. Oh, wait, there won't be a next time, Sai said before shooting him several times, killing the Hutt. Later, Cad landed and walked to where Zero's body was lying. I just hate it when someone does my job. And the hollow diary is gone as well. Drat, Cad said before seeing a gunship, Jedi. He ran to hide as the three dropped down to see Zero. Who could have done this? Bane, Naruto said turning to see Cad was leaning against a rock pillar. Looks like we're both too late for the party. So this is not your handiwork? Obi-Wan asked, gesturing to Zero. No, I wouldn't have made such a sloppy kill, Cad explained tipping his hat up. Doesn't seem like much sense hanging around here, or making any trouble between us. Are you forgetting how you held the Senate hostage? Obi-Wan asked, putting his hands on his hips. I may not be capturing Zero, but you are going to prison. Well, now that you mention it, the Separatists are paying 1,000,000 credits a head for a Jedi. Cad picked his gun up as the Jedi turned their sabers on and deflected the blasts. Bane then attempted to flee by jumping on the large platforms while simultaneously firing at the Jedi as they followed. But as Quinlan jumped, Bane threw a cord at his legs, tangling them and tying them up. Using his lightsaber, Quinlan cut through the ropes and followed Obi-Wan and Naruto in pursuing Bane. Bane fired on the platform Obi-Wan was standing on, causing it to collapse. Obi-Wan managed to grab onto a nearby platform. Naruto threw his Shoto at the bounty hunter, having Cad fly back with thrusters on his boots before shooting at Naruto who deflected the blasts. Naruto then dashed ahead and blocked another shot. Naruto jumped toward the bounty hunter who flew back and brought his boots up to have fire spray at the Jedi. Naruto used the force to block the fire before having his shoto fly up and at Cad, who flew around to stay out of the saber's way. Naruto called it back before bringing both it and his saber up in an X to block another shot. Cad then flew around Naruto shooting at him, having Naruto spin to block each attack before jumping away and landing on a wood platform. Cad shot the platform, having Naruto fall as two of the eel creatures jumped out to attack Naruto, who held both his sabers before jumping to attack. Up with the others, Quinlan confronted Bane, but while he deflected Bane's shots, Todo appeared from behind him and pulled at his braids, distracting him. Bane then rolled under Quinlan and kicked him onto the lower platform. Bane aimed at him and was about to deliver the killing blow when Obi-Wan intervened, forcing Bane to accidentally fall over the edge, losing one of his blasters in the process. Todo, who had grabbed Quinlan's lightsaber while he was down, attempted to kill Kenobi, but Kenobi eluded him and grabbed the lightsaber before Force pushed Todo away. Bane used his remaining blaster on Obi-Wan while the Jedi deflected them right back at him, striking his hand and causing him to lose his second blaster. Bane then attempted to run away, but Obi-Wan caught up to him and kicked him, but not before Bane grabbed Quinlan's lightsaber from Obi-Wan. A short lightsaber duel erupted between them, in which Kenobi quickly disarmed Bane, but Bane ultimately ended up victorious as he grabbed Kenobi's arm and shocked him before kicking him down. However, Quinlan recovered and quickly caught up with Bane while he was in flight using his jet boots. Both began punching at each other in midair until they landed on a platform. During that time, Bane had lost his hat. Bane got up again and once again activated his jet boots and flew away. He then aimed at Quinlan and fired 2 rounds of flames at him, though Quinlan dodged both of them. Finally, Bane retreated to his ship, followed by Todo, who had recovered his hat. Before the Jedi could stop them, the bounty hunter and his droid had fled, although neither side had achieved their mission. "I never did enjoy hanging out with you," Obi-Wan said as Naruto ran up to them. Club. Jabba was talking to Sai while holding the datapad before his droid translated. "Jabba thanks you for delivering the holo diary." The droid then gave Sai credits. "No one would suspect that a lovely creature such as myself could do a bounty hunter's work," she said, looking at the Hutt. Coruscant, Jedi Temple, Training Room. 1. Anakin was training with Ahsoka in the training room. She's now wearing a burgundy top with a decorative hole in the front and the back out, dark gray leggings with diamonds cut in the sides, crossed belts, gauntlets, 3 armbands on each arm, and different combat boots and gloves. And she's also wielding a yellowish-green shoto blade. After tapping each other for several minutes, Anakin knocked the saber out of her hand. "Don't forget your second blade, Ahsoka." She turned her shoto off and sighed. "I'll try, Master." "Sai, you're doing great. It takes time to learn to wield 2 lightsabers," he said to her, turning his saber off as well. She walked over to get hers just as Naruto walked through the door with BD looking over his shoulder. "I'd like to check your Padawan's progress. Yoda thought I would be better due to also wielding a second blade." Ahsoka's eyes widened before glancing back to Anakin, who smiled and nodded as BD ran to the side of the room. "Of course, Master Uzumaki." "None of that, just Naruto is fine," Naruto said as they went to the middle of the room. She then turned her blade on, having Anakin wince. "No," Naruto said before bowing. "Sorry," she replied, turning her blade off. "Right, Bo. I always forget to bow." She then bowed as well. "Just like Anakin," Naruto commented before she turned her saber on. "You have 2 now," Naruto said, pointing to her shoto. "I'm not very good at using it. I just started learning." "That's what this is for. Our enemy isn't going to wait for you to master it." Naruto pulled both his blades up and turned them on, leaving the red blade off. He then dashed over and attacked as she brought her blades in an X to block. Naruto slashed her midsection, having her fall on her back. 2 blades are like a master and Padawan, they can sharpen each other to be stronger. She kicked up and spun around as she came towards him. Naruto spun his shoto to block a strike at his side before sidestepping her to trip her. "What makes you unique can also make you stronger. Be yourself." She got up and closed her eyes before sighing. "I think I understand. I need to fight like myself." She then flipped her blades to hold them in a reverse grip. They started to fight and spun around each other before Naruto got behind her and attacked. only for Ahsoka to bring her blades behind her back and block his strike. Naruto took several steps back before turning his blades off and clipping them on his belt. Good. You learned well. But with me as your teacher, it's no surprise that you learned that quickly. Naruto said with a smile before wrapping his arm around her shoulders and had the Togruta blush. Remember, take anything you learn from your master, or another and make it your own. A few weeks later, Ryo's apartment. 2. Naruto sighed as he stood in a room where a table was being set up for a dinner negotiation with Ryo and Arthurian delegates. He was picked to be security for them as several people do not want negotiations to go through. Thanks for this, Naruto, Ryo said as Naruto stretched his arms up. No problem. There's no one outside. These negotiations are critical and there are certain people who don't want them to happen. Can you stick around? She asked, having him groan. It'll be boring, but sure. Naruto said as a woman servant fixed the table as he stared for a moment. He walked over and saw utensils on the table. Why'd you set utensils? The Arthurian delegates never used them and could find them insulting. You're right, I made specifications on that, Ryo said before looking at the woman who was walking to the door. Excuse me, can you explain this? The woman stopped and turned to reveal a blaster pistol before she shot at them. Naruto used the force to bring Ryo to him before diving over the table and flipped it to use it as a cover. Is she on the guest list? No, she's not. Naruto jumped out and deflected a shot back at the woman, having her fall and changed into Kato Parasite. She got up and hit a detonator, having Ryo yell out. Bomb. I got it. Naruto used the force to pull the table to him and cut a hole around the circular bomb and then threw it out of the window where it exploded. Kato ran towards the door before being hit with a lamp by Ryo. Good work, Naruto said before a vase fell over. Well, I guess negotiations will be postponed. Good. I wasn't looking forward to staying for that, Naruto said before calling for the police. Next morning, Senate hangar. 3. Anakin was standing by AT-6 shuttle before seeing Padme walk up with her entourage. General Skywalker. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining me on this mission. It's my honor, Padme, he said with a bow before gesturing to the shuttle. Padme's group left as she walked to the ship before Anakin walked up to whisper. You have no idea what I did to get this mission. I owe Naruto a lot. It'll be worth it to finally be alone together, Padme said before they heard Ahsoka. Master. They turned to see her running up to them. Sorry, I'm late. Ahsoka, what are you doing here? Anakin asked his Padawan. Master Obi-Wan said I should help with the mission. We're glad to have you, Ahsoka. Padme interrupted Anakin as she stepped up by them before putting her arm around the alien and walked inside as Anakin sighed. Getting on the ship, they flew up in the atmosphere before going into hyperspace. Anakin then hit several buttons before Ahsoka looked on from her seat. You changed the flight path. Yeah, suddenly, I'm in a hurry, Anakin replied, glancing back. But we can't go this way. A separatist fleet was spotted in this sector, Ahsoka said before they heard an alarm. Coming out of hyperspace they saw a fleet of separatist ships in front of them. We're in trouble. Like I said. Ahsoka, you're on guns with me. Anakin, fly, Padme ordered before running back to the turrets. I like her, Ahsoka commented as Anakin sighed. Yeah, me too, Anakin said before turning to fly through the ships. Almost thou, look out. He yelled before a blast hit the ship where Padme was. Dust covered the inside before Ahsoka waved the smoke away, and saw Anakin holding Padme away from the turret. She smiled before running up to the pilot seat. I got you, Anakin said before Padme looked up. Thanks, who's flying the ship? I'm on it. They looked up to see Ahsoka flying past the fleet and went into hyperspace. Later. The trio walked out on a pad before Anakin turned to Ahsoka. Ahsoka, I'm really glad you came. You and Anakin make a good team, Padme said walking down the ramp. Thanks, I can say the same about the two of you. Surprised, Padme turned to see Ahsoka smiling. Thanks, Ahsoka. A few days later, space. 4. In space, Naruto in his Delta 7 was teaching Ryo, who was in another with RC. Thanks for teaching me combat maneuvers, Naruto. No problem, Naruto said, looking over to see she was in a pilot's outfit. You're a fast learner. Now, follow me. Naruto flew ahead as BD beaked from his stand. Right. They flew for several minutes before RC started beeping just as a droid ship flew to them. Incoming. What is that? A droid ship, Naruto replied as he flew by her. But there should have been no one out here. How do we beat it? Improvise, droids can't handle that, Naruto replied, flying around an asteroid to block a pulse shot at him. Only to see one heading to Rio. Rio, look out. Naruto flew over and took the hit, having his ship short out. Rio then flew up. Naruto, are you alright? Flying up, Rio got hit with a blast, having smoke come off by RC. RC put out that fire. Boop trills. RC started to work as they were chased. After fixing the fire, Rio then flew to the tail of a coming beep. I'm improvising, Rio replied as she flew on the ice. Time to put my training to the test. She then slowed down and flew up behind the droid before shooting it, having the ship fly into the comet and explode. After seeing the explosion, Rio flew back to Naruto and explained she shot the droid down. Time to go home. Coruscant, a week later, Oola's bar. Ayla walked into the bar with Tipali, Tiplar, Barris, and Rio before Oola saw them walking over. Is this something about information? No, Ayla replied as they went to a corner booth. I think we should finish talking about what we talked about with Naruto. About being in a relationship. Oola asked, crossing her arms over her bust. Yes, I brought Rio here as she also has feelings for Naruto. Really? Oola asked Ayla, who nodded. Yes, have you given it any thought? I have, yes, Barris said, getting their attention. And I would like to be in. As would I, Oola said as Rio nodded as well. And me. Tipali and Tiplar sighed before Tiplar spoke. My sister and I will still need time to think. I know we talked to you, Ayla, about feelings for Naruto. But we don't know if it's love or not. That's fine, Ayla said as she looked over. I know feelings are new for Jedi. Suddenly, Naruto in his leather jacket and hood walked in before seeing Oola wasn't at the bar and looking around. Trills. BD popped up and saw her at the corner of the bar before walking over. Hey, what's up? Anything I should know? Yes, Ayla said, looking up at her boyfriend. Oola, Barris, and Rio would like to join. Join what? Our relationship. Oh, what are Tipali and Tiplar doing here? Naruto asked, looking down at Ayala. They wanted to talk about it but would like some more time to think. Okay, then. Well, if you can get someone to cover for you, Oola, let's go out somewhere as a group to talk. Tipali, Tiplar, you're welcome to come if you want. Naruto said before they all left. Conflict with no end in sight. Across the galaxy, the quagmire of war continues. While clone troopers suffer casualties at alarming rates, the Galactic Senate convenes an emergency session to debate the true cost of the war. Coruscant, Senate building. Order. Order. Let Senator Som finish, Moss said from his spot beside Palpatine as he gestured to an amphibian humanoid alien. He has green skin, two large gold eyes extending from angular stalks on either side of his head, and a beak-like mouth. Som nodded before he spoke. This is a matter not of philosophy. More troops are needed. The Republic cannot afford to let the Separatists gain any more ground. Bale then stood up at that. Our generals inform us that troops in the field continue to perform valiantly. What we cannot afford is to be irresponsible. The Republic would be very close to bankruptcy now if we did not have General Uzumaki, who not only has gotten us more victories than most other generals but has the lowest casualty rate among troops. Bankruptcy is not necessary, my friends, Lott said as his platform moved forward. If we pass Senator Som's bill to open new lines of credit, we will gain access to the needed funds. Won't this bill essentially deregulate the banks? A human female asked from her spot. A small price to pay to finance the war, is it not? A female Kaminoan said from her platform. We must keep the war going. Get a bill on the table. Keep the war going. Members of the Senate. Padme stood up and had her platform moved to the middle of the room. Do you hear yourselves? More money, more clones, more war. Say nothing of fiscal responsibility, what about moral responsibility? Hasn't this war gone on long enough? Senator Amidala, are you suggesting we surrender to the separatists? Sam said from his spot. Of course not. But negotiation might be a better course of action. Padme replied, looking down. You can't negotiate with those animals. Keep the war going. Vote now. Members of the Senate. Bale said, having the senators settle down. I suggest we table any emergency bill until it is determined whether or not deregulation is the right course of action. Very well. We shall let calmer heads prevail. Moss said, looking up from his platform. Later, Padme was walking with Anakin, who had his armor off, Ahsoka, and Naruto, who was wearing his leather jacket with his strap on, having BD ride on his back. You must ask the Jedi Council to speak with Chancellor Palpatine, Padme said to Anakin, who sighed. Don't involve us in this. A peaceful solution is the only way out of this morass of war. That's not Naruto's or mine role, Padme, Anakin said, having her look back at him. Why not? Why isn't it your role? Ahsoka spoke up before walking in front of the group. Aren't we Jedi Knights? Isn't it our duty to speak our minds to advise the Chancellor? I suggest you teach my young Padawan a thing or two about politics, Anakin said to Padme, who sighed. After today's debate, I was hoping she learned a great deal. Truthfully, I don't understand any of it. I know the separatists are evil, but all anyone argued about was banking deregulation, interest rates, almost nothing about why we're fighting in the first place. Naruto sighed at that. Not all planets are people who aligned with separatists or evil, Ahsoka. Some just have a different view of how things should be done, and most of their views align with Dooku's and those who lead the army. War's complicated, Ahsoka. The separatists believe the Republic is corrupt, but they're wrong, and we have to restore order. Maybe talking to the Jedi Council isn't the role for you after all, Padme said to Naruto and Anakin before putting a hand on Ahsoka's shoulder. Thanks for your help. Come on, Ahsoka. Hey. You told me to teach her about politics. So I'm going to. Space, Grievous ship. Grievous sat on his chair looking at a hologram of Dooku, who spoke. There is a problematic situation brewing in the Senate. We must ensure that everything my master has set in motion does not unhinge. My representatives in the Republic are relying on you, General. See that your droids complete their mission. But of course, Count. They will not fail. Grievous then went to the hangar where he looked at tall droids that had parts to make them look like sweeper droids. Suddenly, he had a call on his comms before pulling it up and had a hologram of Dooku and the banking clan's representative. Have all the preparations been made? Dooku asked Grievous, who nodded. I'm about to deploy the infiltrators. You must hurry. The Senate is restless, the representative said from behind Dooku. I don't take orders from you, only Count Dooku. Closing the transmission, Dooku looked at the infiltration droids before speaking. You have been designed for this mission, to be the ultimate infiltration unit. Some of you may not return. Actually, none of you will return. But don't let that get in your way. Is that clear? He asked, getting a deep tone from one. Grievous then looked at AB-1 droid before speaking as he left. Get them to Coruscant. Roger, Roger. Coruscant, Padme's office. Later, Ahsoka and Padme were in her office before she sighed. If only I could talk to Senator Bonteri. Who's he? He is a she, a senator in the Confederacy of Independent Systems, Padme replied, looking back at the Padawan. Your friend is a separatist. One of Dooku's pawns. The separatists used to be a part of the Republic. I was close with many of the senators who left. I may not agree with them, but they're more than pawns. Padme explained before turning around to face Ahsoka. If you think negotiating is the right thing to do, let's talk to her, Ahsoka said, having Padme sigh. The Senate made it illegal. Illegal? They say official meetings would only legitimize the separatists, Padme explained, having Ahsoka look down in thought. Master Skywalker and I hold what we call aggressive negotiations all the time. It's a shame you can't hold more peace talks when you want. You just gave me an idea. You're a Jedi, which gives you special clearance. Padme said, looking at Ahsoka, who raised an eyebrow. Right. And Jedi are allowed to travel to neutral worlds like Mandalore, where we could then board a cargo ship to a separatist system, Padme explained, having Ahsoka blink. Are you suggesting I use my status as a Jedi to smuggle you behind enemy lines? It's just that you could get us through to meet with her. I haven't seen her or her family in so long, Padme said before sitting down on her chair. Relax, Ahsoka said, raising a hand. I'll help you. Besides, Master Skywalker said you should teach me about politics. Right. You know, you two have more in common than you think. It's no wonder you get along well. Of course, Padme said after a pause. So where are we heading? Ahsoka asked as Padme got up and walked to the door. Raxus. Raxus. Ahsoka and Padme, both wearing hooded cloaks, met with Bonteri, a female human with fair skin and short brown hair. She smuggles them through the droid controls. Padme and Bonteri greet each other cordially, but with her instinctive distrust of the separatists, Ahsoka is less than pleased, even when Bonteri's son Lux tries to extend her a warm welcome. While talking with Bonteri, Ahsoka finds her attitude being tempered as Bonteri patiently states that some of the separatists may have had good reason to leave the Republic and recounts that she had already lost her husband in the war on Argonar 1 year ago. Taking a walk in the garden to get over her confusion, Ahsoka meets Bonteri's son Lux, and the two begin to discuss the blurred concepts of the good and the evil sides in the war and how much they actually know or don't know about the respective opposition. Padme and Bonteri, as the friends they are, agree on a notion to move the Senate and the Separatist Parliament to initiate a mutual peace negotiation and thus attain a peaceful solution. The Separatist Council in general approves this proposition, though there are a few opposing votes, including the Corporate Alliance. Dooku pretended to be in favor, neutral to it, only to have the droids Dooku and Grievous move to the Senate District Power Generator and set themselves up as living demolition charges, causing a massive power failure, just as Padme has managed to have the Senate vote on the Separatists' proposal for peace. This covert attack dramatically changes the Senate's attitude, and the bill for deregulating the banks is passed. Ahsoka, despite being scolded by her master for her illegal and dangerous action, walks away from these events with a more tempered view of both sides of the war. Palpatine looked around the room before raising his arms to the arguing senators. Members of the Senate, please, please. How dare they? They attack, and now they want peace. Chancellor Palpatine, may I remind the senators that the peace proposal was made before their assault, Padme said, looking at the Chancellor. That only highlights its insincerity. A male senator yelled before the Kaminoan senator floated down on her platform. Chancellor Palpatine, in light of this unprovoked attack on Coruscant and the vulnerabilities it raises, I propose the Republic purchase an additional 5 million clone troopers. The Republic is already operating in debt. Bale said from his platform. Besides, we don't need that many, with General Uzumaki's troops not having many casualties. Even then, how do you propose we pay for additional troops? My people are drafting an emergency appropriations bill that would raise funds. From the banking clan, Padme interjected from her spot. Yes, of course. Do you have an alternate means of paying? One alternative might be to stop the war, not escalate it, Padme said before the others started yelling. Traitor! Traitor! Whoever attacked the power grid wants us to continue to fight, Padme said to her fellow senators. It's a calculated attempt to destroy the peace process. Not everyone in the Confederacy wants this. I know this for a fact. You have separatists friends, Senator. Whose side are you on? Please, the young senator from Naboo makes a point. There is no need to, Palpatine said before a button lit on his console blinked, having Moss whisper in his ear. We have just received a message from our opponent, Count Dooku. He then hit a button, having a large hologram of Dooku appear. Your Republic forces have carried out a barbaric attack on our people, and among the deaths was the very sponsor of the peace accord, Senator Mina Bonteri. I must formally withdraw the proposal for peace offered by our Senate. We must not show weakness. Later, Padme was walking the halls looking at a datapad with her assistant and Bail Organa. Thank you, Tekla, she said, handing Tekla the pad. Yes, my lady. I can't believe it. I just can't believe the Republic would target Senator Bonteri. She was the only one willing to stand up for peace. Padme said with a sigh as they got into her office as the Rhodian senator joined them. You shouldn't believe it, Bale said after the door closed. The Republic spies are reporting that Senator Bonteri was murdered by Dooku's thugs. That message to the Senate was a ploy to disguise his true actions. I am so sorry, Padme, Far said to her as Bale leaned on the desk. If your friend met with a violent end because of her politics, let's make sure her courageous effort wasn't in vain. What can we do? For one, defeat this bill. Can we win this war with the troops that we have? Uzumaki's forces have given us hope. But let's hope we don't have to. I'll start lining up support, but I'll need ammunition. Bale said before Far looked at him. We can't afford ammunition, remember? They just stared at him while he smiled before losing it. I joke. Go to the banking clan and see how much interest they're going to charge for the loan. The more I know about what the exact cost of this bill will be, the better I can make my case to defeat it. Right, let's go, uncle. You know these banking clan people. Plus, you owe me for telling such a bad joke. Padme said, pushing Far out of the room. Site Tapu Shan aka. Later, the two sat in the banking clan's representative's office as he paced behind his desk. We will lend the Republic at our standard interest rate of 25%. What? 25%? That's outright theft, Far said, pounding the desk as Padme stood. Your previous arrangement with the Republic was 10%. Please, that was before deregulation. The same rules don't apply, my dear. The man said before sitting down. The Separatists don't seem to mind a rate hike. They just secured a loan to fund an additional 3 million battle droids. They would wipe us out. You would let Dooku do that? Far said looking down. You live on Coruscant too, Padme said, trying to make him see reason. We have no stake in this war, Senator. You know that. War is distasteful to all of us. Later that night they gave the report to Basil, who looked it over on a pad. 25% interest. That's a lot of credits. The interest alone could completely bankrupt the Republic. As it is, social services have suffered because of this war, education, infrastructure, and health care. If we go deeper into debt, the basic needs of our people will evaporate. Padme explained, walking around the room before stopping in front of Bale. This is good. It is. Taking out a loan on such obscene terms would essentially destroy the Republic, regardless of the outcome of the war. We only need to sway another handful of senators, as long as they don't buckle to the threats. Bale said, getting Padme's attention. What threats? Some members have received messages, warning them not to vote against the bill. Considering what's happened to your friend Bonteri, they're frightened. Later that evening, Padme and Bale met with other senators who had bruises or slings for their arms. Can't you all see this bill is short-sighted? Millions of clones won't win this war. The only winner will be the banking clan. They want to pass this bill so badly, they're using scare tactics to sway votes. I am not intimidated, Senator Amidala. One male said with his right arm in a sling. Then why are you voting for additional troops? I happen to believe more clones are precisely what we need, and my caucus agrees with me. I'm sorry, the senator said before he and the others walked away. Before Far walked up with his young protege, his arm also in a sling. Uncle Ono, what happened? Two thugs jumped me, but I am fine, he replied when they walked over to him. This is outrageous. Something has to be done. This will not change my mind. No matter what, I will vote against the bill. Bale and Padme then went to an office to talk. As long as senators are being threatened and attacked, I'm afraid we don't stand a chance. Intimidation won't work on everyone. Senator Far is proof of that, Bale said after turning away from the window. Even so, we're still at least 6 votes short of a majority, and you saw how effective my plea was today. Some minds can't be altered no matter what they hear, Bale said, walking to Padme, who held her head. From my experience, it depends a great deal on who's sending the message. And what are you thinking? Bale, you're the finest public speaker I know. If anyone can convince the Senate that voting for this bill will bankrupt the Republic both financially and spiritually, it's you. It will be dangerous, he said, hand on his chin. I urge you to speak before the full Senate. I'll need some time to prepare. Good. In the meantime, I'll pay another visit to those still undecided, she said before leaving. Later. After she and Far pay a rather futile visit to Senator Christo, Padme decides to take a walk to relax her mind. Robonino and Hyoki assault her, but two police droids buy her just enough time to prevent worse. Bereft of her driver, she promptly mounts a nearby speeder bike and manages to shake off her attackers in a vicious chase, but that results in the police taking an undue interest in her, and Padme is held up while the thugs escape. Back in her quarters, Padme is taken care of by the handmaiden Tekla Minau, who expresses her admiration for the senator. Upon learning that Tekla's family is severely affected by the war, the two young women get into a conversation. The next morning, Robonino and Hyoki attack Senator Organa as well. Organa manages to summon his guards and the police, and the two thugs are arrested, but he is severely injured in the struggle and therefore asks Padme to deliver his speech. After some encouragement by Tekla and Far, Padme steps before the Senate and delivers an impromptu and passionate speech, recounting the problems of the simple people like Tekla's family due to the financial strain the war has already brought upon the Republic, arguing that the bill's passage would harm the citizens of the Republic they've sworn to protect. The speech wins reluctant favor and respect from the entire Senate. Palpatine's office. Palpatine stood by his desk with Moss standing in the room. Isn't it remarkable that one can have all the power in the galaxy, and yet the words of a single senator can sway the thoughts of millions? He said, walking to the window as Moss looked at him. What do you plan to do about this? For now, we must adhere to the principles of our democracy. We must let the wheels of the Senate turn, Palpatine said before looking out the window. War on many fronts. While battles are fought by clones in the field, a different war is waged in the Galactic Senate. As heavy losses add up, a group of senators led by Halle Bertoni of Camino proposes an escalation of troop production. Senator Padme Amidala, recognizing that more troops will only prolong the fighting, works tirelessly with her allies to introduce a bill to cut down military spending and stop the creation of more clone troopers. Coruscant, Padme's office. C-3PO walked into Padme's office where she was talking to another senator via holocom. Yes, of course, Senator. Thank you for telling me about yourself. I completely understand. Did we lose someone else's vote? Lolo asked Padme as she, Far, and another female human senator sat on the couch by the wall. Senator Stonk, worried about public opinion, but he wants us to know how very sorry he is. Sorry, doesn't get us votes, Lolo said, crossing her arms. We'll get votes, Far said, standing and pouring a glass of a drink for himself. When, in your speech, you convince people to stand up for what they know is right. Padme had walked over and sat down in a chair. I hope you're right, Uncle. You've been doing an amazing job rallying votes to our side. Chose Ku, Senator Far, Lolo said before speaking fully in Rodian to Far. Perhaps I am the most influential man on Rodia, Lolo, but after all the mistakes I've made, peace is what matters to me now, Far replied before Bale quickly walked into the room. Senator Amidala, they're ready for your speech now. It's time. We'll see you in the chamber, Senator Amidala. Good luck, Padme, Far said as they walked the hall to go to the meeting room. Once getting there, Far looked to Padme as they stopped at her platform. It is quite exciting. Exciting isn't exactly the word I would use, she replied looking back at him. I think terrifying is more appropriate. Pay her no mind, Senator Organa. Even as a girl, Padme downplayed her strengths. Helps her maintain the element of surprise, Far said with a smile before Padme walked into her room with 3PO. I learned it from you. See you inside, senators. Padme bid farewell to them as the door closed. She then got on her platform before it floated up for her to speak. The creation of more warriors will not end this war. The financial costs alone will bankrupt and cripple the Republic. By adding more clones to the conflict, we are only escalating destruction, not winning the war. Which is why we must vote for this resolution, to promote more diplomacy and to bring an end to this killing and hatred. She finished having everyone start to applaud. Her platform floated back and she stepped out to see another tall human man with fair skin, and short gray hair and in purple clothing with gray pieces on the arms and top for a collar. That was quite a moment, my dear. Thank you, Senator Dichi, she said with a slight nod before walking as he followed. Oh, it wasn't a compliment, he said to her while walking behind. you shouldn't make speeches like that. It's unpatriotic. The only thing I find unpatriotic is your warmongering, she said before walking ahead to join back up with Far. Later, in Far's office, C-3PO severed the senator's drinks before Far raised his to Padme. Truly, you have turned the tide. My dear, you were brilliant, the woman said as they clinked glasses and took a drink. Thank you. But perhaps we should wait till we actually win the vote before we make a victory speech. What a novel idea. They turned to see Hallie walking in. Imagine that. Amidala is actually making sense for once in her life. Senator Bertoni, this is a private conversation, Padme plainly said, looking at the Kaminoan. Private conversation or separatist conspiracy? How dare you? Lolo exclaimed with anger. We are not pro-separatist. We want to end the war. Committing more troops to the front lines will not allow diplomacy to resume, Padme told Hallie, who looked at a bottle C-3PO had on his tray. Diplomacy failed the Republic long ago. Senators, please. Senator Bertoni, Far said after pouring another drink before turning to face the senator. The Kaminoans might have bartered their creation of the clones into a seat in the Galactic Senate, but this does not give you free rein, he said, walking towards her and had her walk backward out of the room. Thank you for visiting, Senator. We would like to continue our meeting now if you don't mind. Enjoy your moment in the spotlight, senators. This war will not end soon, she said before the door closed. Well, we must be doing something right if we've rattled Senator Bertoni, Padme said as Far walked back to them after picking up the glass that he set down. What matters is that we've made great strides in our fight against this bill, the woman said to Padme before turning to Far. Oh no, you've done a wonderful job leading the effort. I am just trying to do what's right. I only wish I'd tried doing that a long time ago. You're doing it now, she said before Bale raised his glass. To victory and an end to this war. To victories. They toasted before drinking, and had Far sway before dropping his glass and groaned. My heart. I can't breathe. Uncle, what is it? Padme asked before Far fell to the floor. Oh no. It's his heart. Please, someone, get help. Later. The senators, Palpatine, Yoda, Mace, and Naruto stood out on the hangar as Far in his coffin floated by a group of Senate guards stood by each in a line facing each other before a male Rodian walked to the casket. And we are all aware that Onaconda was a flawed man. He knew better than any one of his own mistakes. But he never compromised his principles. And what he did for his people. Their needs always came first. The casket floated to a ship as each guard walked beside it on both sides. Bale turned to Padme before speaking with his hands clasped. Senator, if you need anything. What we need is to get his resolution passed, Padme replied as the ship flew off before walking to Lolo. He was my mentor. I don't know how to carry on without him guiding me. I know. No one could ever take his place. Padme consoled her before one of the guards walked up to them. Excuse me, Chancellor Palpatine has summoned both of you to his chambers. Palpatine's office. They walked into Palpatine's office, where they saw multiple police droids are in as well as a human Inspector Tandivo who explains to them that Far was murdered, instantly killed by poison. He believes that some secret of his came out and one of his political opponents decided to eliminate him. Padme and Organa insist that Far had no secrets and even his enemies respected him. Devo shrugged at that and stated that he will carry out this investigation his way. Later, Padme and her group try to speculate who would want to kill Far and if they are next. However, Padme decides to investigate this alone, though Mothma advises that Organa accompany her, while the bill is delayed. They both have the most likely suspects, Dichi and Bertoni. However, their opposition denies doing so, as they respected Far and considered his words a cause for more credits to their fundraiser for the bill that increases clone production. Dichi slips a tip to Bale and Padme that the night before Far died, he had a clandestine meeting at the docks. When asked how he knew, Dichi states that though he and Far were political enemies, he respected and would not kill him but was looking for stuff to use against him. Later that night, Padme and Organa arrive at the docks, only to be attacked by a hooded figure, who shoots at them atop cargo containers. Their attacker escapes by releasing a container right by them after a chase, knocking Organa off and leaving him dangling on the edge. Padme is forced to help him, just before Coruscant security force arrives. Devo isn't happy that they took matters into their own hands, as now the killer is alerted to their presence. Padme then realizes that Dichi must have set them up. The three return to Dichi's office, only to find him dead with a dagger to his chest. Devo puts the senators under protective custody, in case the killer is after them. Lolo, however, refuses to cooperate and walks out. Devo then asks the others who else knew that they were at the docks. When Padme states that Bertoni was the other senator, Devo goes to her office, only for his droids to inform him that she had already left. When he returns to the senators, Lolo comes rushing in, stating that Bertoni had attacked her. Coruscant security force arrests Bertoni, who denies murdering Far or attacking Lolo, as she saw no political gain in doing so. Devo attempts to trick her into confessing, putting together that she conveniently was in both Padme and Dichi's office and may have been at the docks. He further presents a datapad detailing the poison that was used to kill Far was Kamino and made that only affected Rhodians. Despite Bertoni's protests, Devo orders her to be taken away, seeing that all the evidence points against her. Padme, however, quickly pieces together the clues, realizing that if the poison was in all the drinks, then Lolo would have died too unless she didn't drink. Found out, Lolo takes Padme hostage with a small blaster. She reveals that she killed Far because of the war he brought to Rhodia, believing that they needed a new leader after showing his weakness. Padme argues that he just made a mistake, but she refuses to listen to reason. When she heard that Dichi learned about the meeting at the docks, she had to kill him too. Devo discreetly activates the police droids outside the office, who surprise the traitorous aide. Padme knocks the blaster out of Lola's hand and delivers a knockout punch. Later, the bill for clone production was passed. Padme runs into Palpatine in the halls of the Senate, who tells her that the reinforcements will help further their way to peace. Space, Sullust. In space, Ventress is flying around the Resolute with other droids before giving out an order. Trident Group 1, attack the starboard entrance. Trident Group 2, knock out their port shield generators. I'll go directly to their bridge. She then flew in front of the Star Destroyer, flew over the top, and between the weapons towers, having one blow up. Dooku. Dooku was looking out the window of his office before turning to his desk and turned on the hologram communicator before kneeling as Sidious came up. Lord Tyrannus. My master. There is a disturbance in the Force. Your assassin, she has become very powerful. Sidious said, having Dooku look up. Yes, my lord, she is quite important to me. Too important, Sidious stated before Dooku spoke. Master. Silence. I can sense her powers growing stronger. I would hate to think you are training your own Sith apprentice to destroy me. Never. Dooku explained before bringing his left hand to his chest. My allegiance is to you, and you alone. Then you must prove it. Eliminate her. She's my most trusted. I said eliminate her, Sidious ordered, having Dooku nod. As you wish, my lord. Sullust. Ventress flew behind Obi-Wan and Anakin in their Delta 7s before shooting Obi-Wan, hitting his wing. Ventress. Anakin said, looking back. Split up. They split up, having Ventress follow Obi-Wan. Looks like I'm her favorite. I'm kind of disappointed. Only the droids follow me. Anakin said as he had 3 droid ships follow him. You want a race? Come on. Anakin, I'm going to need some help. Where are you? I'm hit. I'm heading towards the Separatist flagship. Obi-Wan said, having Anakin look to see smoke coming off Obi-Wan's ship. I see you. I've got her. Anakin replied, hitting Ventress' ship and had her crash behind Obi-Wan inside the Separatist ship. She then called Dooku, having a red hologram of him come up. Master, I need your help, quickly. I'm surrounded. You have already lost the battle, child. I've ordered your reinforcements to return. No. I will destroy the Jedi. I'll show you, she said as he shook his head. You have failed me for the last time. You are no longer my apprentice. And now, you shall die. Anakin flew in and got out of his ship before running to Obi-Wan with R2. Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan. He pulled the lid off as R2 shot his fire extinguisher, hitting Obi-Wan. Oh, thank you, R2, that's quite enough. They turned on their sabers and walked over to Ventress as her ship opened and she stepped out holding her side. Ventress, you're not looking well. She never does, Anakin whispered over to him before Obi-Wan pointed his weapon at her. You have failed, Ventress. Surrender. Never, she yelled before flipping down with her sabers encased with theirs. They deflected each other before Ventress kicked Obi-Wan away and turned to cartwheel away from Anakin's attack before using the Force to push him against the wall. She then turned to block an attack from Obi-Wan before doing the same to Anakin before spinning away. She continued blocking attacks before Obi-Wan Force pushed her against her ship, having her sabers turned off. She panted before looking up, screamed and Force choked them. She stopped as the ship shook from being fired on by the other separatist ship before she turned her sabers on again. She blocked several strikes as they all dodged the ships that started sliding as the cruiser started tilting. As they fought for several minutes, Obi-Wan knocked a saber out of her hand before being forced to one knee as both he and Anakin held their blade at her throat. It's over, Anakin said as she stood. Anakin, look out, Obi-Wan yelled as another ship crashed inside, having all three dive out of the way. We have to get out of here. The two Jedi got in their ships as Ventress followed and got out just as the cruiser exploded. The command ship has been destroyed. Dooku. Dooku was sitting in his chair in his office before turning and calling Sidious. Master. What is it, Lord Tyrannus? I have done as you've asked. Asajj Ventress is dead. Once again, you've proven your loyalty to me, Sidious said before ending the call. Ventress. An unconscious Ventress was pulled into a pirate ship with male Twi'lek and Weequay before they took her out of the ship and woke her with an adrenaline shot. You took quite a beating there, didn't you, Missy? Which side of the battle were you on? The Twi'lek asked, pointing a knife at her throat. She stayed silent before he chuckled. Ah, not too talkative, are you? Take me to Dathomir, she said as she leaned up from the floor. Now why would anyone want to go there? Ain't nothing there but fog and witches. Exactly, Ventress said before quickly standing and Force choked him and the others before slamming them together and went to the cockpit. Dathomir. Ventress landed having female Dathomirians dressed in red ninja-esque clothing with hoods and half-masks up and ran to her with bows as she walked out. We don't like strangers, one said taking her sabers. I'm not a stranger, Ventress replied holding her arm. Prepare to die. Stop, one tall one wearing red robe-like clothing said walking up to Ventress. She is one of us. Take her to the village. Who is she? What is she doing here? Quiet, quiet, the tall one said, looking as Ventress turned to her. Mother Talzin, she said before passing out. They took her inside a mountain and placed her on a stone table. Bring the water of life, Talzin said before one female with her hood and mask down revealing short white hair walked up with a vase of water. She poured it into several bowls that other females carried to her before they surrounded Ventress who started tossing and turning. At last, you have returned, and you are safe again. I remember the day we were forced to give you up to protect the clan. Talzin said as a mist came out of the bowl and wrapped around the table. Ventress recalls how she was rescued from a slaver whom her mother sold her to and taken in by a Jedi Knight by the name of Ky Narek as a child, her apprenticeship under him, his death and her descent into the dark side, her being taken in by Dooku and his betrayal. Upon awakening, she swears an oath of revenge against her former master. Mother Talzin puts two of her finest warriors, Nealeth and Karis, to assist her and provides her with the means of approaching and combating Dooku with the help of mystical invisibility potions and poisons. As well as giving them a poison dart and lightsabers, 2 green and 1 blue. The three Nightsisters travel and penetrate Castle Sereno on Sereno, where they catch him asleep. Ventress shot the dart in his neck, waking him up as he pulled his saber to him. He looked around before seeing 3 lightsaber blades that were slightly see-through before blocking them. With his senses dulled by Ventress, poison dart and the cloak of invisibility that surrounds his attackers, Dooku is caught at a disadvantage but fights back furiously, thinking his assassins are Jedi since Mother Talzin has armed Ventress, team with lightsabers. Nearly beaten, Dooku fakes being completely drained of energy, then channels all of his rage, and, in one extremely powerful blast of Force lightning, he evicts them from his palace and disrupts their invisibility, having them flee back to Dathomir. Back on Dathomir, Mother Talzin is content. As with this attempt on his life, she reckons that Dooku will now be more anxious to get himself a new assassin and bodyguard to protect him. She contacts the Count and suggests a replacement, a male Zabrak warrior from her people, an offer Dooku decides to accept. A bid for revenge. Betrayed and left for dead by Count Dooku, Asajj Ventress has begun a deadly game with her former master, launching a secret assassination attempt against him with the help of her kin, the mysterious Nightsisters. Deceived into thinking the Jedi were behind the recent attack, Dooku has traveled across the galaxy to enlist the Nightsisters in his quest for vengeance. Ellipsis. Dathomir. Talzin watched a ship land outside the mountain before Dooku walked out and up to her. Mother Talzin. Count Dooku. Come, we have much to discuss, she said, having them walk inside into the village with yellow lighting around the buildings. Thank you for receiving me, sister. I believe the old alliance can again be what it once was. You would only have to pledge your clan's allegiance to the Separatists, cuz we could certainly use the powers of the Nightsisters against the Jedi, Dooku said as they walked down the street. Such a generous offer, Count. But our loyalty is reserved for only each other. The only reason I am aiding in your search for a new assassin is that, long ago, you chose to help me. After this matter is resolved, I hope our paths never cross again, Talzin said, glancing over. As you wish, sister. They went to a room where Talzin conjured a cup for Dooku. Drink. You must gather your strength after such a long journey. Thank you, Dooku said, grabbing the cup and then taking a drink. Blackroot, to replenish the body, Talzin explained before seating herself. You have heard of the Sith warrior Darth Maul, have you not? Dooku nodded at that. Yes, he was slain on Naboo at the hand of Obi-Wan Kenobi. A few remain in his bloodline. The men dwell on the far side of Dathomir. What if I could provide another of his kind? She asked him. A warrior of the same caliber. Yes, but I warn you, men are easy to acquire, hard to control, Talzin said as she brought her hands to the table. With my last assassin, Asajj Ventress, dead, and the Jedis attacks against me increasing, procuring a new personal assassin is essential, Dooku said, looking up at Talzin. Very well. It shall be done, my lord. Later, after Dooku left, Ventress walked out from a tree wearing black ninja-like clothes with thigh-high boots and a hood that's up. So he has agreed to take another apprentice. A barbarian, no less. A man whom we will deliver to the Count with all of the training and skill an assassin can possess, Talzin explained to Ventress as she looked at Dooku's ship as it flew out of sight. This warrior must have no loyalty to Dooku. He will be our pawn. Yes, yes, Ventress exclaimed, turning around. We will use our magics to manipulate his assassin, and when the time is right, Dooku will pay for his betrayal, with his life. Ventress finished Talzin's sentence before Talzin looked at her. You will go to the far side of Dathomir and find the men. You will select the most suitable candidate, one with your strength and skill, one we can use to our advantage. Talzin ordered, having Ventress pull her mask up and nod. Yes, mother. On the other side of Dathomir, Ventress in a small ship landed at a hangar with a group of Dathomir men, all having yellow or red skin with black markings and a ring of horns on their heads. Welcome, sister. One greeted, wearing a white toga. I have come for the selection, she said, having him nod before he turned to the other males. Yes, yes, of course. Line up. Heads of each tribe, line up for the sister. Feral, try not to draw attention to yourself, one yellow-skinned one said to another. That won't be a problem for me, savage, he said before they ran up to stand at attention in a group. Ventress looked at one before tracing his face with her finger. What a fine-looking specimen. But looks aren't everything. She then grabbed his neck from the side, squeezed, then threw him to the ground. She then went to another one that was shorter than her. Too small. She slapped him to the ground before going to another and punched him in the stomach. Too weak. She then looked at the others before speaking. These will do. She then looked at two yellow-skinned men before speaking. Him, and him. These men are to your liking, sister? The first male asked her as she walked back to him. Yes. Ventress nodded before turning to address the group. Now for the tests. There will be 3 of them. Whoever survives will be my champion and go on to serve me. Understood. Yes, sister. Yes, sister. Excellent. Let the games begin. She finished before taking them to a circular platform at the edge of the mountain and gave them all weapons. We must be vigilant, feral, Savage said, glancing over. Aren't I always? The males attacked Ventress, who kicked them away and used the force to throw Savage back. She dodged several attacks before grabbing a spear and struck one in the stomach, took his 2 axes, and threw them at Savage. He dodged them before dashing at her. Ventress kicked Feral to the ground and caught a spear before throwing it back and hitting the man in the stomach. Looking at Feral, she kicked him again as Savage made his way over. Feral. He dropped his weapon and ran to Feral. Brother, get up. The witch, where is she? Savage turned back to see she was gone before looking to see she was beside them and hit him away. Pathetic. Where are the warriors I came for? Is this all the power these men possess? To fight against the force, you must see what cannot be seen. The first male clapped his hands, having the lights go out. Only 4 of you remain. Who will be the first to fall? Ventress finished as she disappeared holding a sickle and chain. The 4 grabbed a weapon and looked around as their eyes slightly glowed in the dark. They heard her chuckle as she ran around before beheading one of them. Not fast enough. She then tackled another, knocking him to the ground, leaving only Savage and Feral. Savage heard something from behind before grabbing Feral and dodged an attack. Show yourself. Good. She walked up to him, hands behind her back as the lights came back on. Let the third and final challenge begin. There are only 2 of us left, brother, but only one will survive, Feral said as Ventress was lifted by a platform. No, not if I can help it. Stick together. We must work as a team. More platforms then came up around them. Go. They ran around and came up to Ventress several times before getting on top to jump around before Feral missed a jump and fell. Savage. Feral moved around the lifting and sinking platforms before Ventress started attacking him with punches, force pushed him away, then started choking him. Savage then grabbed her and tossed her back. As long as I live, you will not harm him. They then started fighting before Savage jumped back. Please. Spare him. Take me. Leave us, she said to Feral, who got up and left. The 2 started trading blows again before jumping onto a platform. Ventress then started punching him before spin kicking him to the floor at the edge, then placing her foot on his neck. My life is yours. Yes, it is, Ventress replied, looking down. Back in their abbey, the Nightsisters used their mystical powers to increase Savage's strength and ferocity, turning him into a hulking brute, and putting him under Ventress' complete control. As a final test of his loyalty to her, Ventress assigns Savage to kill Feral, who has been brought there as a prisoner, which he does with little hesitation. Deemed ready for his task, he is armed with blast-proof armor and a mystically empowered vibro axe and is introduced to Dooku. Impressed, yet cautious, Dooku sends Savage to the jungle world of D'Varen to take out a small Jedi temple located there. Savage arrives at the temple and quickly ends the ongoing fight between the temple's guardians and the invading droid forces, taking out a Jedi Master Halsey and his apprentice Nox, along with their clone troops in a matter of moments. Thoroughly satisfied, Dooku takes Opress in as his new apprentice and promises to teach him the ways of the dark side to eventually overthrow Darth Sidious and rule the galaxy. Mysterious deaths. Unknown to the Jedi, a new threat has been unleashed on the galaxy. Savage Opress, a pawn in the dangerous game between Count Dooku and his former assassin, Ventress. The victims of his brutal massacre on the planet of D'Varen are being returned to the Jedi Temple for evaluation. It's up to the Jedi Council to find this mysterious killer, and eradicate him. Ellipsis. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Rain poured as Obi-Wan, Naruto, Plo Koon, Saci, and Adi walked up the hangar as a ship landed and Delta Squad walked out with the coffins of Master Halsey and his Padawan Nox from D'Varen after the D'Varen massacre there and reported to the Jedi. There were no survivors on D'Varen, everyone was killed. Including Master Halsey and his Padawan Nox. Boss explained as they stopped. In the past, only Dooku's assassin was capable of such skill, Adi said, putting her hand on a coffin. But she's believed to have passed. Not everything is as it seems. Plo Koon said, arms crossed. This may be a new threat. Someone or something has eluded us. I don't like it, Naruto said as BD jumped on his shoulder. They were smart enough to not leave any kind of trace, so they weren't a new type of droid. This was Savage. Dooku. Dooku stood in front of Savage in his office before turning his saber on and having Savage pull up his. It's a double-bladed saber that's a similar design to Dooku's. He turned his blade on, revealing its red. They circled each other before Savage ran forward with several slashes that Dooku sidestepped on before tripping him on the last. Savage's blade turned off when he hit the floor. "You have no techniques," Dooku said before Savage yelled as he stood and attacked. Dooku blocked each strike before knocking the weapon out of Savage's hand and then choked him. "You're sloppy." He dropped Savage, who tried to tackle Dooku only for Dooku to turn to dodge, then pulled Savage's saber to him and held both blades at Savage in an X. "With proper training, you could be a powerful warrior." Dooku then turned the blades off before continuing. "You have a natural ability, but you must hone it." He offered Savage his blade back before finishing. "Are you up to the challenge of putting your hate to better use?" "Yes, Master." Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Yoda and Mace walked into the middle of the council room as Obi-Wan walked up, as blinds lowered, darkening the room. "Master Kenobi, show you something, we must." Mace turned on a hologram from a pedestal before he spoke. "We have recovered surveillance footage from Devarin. Footage of Savage killing at the temple played. Darth Maul. Alive. Can't be, I killed him myself," Obi-Wan said, bringing a hand to his chin. "Correct you are, Obi-Wan, from the same species, he is," Yoda said after the footage froze on Savage about to kill Halsey. "From Dathomir." "Dathomir?" Obi-Wan asked, looking down. "The planet of the witches. I thought Maul's planet was Iridonia. The males of Maul's species use it as a world." They turned to see Naruto walking in. "But there are males on Dathomir called Night Brothers. They live on the other side of the planet until the Nightsisters choose one as a mate to breed." "Oh right, you went there, Naruto." "Yeah, the females are witches but act like warrior women. A name for it that's popular in books in my home is Amazons, where the women are stronger and have no use for males outside of breeding. And well, any male really, as they used any slave man they found attractive for breeding." "And were you subjected to it?" Obi-Wan asked as Naruto crossed his arms. "A few of them wanted it, yes." "Uzumaki will go with you to Dathomir as he was there before," Mace said to the two as the blinds raised. Dooku and Savage. The two are standing outside a few feet from each other before Dooku speaks. "You must strengthen your connection with the Force, my apprentice. Feel its power in you." Dooku then raised the pillars around them before putting them back. "Now, lift them." Savage lifted his hands, having the pillars shake before lifting slightly. "Concentrate." Savage groaned before dropping to his knees. "It's impossible." "Impossible?" Dooku asked, walking up. "Only because you deemed it so." Dooku then turned around. "You must connect with your hatred." He quickly turned and shot lightning at Savage, having him scream before ending it. "Focus on your power, feel it. Do not think of anyone or anything else," Dooku explained, walking around Savage before going to his back and shocking him again. "That's it, your anger is your strength." "I hate you," Savage gritted out before standing. "Good." Dooku then turned and shocked him again. While continuing to be shocked, Savage stood and threw his arms out, lifting the pillars before Dooku stopped, having the pillars drop down. "How does one defend against such power?" "A wise master does not give out all of his secrets at once," Dooku replied before turning to walk away. Later, Dooku led Savage to a ship before stopping by it. "You have completed the first stages of training. I'm sending you an assignment to Toydaria. You will bring me King Katunko, alive. Kill all who might interfere." "Yes, my master, it will be done." Savage then got on the ship and left. Dathomir. In AT-6 shuttle, Obi-Wan and Anakin flew down as Naruto was making out with Barriss in the back. They landed at the village of the men before walking out into the seemingly empty village. "Be on your guard," Obi-Wan said, looking around. "Don't worry," Anakin said, looking over. "We're being watched," Naruto said as he held Barriss' hand before they became surrounded by the men with weapons. The four turned their sabers on and kicked several of them away. "Look out," Barriss yelled at Naruto, having him duck from a swipe before sweep kicking him to the ground. Anakin saw one wearing a toga before jumping up and punched him. He then grabbed the male and brought his saber to his throat. Back off. The men stopped at that. We're not here to fight. We just want information. A man from your village murdered a Jedi and his Padawan. Obi-Wan picked up, turning his saber off. We need to know where he is. What makes you think he's one of ours? The man Anakin held asked. Because we've seen him, Naruto said, clipping his saber on his belt. Mother Talzin should know, one of her women took him as her mate. We apologize for intruding, Varys said with a slight bow before turning to leave. They then leave to the other side where they are greeted by the Nightsisters who take their weapons as BD scanned one of them. Jedi, come with us. They were then brought to Talzin who was sitting at a table. Master Kenobi, Uzumaki, it's been a while since you were last here. I was missing the hospitality, Naruto said as they sat down, BD jumping to stand on the table. Trills. I believe you have a question for me. Talzin asked, standing up. Yes, Obi-Wan answered, looking up at her. We've had reports of a Dathomirian male on the loose. He's already killed 2 Jedi. Perhaps you know who he is. Master Jedi, we have no control over the males. Our clan has been in exile for years. Don't give me that shit, Naruto said as he leaned back. I was here a while ago. I get how you all operate. Plus we got a video showing who he was. He's dangerous, if you have any information, we need it. He finished as she walked around the table before sitting back down. She reached for a green crystal ball before waving her hands around it, having it turn orange before it showed Savage. Savage Opress, he's on Toydaria. Thank you, Naruto said before standing and having BD jump back on his back. As they left, Talzin went to inform Ventress about enacting her plan on Dooku. Toydaria, night. Savage landed on a hangar, having a trio of Toydarian guards come up to the ship. As soon as Savage exited his ship, he ignited his lightsaber and quickly dispatched the first 2 guards before using the Force to strangle the third, throwing him against the palace entrance. Bursting down the door to the throne room, Savage entered the palace and killed all the guards present. Taking an elevator platform, the Zabrak raised himself face to face with the king who aimed his sword at him. I will not be intimidated. Outside, the Jedi land and see the dead guards before running inside. Back inside the throne room, the Toydarian king managed to elude his adversary's first few strikes, but Opress quickly slashed the king's sword in 2. Katunko, making an escape bid, attempted to fly over his attacker. However, Savage managed to grab hold of his quarry's leg and slam him into a wall, knocking him unconscious. With his prisoner over his shoulder, the Sith turned to leave, only to be confronted by the Jedi who had entered the palace. Let him go, Naruto said, igniting both his sabers as the others followed suit. Jumping onto Obi-Wan's platform, Savage made a few quick strikes. Obi-Wan evaded the attack and leapt backward onto an adjacent elevator as Anakin and Barriss used the Force to ram an unoccupied lift into Savage's foothold. The impact, however, succeeded in rousing Katunko and enabled him to struggle free of Savage's grip. Distracted by his prize, Savage turned to recapture him. This momentary lapse allowed Naruto and Barriss to leap down and tackle Savage, deactivating his lightsaber. As the Katunko flew towards the exit, Savage held out his hand and began to force choke the king. Despite the Jedi's best efforts to stop him, the Dark Acolyte was able to strike them both in the face before crushing Katunko's neck, killing him instantly. Summoning his strength, Opress shot to his feet, throwing Naruto and Barriss high into the air. Naruto grabbed Barriss and grabbed a lift before pulling him up after she grabbed a hold of his neck so he could use both hands. Opress seized the opportunity and jumped on the same platform, stomping on Naruto's fingers and forcing the 2 Jedi to plummet to the ground. Savage then attempted to finish the pair off by stabbing the platform and bringing it crashing down onto the men below. Obi-Wan and Anakin used the Force to slow the elevator enough to soften its impact. Quickly leaving his foes behind, Opress took hold of Katunko's lifeless body and dragged him out to his waiting ship. After throwing the corpse into his ship, Opress used the Force to push the shuttle that had carried the Jedi over the edge of the landing platform. Opress then boarded his starship and escaped with the king's body after throwing the Jedi ship off the hangar. Inside the palace, Anakin and Obi-Wan helped push the collapsed lift off of Naruto and Barriss and run, lightsabers at the ready, to the platform. Once there, however, they found their ship destroyed and the Sith gone. Is it always this fun when you two are involved? Barriss asked her boyfriend and Anakin. Yep, Naruto replied as Obi-Wan spotted Katunko's star yacht, which they commandeered. We'll borrow one from the Toydarians. Above the planet, a Providence-class carrier destroyer awaited Savage's arrival. The Zabrak landed his ship in the carrier's hangar bay and brought the body of Katunko to Count Dooku. Angered by his apprentice's incompetence, the Sith Lord struck Savage with a bolt of Force lightning. You ignorant beast! Dooku yelled as he walked over. I told you I wanted him alive. Forgive me, Master. Savage, doubled over in pain, begged his master for forgiveness. That is not the way of the dark side. Shocking the weakened Savage again, the door to the ship's bridge opened and Asajj Ventress stood in the doorway. Shocked by the return of the apprentice he thought dead, Dooku ignited his lightsaber. Ventress. That's no way to treat your apprentice. I should know. Savage, you can make amends for your mistake. By destroying this witch. Ventress, however, was unimpressed by this and laughed before calmly walking up to Savage, placing her finger on his forehead and reawakening his loyalty to her. Both assailants then turned and activated their lightsabers, preparing to duel. During the confrontation on the bridge, the Jedi streaked towards the Separatist dreadnought and landed the ship in the hangar, and quickly ran to find Savage, dispatching 3 B-1 battle droids in the process. Back on the bridge, Ventress made the first move, lashing out ferociously at her former master. Dooku easily blocked her strikes and kicked her aside. Savage then lunged into the battle. Recovering herself, Ventress stood and attacked with Savage simultaneously, but Dooku was still able to block or avoid every blow before kicking Ventress to the ground again. Attacking alone and with much force, Savage swung wildly at the Sith Lord. Dooku simply evaded every swing without even parrying. But, on the last downward chop, the Count was forced to block and the strength behind the blow sent him flying across the room, knocking the lightsaber from his hand. Ventress, who had gotten back to her feet, ordered Opress to kill Dooku. However, as Opress raised his blade to strike down the man, Dooku unleashed a blast of Force lightning and threw the Nightbrother across the room. The Sith Lord then attempted to recover his lightsaber with a Force pull, but his former apprentice managed to pull it as well, sending it flying to another part of the bridge. Without his lightsaber, all Dooku could do was dodge and evade as Ventress hacked and slashed at him with her blades. Savage once again tried to strike down the Sith but was quickly sidestepped and shocked with lightning a second time. As he continued to electrocute the Zabrak, Ventress swung her blades at Dooku, who ducked away and pulled his lightsaber back into his hand. The two continued to duel as Savage recovered. Standing up, the Nightbrother attempted to lunge at Dooku, only to be greeted by another blast of Force lightning. Ventress, disgusted at his weakness, repeatedly ordered him to kill Dooku, but each time he made an attack, he was electrocuted. When Opress admitted that Dooku was too strong, Ventress became even more enraged, saying that his lack of ability would not be her undoing. Dooku responded that a failed apprentice made for an awful teacher. Opress, torn between his loyalty to Ventress and his inability to defeat Dooku, roared in fury and used the Force to choke both of them, lifting them off the ground. Dooku and Ventress both struggled helplessly as Opress threw them both across the room, slamming them into the wall. As the pair got to their feet, Opress lunged in and began to attack them both, striking at them and again throwing them about. Momentarily ceasing their duel, Dooku and Ventress retaliated with a blast of lightning and a powerful push. The truce did not last long, however, as the Count attempted to electrocute Ventress, who absorbed the bolts into her lightsaber. Seeing his chance to escape, Dooku opened a hatch in the floor and leapt down it, followed by Ventress who sealed it behind her. Just as Savage was about to cut through the hatch, Obi-Wan, Naruto, Barriss, and Anakin ran into the bridge. Together, Naruto said, igniting both his Shoto blades having the 3 nods. The Jedi started to approach the Dark Acolyte. Opress turned towards the both of them, charged, and with a roar, Force pushed them hard out into the hallway. Damn, Naruto cursed as BD shook his head. In the corridors below the bridge, the duel between Dooku and Ventress continued. After a few moments of strikes and parries, Dooku managed to jerk Ventress, lightsabers from her hands with the Force, before subjecting her to a blast of electricity. Standing over his wounded foe, Dooku raised his blade and stabbed downward, trying to finish the job he had failed to do once before. Time to end this, once and for all. But, just as the blade was about to pierce her, Ventress force pushed the blade, causing it to miss her by inches and, instead, stab into a steam line. The steam burst forth from the pipe and into the Count's face, blinding him for a moment. Ventress seized the opportunity and recovered her lightsabers before diving into an escape pod and jettisoned to safety. Unable to pursue the woman who had escaped him for a second time, Dooku ordered the battle droids on the ship to destroy Opress, as he was now a traitor. Moments after the order was received, Opress and the Jedi, still locked in battle, entered the hangar. He threw Barriss back as Naruto force pushed him back before running over to her. The droids immediately began to fire on both sides of the fight. "They're not after us," Anakin commented, noticing the droids faced Savage more. B-1 and B-2 battle droids and a few droidekas encircled the Zabrak and fired on him, scoring numerous hits. In an attempt to escape, Opress let loose a force shockwave, knocking back the droids and Jedi. Opress managed to limp back to his ship and take off, leaving behind the Jedi, who soon escaped. Dathomir. Savage limped in the village and up to Talzin. "You have come home to us." She greeted him as he fell before helping him back to his feet. "I was betrayed by Ventress, the Jedi are after me. I'm not strong enough to defeat them all." "Calm yourself, you will be," Talzin said to him, as she moved to the table. I don't understand. Who'll teach me?" "You have a brother." "A brother?" Savage looked at the ball on the table as he banged his fist down on it. "But all my kin were killed." "Not all of them," Talzin said as a cracked image of a red-skinned Dathomirian male with black tattoos came up in the ball. "He lives in the Outer Rim. In exile, you will find him, he will teach you everything you need to learn to become even more powerful." "My brother. How will I find him?" he asked, turning to face her before being presented with a bluish-green glowing talisman. "This talisman has been imbued with the power of our clan. It will be your compass. You have an important destiny to fulfill, Savage Opress. You, and your brother. Go, you will know where to find him." Talzin finished having Savage turn to walk away. "I will return." Krillithium system. Rex, do you read me?" Anakin asked from his seat in a ship as BD was on the dash looking at a hologram of Rex. "We're at the rendezvous point awaiting your arrival." "Where are you?" "Sir, we're at the rendezvous point and there's no sign of you on our scanners." "Oh, come on. That's impossible." "Nothing's impossible. That is why you fail," Naruto said from the back seat. "Man, that'll be the closest I'll ever get to being able to say that." "Something's wrong," Anakin sighed before glancing at Obi-Wan. "We're at the exact coordinates where the distress signal originated, but there's nothing here. Rex is at the exact same coordinates, and he's not here. This is getting interesting. Unable to find you. Where are you, sir?" Ahsoka narrowed her eyes as the hologram cut off. "Something's blocking the signal." The lights then go out as Naruto glanced up. "Not good. Everything's dead. Even life support," Barriss commented looking at a screen beside her. Naruto turned his head to the side for a moment before Anakin spoke. "This is really strange." Suddenly, the lights came back on before Obi-Wan turned to his former Padawan. "There. See. Nothing to be concerned about after all." "Then what's that?" Ahsoka asked, pointing ahead as she stood. Looking forward, they see a large black crystal-shaped ship in front of them before they start floating toward it. "It's pulling us towards it," Barriss said as their ship shook. "Everyone, strap yourselves in," Obi-Wan said as a bright light started blinding them. "Looks as though we're going for a ride." Unknown planet. Naruto groaned as he felt something jumping on his lap. Opening his eyes, he saw BD jumping on him before shocking him with his foot. "Ow. I must have blacked out." Looking forward as BD had jumped on the floor of the ship, Naruto looked to see all of them were still on the ship before starting to wake up. "Then who landed the shuttle?" Obi-Wan asked, rubbing his head. "Not me. Or me. Where are we?" Anakin asked, looking out at the mountain in front of them with trees that have large leaves. "Some kind of organic mass. All of our readings indicate that it's bigger than an asteroid. But at least the atmosphere is breathable." Ahsoka replied as she looked at the different screens. Well, this is getting more unusual by the minute, Ventress said before Obi-Wan spoke. I can't even lock down where in the galaxy we are, or if we are even in our own galaxy. Well, the ship's systems seem fine, but for whatever reason, nothing's working, Anakin said, hitting several buttons. They then walked out as BD ran forward to get several scans of plants. And had no name come up before running back on Naruto's back. Hey, I saw something, Ahsoka said pointing to a hill as there are also several boulders floating around them. A reflection, up on the hill. I don't see anything, Obi-Wan said looking through black binoculars. Are you the one? Naruto and Anakin looked around as they heard a female voice speak. What? Did you hear that? Anakin asked glancing around. I didn't hear anything, Obi-Wan replied, still looking through the binoculars. Are you the one? They turned to see a woman who was glowing white. She has long green hair with a gold headdress and is wearing a long white and gold dress with a V-cut and sash on the front. She also has her legs and feet wrapped in white wrapping. Hello, Naruto said to her as the others walked up. Who are you? I am daughter. Are you the one? The one what? Anakin asked before daughter spoke again. I will take you to him, she said having Ahsoka raise an eyebrow. Him, who? Did you bring us here? Obi-Wan asked, walking up. Only he can help you. There is little time. Follow me. We must have shelter by nightfall. Daughter replied before turning. And we thought the planet was strange, Anakin commented, glancing back at the others. How about this one? We'll be fine as long as we stay together, Obi-Wan said before following daughter towards a mountain. Later, mountain. The group walked up the mountain as the sun started to set. Have you noticed the seasons seem to change with the time of day? Obi-Wan asked, looking around. Yeah. And there are no animals, Ventress commented as she didn't notice any flying animals. And you sense it? Obi-Wan asked the two knights as they walked in front of the group. Since we arrived, Anakin replied as Naruto glanced forward. The force is very strong. An intersection, unlike anything I've ever felt before. Be wary. Excuse me, who are you taking us to? The father, of course. Daughter replied to Ahsoka's question. Of course. And what exactly are you? Ventress asked, pushing a large leaf out of the way. We are the ones who guard the power. We are the middle, the beginning, and the end. Glad she cleared that up for us, Anakin whispered before they continued walking the path along the mountain before a boulder started to fall. Hey, look out, Naruto yelled pushing daughter and Anakin out of the way as the boulder fell on the path. It is forbidden for you to touch me, daughter said to Naruto as they got up. Sorry, I was just saving your life, Naruto said before she turned. That was my brother's work. You are in great danger. Wait for me. Do not leave this place, she said before walking away. Hey, wait. Anakin, Naruto, are you there? Are you all right? Obi-Wan came up on the communicator. Yeah, but our friend here has run off. Go back to the ship and try sending another distress call. We'll follow her and find out how to get off this rock. Anakin replied as Naruto stared ahead. And if this is a trap? Then we're not gonna wait around to find out. Anakin, stop. Wait for us to find another way around and meet you. The others, night. The trio walked back to where their ship was before seeing it was gone as plants died around them. The ship's gone. Yes, I see that, Obi-Wan said, bringing a hand to his chin. It was here, no question. And look, everything's dying. Did you lose something? They quickly turned to see a bald man with pale skin, red glowing eyes, and black sclera. He has red lines on each side of his head and two running down under each eye. He's wearing a long black jacket with red accents, a tall red collar, and black pants and boots. You didn't do as you were asked, he said looking at them. And what was that? Obi-Wan asked, looking at the man. My sister said to wait. Did she, now? Well, we were unfortunately separated. We'd like our ship back if you don't mind. Not yet. The man said before walking forward. Is it true that he is the chosen one? Or the other one? Obi-Wan picked his saber up and glared at the man. What do you know of such things? What is about to happen shall occur, whether you like it or not," he said, waving his hands and having their sabers turn off. "You are Sith," Barriss yelled, holding her saber. "Sith?" he asked with a chuckle. "Yes. And no. The storms here are quite lethal," the man said, seeing storm clouds form around them. "If you want to live, I suggest you find shelter." He then turned, transformed into a large bat, and flew off. "What in the universe was that?" Ahsoka asked, turning to Obi-Wan. "I'm not quite sure." They then turned to the mountain and saw a cave. "Quick! There's a cave over there." Later, as they slept in the cave with a campfire and blue glowing crystals around them, Obi-Wan woke with a startled gasp, hearing a voice. "Obi-Wan, have you done as I asked? Have you trained the boy?" Looking to his left, Obi-Wan saw a ghost of a tall man with fair skin, long brown hair, and wearing Jedi robes. "Master Qui-Gon, how are you here?" Obi-Wan asked, standing as Qui-Gon walked around. "I am here because you are here." "No, I don't understand. What is this place?" "Unlike any other, a conduit through which the entire force of the universe flows," Qui-Gon said with a hand behind his back. "Are we in danger?" Obi-Wan asked his former master. "This planet is both an amplifier and a magnet. 3 are here who seek Skywalker. They, like me, believe Anakin to be the chosen one. They seem to also be interested in young Uzumaki with how much he can connect to the Force, like that one time on Megiddo." Qui-Gon mused as he turned to the cave entrance. "You were right about Anakin. The Force within both him and Naruto is stronger than any known Jedi. I have trained Anakin as well as I could, but he's still willful and balance eludes him. I've helped Naruto in training from time to time as well. He's the most stubborn, hard-headed person I've met apart from you." Qui-Gon smiled slightly at that. "If Anakin is the chosen one, he will discover it here. And if not, if neither of them is?" Obi-Wan asked before turning back to the Padawans. "Then you must realize, with their power, this is a very dangerous place for them to be." Turning, Obi-Wan saw Qui-Gon was gone before looking down in thought. A little later, Ahsoka stirred as she heard a female's voice. "Are you happy, child? Your master, does he treat you well?" Looking around, she stopped at the fire where she saw an older version of her with her lekku down to her knees. She's wearing a similar top with a larger hole on the chest, and gloves, but instead of pants, she has a very short skirt and thigh-high boots. "What concern is yours?" Ahsoka asked, standing and reached for her blades. "I am your future, your potential." "This is a trick," Ahsoka exclaimed, turning her blades on. "There is a wildness to you, young one," her older self said, walking to the fire. "Seeds of the dark side planted by your master. Do you feel it?" "No. He is like no other Jedi. Passionate, impulsive, but I trust him with my life. There are many contradictions in you. And in him. Be warned. You may never see your future if you remain his student. Leave this planet," her older self said before fire covered her from the fire pit and disappeared. Another hour later, Barriss was woken up to see an older version of her who was pregnant. "Who are you?" "Your future, young one," her older self said. "Just continue on the path you are on. Follow your mind, and follow your heart." "Are you happy?" Barriss asked, having her older self smile. "There have been rough times, but they are worth it. Especially with Naruto's endless stamina. It's during pregnancy that we get breaks, and even then it's not long," her older self said before disappearing. Earlier, Anakin and Naruto. The two dodged lightning before seeing a cave on a hill before running to it and hid inside. BD jumped down and shook off before turning his light on as the Jedi looked towards a mountain and saw a tall building with a light on top of it. "Whoever we're looking for is in that monastery." Later, the two made it to the monastery before running inside. They saw a cavernous hall with a ramp that had bluish lights on the edge. On the exterior was an arena, marked with symbols of a winged wolf on the right, the head of a snake in the middle, and a bird on the left. Meditating in front of the snake head is an elderly man with fair skin, a long white beard, and long fingernails, and is wearing gray robes. The two walked up and sat cross-legged in front of him as BD dropped down in Naruto's lap. "Trills. Welcome, my friends," the man greeted, opening his eyes showing they were glowing green with black sclera. "What is it that you want from us?" Anakin asked, putting his hand on his leg. To learn the truth about who you two really are. One that maybe you have known all along. He said, standing and having the two Jedi follow suit. One you must believe in order to fulfill your destiny. Enough with the riddles, old man, Naruto said, putting BD on his back. Tell us what's going on here. Crack. Lightning cracked, revealing a circular window on the wall behind the man. As you can see, there is nowhere else to go. It is late. You will be my guests tonight. Later in Anakin's room, he was tossing in bed before waking up when he heard a female voice. Wake up, my son. I must tell you a secret. He got up before speaking. Who's there? Who's there? I said. He got up and turned to the window, seeing a woman with brown hair in a bun wearing blue clothing. It is me, Ani. Your mother. Anakin jumped back and raised his arms. What kind of black arts is this? You're dead. Nothing ever really dies, my son. I have a secret to tell you. Then tell me, he said as she walked up to him. Everything you have done, everything you have learned, has led you here. Whatever you are, my mother is dead, he said after a hesitation. And you blame yourself. Your Jedi training has served you well, Ani, but you are more than a Jedi. Tell me, where is your pain, so I might take it away? She asked, stopping by him. I was too late to save you. I failed as a Jedi, and I failed you. How so? I tasted only vengeance when I slaughtered so many to avenge your death. It is time you realize that your guilt does not define you, my son. You define your guilt. The only love I feel in my heart is haunted by what would happen should I let go. Then it is not love. It is a prison. But I have a wife. You've met her, he said, remembering meeting Padme a little over 10 years ago. She's everything to me. She is not your destiny. But I love her. No, she is a poisoner, she said, voice getting deeper. What are you? He asked as lightning flashed, having the bat creature take her place for a second. Your fate. In Naruto's room, he was woken up by a female's voice. Naruto. Sitting, he saw a woman standing by the window. She's a fair-skinned and slender woman of feminine build with violet eyes and red long straight hair that reached her ankles, with shoulder-length strands that framed both sides of her face and a black clip that parts her hair to the left. She's wearing a high-collared, sleeveless blouse under a long, loose-fitting dress with a wristband on her left wrist and standard shinobi sandals. Sigh, I don't have time for your games, Kurama, I'm trying to sleep. So go away, he said, laying back down. The woman's eyebrow twitched before stomping on Naruto's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. What do you say to Bane? Gasp, gasp. Naruto took several gasping breaths before rolling on his side, then looked up. To Bane. I thought you would have learned some manners, young ma. She stopped as Naruto got up and hugged her. She smiled and hugged him back. I've wanted to meet you for so long, Tebeo. Hey, you just said Ttebeo. She said with a chuckle. There's so much I wanna ask you. Ask away. I don't know how I'm here now though. I thought your father put my chakra in the seal so I could help tame Kyuubi. Me and the furball get along fine, Naruto said, making her look confused. What? We have, going to a new dimension, we kinda had to work together, you're really beautiful. Thanks, I see you got your father's hair but my face. I'm sorry for that. Why? He asked before they sat down. If I got your looks, that just means I'm handsome, right? I kinda wish I'd gotten your red hair too. It's awesome. That makes you the second man who likes my hair, Kushina said, having Naruto blink. Who was the first? Who do you think? Your father. Well, how did you two meet? She smiles before explaining that after she emigrated to Konaha, she was picked on relentlessly for being an outsider and for having red hair. She would respond by beating any of the male children who harassed her, and the only boy who did not pick on her was his father Minato. She continued that after becoming a genin, a group of Kumo nin decided to kidnap her because she was a member of the Uzumaki clan. Despite believing no one would ever save her, she left tiny strands of her hair behind to create a trail. Unbeknownst to her, Minato had noticed it and came to her rescue, defeating all three of her kidnappers and carrying her back to the village. He told her that he found her hair beautiful and thus had noticed the trail right away, and that the reason he never interfered before is that he knew she was a strong girl who could handle herself in a fight. She finishes her story by explaining that at that moment, she fell in love with Minato, who came to love her as well. There are certain precious words I only give to the men who compliment my hair. Naruto, will you accept them? Sure, Naruto replied with a nod. I love you. Outside, the two Jedi walked to the man who was meditating again before Anakin placed his saber at his face. Cannot sleep. To strike an unarmed man is hardly the Jedi way. You're a Sith Lord, Anakin said, having Naruto look over. I wouldn't go that far, he doesn't have that darkness feeling in him like Dooku. You have a very simple view of the universe. I am neither Sith nor Jedi. I am much more, the man said before opening his eyes. And so are you. I see through your spells and visions, old man. Tell me what is going on here. Anakin shouts, putting his blade to the man's throat. The man just grabbed the blade, having his hand glow before standing. Some call us force wielders, he said before pushing the blade back into the hilt. The Jedi have never spoken of anything like this, Naruto said, having the man turn to him. Few still know of our existence. In that room, my mother came to me. But it was not her. Really? Naruto asked, glancing over as BD looked over his shoulder. Mine showed up, but it was her. For you, that's because she as well as your father left pieces of them inside of you. And you, the man then turned to Anakin. It was my son, I suspect. We can take many forms. The shapes we embody are merely a reflection of the life force around us. You carry a great sadness in your heart. My children and I can manipulate the force like no other. Therefore it was necessary to withdraw from the temporal world and live here as anchorites. He finished as Anakin looked at him. As a sanctuary? Or a prison? Naruto asked before the man spoke. You cannot imagine what pain it is to have such love for your children and realize that they could tear the very fabric of our universe. It is only here that I can control them. A family in balance. The light and the dark. Day with night. Destruction replaced by creation. Then why reveal yourselves to us? Anakin asked, throwing his arms out. There are some who would like to exploit our power. The Sith are but one. Too much dark or light would be the undoing of life as you understand it. When news reached me that the Chosen One had been found, I needed to see for myself. The Chosen One is a myth. Is it? The man asked, turning to them. I would very much like to know. Why don't we find out together? Pass one test and I shall know the truth. Then, you and your friends may leave. Later, they walked into an arena with black and white ascetics. It is time to face your guilt and know the truth. Suddenly the others were brought in by the bat creature and a large bird. Whatever he wants, don't do it, master. Let them go. We won't play your games. Anakin yelled at the man. Oh, but I think you will. I have ordered my children to kill your friends. The question is, which one will you choose to save? Your master? Or your apprentice? You must now release the guilt and free yourself by choosing. No. Their powers are too strong for us, Anakin. Save Ahsoka. Let them go, Naruto said, glaring at the man. Only he can make my children release them. Anakin, the planet is the Force. Obi-Wan said from his spot. Use it. Anakin closed his eyes and raised his arms as the area shook before the man turned to Naruto before pulling Barris to him and started force choking her. Your test. If you do not want your loved one to die, tap into the force as you did on Megiddo. Naruto glared before taking a breath and recalled what he did on Megiddo before pebbles started to float and he started to glow before opening his eyes showing they were white. You will let them go. Down. The creatures turned into daughter and the man from earlier before they fell to their hands and knees. And now you see who you truly are. The man said to Anakin. Only the Chosen One could tame both my children. We've taken your test. Now fulfill your promise and let us go. Naruto said as the glowing went away. Ah, but first, you must understand the truth. Now, all of you, leave us. Do not trust him, Ahsoka said to Anakin. You think? I said, leave us. The others left as the man turned to Anakin. Do you feel your destiny? You must see it now. I am dying, and you must replace me. Replace you? I can't stay here, Anakin said to him. But this is yours. It has been foretold. The Chosen One will remain to keep my children in balance. But when? Naruto said, getting their attention. Anakin still has much to learn. If you give him this responsibility now, he could fall under it and your children will go unrestrained. I cannot force him to do this. The choice must be his. But you do have a point, young one, if brought on too soon, one could fall under the weight of their responsibilities. After the Jedi left to walk to their ship, the man went back to meditate before opening his eyes to see another man. He's a tall and pale-skinned elderly man, with deep wrinkles and a strong jawline. He has spiky, shoulder-length, pale brown hair, with a chin-length, braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He also has a goatee, which is tapered down to his waist. He has a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead and pupil-less white eyes. He also has a red ringed eye-like marking in the center of his forehead. He's wearing a white, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatamas around a high collar, beneath which, he has a necklace that was also made up of 6 black magatamas. On the back of his kimono is a larger, black ringed eye marking with a pattern of 9 magatamas arranged in 3 rows of 3 beneath it. Hagoromo. The man greeted the new one. Long time, old friend. And you as well, father. That blonde-haired one, is he your world's chosen one? He is his generation's, yes, Hagoromo replied. And the brown-haired one is yours? I believe so, yes. I think it's good that young Naruto came here. They can help each other out and save each other from the darkness. Hagoromo said before father sighed. Hopefully they won't be their damnation. Mystery on Mortis. Sent to discover the origin of a mysterious distress call. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Naruto Uzumaki, Anakin Skywalker, and their Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Barriss are stranded on a distant planet. There, they discover 3 beings more powerful with the Force than any Jedi have seen before. The father keeps a fragile balance between his daughter, who allies with the light side, and the son, who drifts ever closer to the dark. With his strength failing, the father asks Anakin to stay and take his place, preserving the balance between light and dark. But after passing a perilous test, Skywalker refuses. Now we find our heroes about to depart for their journey home, or so they think. Ellipsis. Naruto, Barriss, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, and Anakin. Were you having a nightmare? In the ship, Naruto, who was standing as he looked out the windshield at the fog, looked over his shoulder as Ahsoka talked to Anakin, who had jolted awake. Something like that. If you're done napping, we could use a little help here, Obi-Wan said as Barriss walked in the back to talk to Ahsoka. I'm coming, Anakin said before getting off the bed and walking to the cockpit. Leaving so soon? Only to stop and turn to see son holding both Padawans before the door to the cockpit. Not without this, you won't. Ahsoka. Barriss. What's going on? Obi-Wan asked as Naruto opened up the door as son jumped out of the left. The son took Ahsoka and Barriss. What in the blazes are you talking about? Obi-Wan looked back as Anakin walked in and sat down. Move, let me fly. He then turned to fly after son, who was in his bat form, and fly around rock pillars. Look out, Naruto yelled as they weaved through pillars and came up to the top of a tower with a green glowing stone. Obi-Wan pulled them away and had them crash onto the ground. I didn't think you saw it, Obi-Wan said after getting up from the crash. It was a giant tower. Of course, I saw it. Anakin yelled, taking off his seat belt. You all right, buddy? Naruto asked BD, who shook as he looked over his shoulder. Boo beep. Any sign of him? Naruto asked, rubbing his head before having 3 stims shoot up and threw 2 to the others. He stuck himself in the shoulder, as did the others, before Obi-Wan spoke. No, but I think it's obvious where he's taken her. Looking ahead, they saw the tower they had missed before sighing. We must hurry, Anakin said, taking a step. Anakin, this wasn't a mistake. Obi-Wan said, stopping Anakin. He brought us here for a reason. We must not get involved. Any conflict here could have dramatic repercussions for the universe at large. I don't care. He's too powerful for Ahsoka. I won't leave her alone. And I don't want to leave Barriss, but we can't go in half-cocked, Naruto said as BD dropped down and walked forward to look at the tower. We are in the middle of something we don't truly understand. We'd be wise to confer with the father first to see if he can help. There's no time. This is what he wants, to divide us, Obi-Wan said as Anakin sighed. It's my fault he took them. You must feel how strong this part of the planet is with the dark side. The father will know what to do. Obi-Wan said as Anakin shook his head. He can't help us, Anakin replied before walking off. Shit, I'll go with Anakin, we have a better chance of at least getting them away if we both go, Naruto said walking ahead as BD jumped on his back. Tower. You cannot keep us here. Ahsoka yelled as she and Barriss were chained to a wall in a circular room. You hear me? Save your energy. They looked to see a small alien with sharp teeth and loincloth walk in from the shadows. You two have been left to die. Then we will escape. Barriss yelled as the alien walked over. Impossible. I have been here for more years than I care to remember. We are Jedi. We don't give up easily. Jedi. The alien asked in thought. But so young. Where are your masters? They will come for us, Barriss said as the alien stopped by Ahsoka. And if he does not? Then my boyfriend will. Boyfriend. I thought the Jedi got rid of that practice. The alien asked before climbing up the wall and glancing at her. What makes you so sure? He asked before freeing them. Thank you, Ahsoka said, rubbing her wrists. The chains. The chains are the easy part. It's what goes on in here that's hard. Don't you see, children? You are alone now. If you are to survive, you must forget your masters. The alien said, walking behind the two. I don't think Ahsoka trailed off before the alien quickly bit each one on the arm. Ow, ow. What have you done? Ahsoka asked before the two fell to the ground. You are mine now, the alien said before morphing into sun as dark veins appeared on the Padawans before they opened their eyes showing they were glowing green. Obi-Wan. The Jedi paced before sighing. Anakin, always on the move. How'd I even find the father? He asked before light illuminated the area. Turning around, he looked up to see a building with a blue light behind him. Inside the temple, father was meditating with daughter. You are growing stronger, my son, father said as son appeared. Am I, father? Vanity, however, is getting the better of you. How so? Son asked father who stood with daughter before gesturing for her to sit back down. You have done what is forbidden. You have chosen the dark side and allowed it to feed your anger and desire for power. By bringing the chosen one here, you've shown me my potential. You've only yourself to blame, son said as they walked down the walkway. Do not do this, son. Do not become what you should not. Be strong, I implore you, or else I will be forced to contain you. You look frail, father. I am not dead yet, father said as they got to the door. Well, perhaps I am tired of waiting. Son yelled shooting red lighting from his hands hitting father in the back, having him fall on a long set of stairs leading outside and stopping at Obi-Wan's feet. I hate you, he yelled, turning to his bat form and flew past Obi-Wan. Father. Looking up, Obi-Wan saw daughter running out. They then took him inside to the meditation area where she started to heal him with the Force. We will leave him to rest. I must talk to him, Obi-Wan said looking up. Not until he's stronger. But your brother is losing himself to the dark side. He's taken our friends. Then he must have his reasons. Daughter said as Obi-Wan sighed. The same reason he had for attempting to murder your father. He asked, having her look at him. He would never do such a thing. But I saw him, Obi-Wan stated as she sighed. It is not his fault. My nature is to do what is selfless, but my brother will always be to do what is selfish. Then no, you must help us. I cannot interfere with the ways of the Force. My father forbids it, daughter said, looking down as Obi-Wan stood. Your brother will flee this place and wreak havoc on the universe. You, Naruto, and Anakin combined have the power to stop him. She stood as well before taking several steps. Come with me. Later, in the day, the two walked into a cave to a large drop where they saw an altar surrounded by green flames. They got to the bottom of the stairs before she spoke. I can go no further. When you reach the altar, it will give you what you need. I don't understand. He who wields the blade will be able to control my brother. She said before Obi-Wan jumped over to the altar. It opened for him revealing a knife hilt. He took it before a green broad blade formed. He looked up to daughter who nodded. Naruto and Anakin. Ahsoka. Barriss. The Jedi yelled out as they walked around the tower before seeing the Padawans meditating on a rock facing away from them by the cliff. Ahsoka, it's me. You're safe now. Let's go. Are you proud of me, Master? Ahsoka asked as she opened her eyes. What? Of course, Snips. Of course, I'm proud of you. Now let's get out of here. Anakin said as Naruto slowly walked past him, feeling darkness all around. He's right. Right about everything, she said standing, turning, and revealing her dark veins and glowing eyes. You must join him. He only wants what's best for the universe. She finished doing a cutesy pose. Hey, what's wrong with you? Anakin asked with a raised eyebrow. Always with the criticism, Master. Never really believing in me, trusting me. Well, I don't need you anymore. Ahsoka, listen to me. He has done something to you. Snap out of it. This isn't you, Ahsoka. Isn't it? She asked, turning away and putting her hands on her face. I feel more like myself than I ever have. He asked me to give you a message. He said if you don't join him, he will kill me. I won't let him. Then you will be forced to kill me. Ahsoka said, turning on her saber before jumping to attack. Over with Naruto, he was talking to Barriss as well. What did Son do to you? He has freed me. Join us, Naruto, and the galaxy will be ours. What about the other girls? Naruto asked as she pulled her saber up and turned it on with a smile. They will be converted to our view through unparalleled pleasure and serve their king and queen, US. Never knew you had that kind of fetish. Naruto stopped bringing his saber up to block Barriss' strike. He then parried several strikes before going into a test of strength. Over with the others, Anakin blocked and parried Ahsoka's strikes as he backed up. Inside the tower, Son was watching the fights before speaking. Sister, what a pleasant surprise. He turned to see daughter and Obi-Wan. And you brought a friend. What have you done, brother? Done, he asked before walking to the side to sit on a throne. I have done what is right. Or what is wrong, depending on your point of view. Our father is dying. Did you do it? She asked as he laced his fingers together. He is just so selfish and was taking too long to die, so I decided to move things along. Now, why are you here? I won't let you leave this planet, she said having Son stand. You are not strong enough to keep me here. Not alone, she isn't, Obi-Wan said as Son turned to him. Are you referring to your friend, the Chosen One? Or the one who has a strong tie to the Force? You might want to check up on them. They're a little preoccupied right now. Outside, Anakin blocked another strike. I don't want to fight you, Ahsoka, he said as she backflipped to kick him and knock his saber out of his hand. She then somersaulted back before landing in a crouch, left leg extended. And now the student will kill the master. Anakin then called his saber back before standing. Ahsoka then jumped over and clashed blades with him. Getting ahead of yourself, aren't you, Snips? He asked, having Ahsoka glare. Don't call me that. I hate it when you call me that, she yelled out, pushing Anakin back. They spun around, striking and parrying each other for several moments. Naruto backflipped away from a strike before using the Force to throw Barriss back. He saw Obi-Wan run out to help Anakin as Ahsoka pulled her saber up and turned it on. Two Jedi. Finally, a challenge. Inside, Son turned to daughter before speaking. Can you feel it, sister? Can you feel the anger? The hate? The fury? Their conflict is feeding you, isn't it? I must stop them, she said, jogging to the door. No, he yelled, pulling her back to the middle of the room. She then waved her arms, lifting him before slamming Son onto the floor. If you will stand in my way, then I guess we must fight. Outside, Anakin pushed Ahsoka back by Barriss after Naruto did the same. Any suggestions? Naruto asked, jumping over. Yes, we cut her free, Obi-Wan replied, pulling out the hilt and had the dagger form. What is that? Anakin asked, turning to look at Obi-Wan. It can kill the sun. Where did you get that? Ahsoka asked, standing up. Give it to me. Inside, daughter got into a stance at that. He ran to her and shot lightning that she deflected before having a bolt come to her to roll into a ball and throw it back at Son and send him to the ceiling. He then sent another bolt and hit her, forcing daughter to the floor. You don't have to do this. she said, standing up as he landed and walked over and hit her again. Then stand aside. I can't. I won't, she yelled before dashing over in her griffin form and tackled Sun. He then turned into his bat form and roared before they attacked each other. He hit daughter to the floor, having her transform back before she used the force to push Sun back, having him transform back. She walked up to absorb his lightning attack as they circled each other. Stop this. They turned to see their father walking in and pushed both of them back outside and broke up the fighting. So glad you could make it to our little party, father, Sun said, standing as father landed by the tree in front of him before shooting lightning at the man. You will stop this, father said, absorbing the lightning. You are too weak for me, old man. You mean nothing to me anymore, he said as the attack hit father, forcing him to the ground. Before walking over and continued. Anakin, now, Obi-Wan yelled, tossing the dagger over. Only for Ahsoka to jump past them and grab it before landing beside Barriss, who caressed her cheek. Very good, my future pet. This side of Barriss is really surprising, and honestly a little hot, Naruto muttered as he saw father get up. Everything has transpired exactly as I planned, he said, looking around at everyone. You showed them the altar? Father asked, walking over and holding his stomach. I am sorry, father. I didn't know how else to stop him, daughter said as Naruto helped her up. Give it to me, child, Sun spoke, holding his hand out. Ahsoka, no, Anakin yelled out as Ahsoka gave Sun the blade. Thank you. Your usefulness has come to an end, Sun said before putting his fingers to Ahsoka's forehead, then Barriss having them fall. No. No. The Jedi have brought me the dagger, and you have brought yourself, Sun said, turning to father. Now, father, you will die. He brought the dagger up to stab father as daughter ran over. Father. She jumped in the way as Naruto saw Sun bring the dagger down before raising his hand to move it. Only for the dagger to hit daughter in her shoulder. Sun screamed as the dagger fell before flying off. Do not hate him, father. It is his nature. No. Can you help her or them? Naruto asked as Anakin and Obi-Wan ran to their Padawans and brought them over. The light is fading. The evil has been unleashed, and the dark side shall consume her. There must be something. I cannot undo what is done. There is no hope. Naruto sighed at that. Yes, there is. There's always hope, he said as daughter sat up and motioned for Naruto and Anakin to sit by the two. Doing so, father then stood between the Jedi. Then let my daughter's last act be to breathe life into your friends, father said as they all glowed and healed the Padawans who woke up. Hey, Snips. Anakin greeted Ahsoka, who held her head. What's going on? Ah, not much. It's good to see you, Anakin said as Naruto looked at Barriss. What happened? Nothing much. You got infected by the dark side, revealed some of your hidden fetishes, and then were killed by Sun, but you're back now, he explained, shocking her before he hugs her. As the balance in this world crumbles, so shall war escalate in your galaxy. As my son has descended into the dark side, so have the Sith gained strength, father said as Anakin looked over. We will stop your son. No, you must go, now. He needs your ship to leave the planet. You must leave before he can take it, father said as he went to his daughter. What about you? Naruto asked, standing up. I shall mourn all that I have done and all that is yet to be, father replied, picking his daughter up and walking back inside the tower. Stranded. Naruto Uzumaki, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, and their Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Barriss are caught in the middle of a treacherous battle between good and evil. The scales now tip toward the dark side. Our three warriors must guard against attack as they plan their escape. A great weight has been placed on Anakin's shoulders, for it is now that he must face who he really is. Ellipsis. Mortis, Naruto, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ahsoka, and Barriss. Ahsoka, Barriss with the help of BD attempts to repair the damaged shuttle for their escape from Mortis. Naruto, Anakin, and Obi-Wan contemplate whether this is the right course of action, with Sun, corrupted by the dark side, still being at large. Anakin decides to return to Father via a speeder and seek his help since he has doubts that Son can be held prisoner on this planet permanently, and meets with him outside the crypt where Father has just buried Daughter, the dagger of Mortis laid upon her chest. Father is now determined to eliminate Son and the danger he poses to the universe, but refuses to accept Anakin's offer of aid, since Son would easily use Anakin's power to tip the balance of the Force, wreaking havoc in the galaxy. He explains to Anakin that the Force will now decide over their fates and to look inside himself for the answer for what is to be done. When he leaves the crypt, Anakin encounters a ghostly apparition of his first Jedi mentor, Qui-Gon Jinn. Still doubtful about what to do with Son, Anakin seeks Qui-Gon's advice, but Qui-Gon advises him to look into himself for the true answer and tells him to go to a certain place, the Well of the Dark Side, to face his most personal challenge. At the shuttle, Naruto and Obi-Wan prepare to look for Anakin when they are met by Father, who tells them of Anakin's destination but tells them not to interfere. Obi-Wan protests, however, and departs for the well with Naruto staying behind to fight Son should he try to take the ship. Anakin descends into the well, which lies hidden in the fiery bowels of Mortis, where he is met by Son. Son attempts to draw him to his side by revealing visions of a future of suffering, both by and to him. Fearful, Anakin refuses to confront the images and is overwhelmed by anguish. Son offers to help him change his future and prevent what Anakin has seen, and Anakin chooses to go with him. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan is on his way to the well to check on Anakin. Upon arriving, he finds he's poisoned by the dark side and in Son's company. He uses the Force to push Obi-Wan's speeder into the magma. Obi-Wan tries to ask Anakin a question, but he tells him that he is sorry before he and Son depart. Obi-Wan, now stuck in the well, contacts Ahsoka and the others and instructs her to disable the shuttle, but before she can go about the task, Anakin arrives. Naruto fights him while Ahsoka manages to sabotage the power systems, and gets away to recover Obi-Wan. Worried that the others will join forces with Father, Son departs to prevent this, enters his sister's tomb, and recovers the dagger. Naruto uses the Force to hold Anakin off the ground as Father floats down as Anakin maintains that he will cause great suffering in the future. Father erases Anakin's memory of his future to break the hold of the dark side on him, and the group is rejoined by Obi-Wan and Ahsoka at the monastery. Son arrives soon afterward, and Father pleads with him one last time to let go of his plans. When Son refuses to give up, Anakin attacks him, shortly followed by his friends, but Son proves too powerful for them. To strip his son of the Force which he has bestowed upon him, Father takes the dagger and turns it upon himself. Shaken by remorse, Son recovers and makes peace with his father, just before he is run through by Anakin's lightsaber. "And so you have betrayed me, Father," Son said before passing. "It is done." Anakin sighed as knelt and turned his saber off. "And now I die, my heart broken, but knowing the role you will play," Father said as he dropped Son onto the ground. "And what is that? You are the chosen one. You have brought balance to this world. Stay on this path, and you will do it again for the galaxy. But beware your heart." Father then disappeared as the crystal above shattered and had the group be blinded by the light. Chrolithium system. The Jedi woke up back in the shuttle before hearing Rex. "General Skywalker, come in. We read you, Rex. Can you hear me?" Anakin replied after they looked around. "Yes sir, standing by. We were worried. You were off the scopes there for a moment." "A moment?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "We've been gone more than a moment, Rex," Anakin said looking at the hologram of Rex. "Sir, I don't understand. You'll need to explain. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. We're coming in now." Captured. Returning from a perilous assignment in the Outer Rim, Jedi Master Even Piel's cruiser has fallen under attack and been boarded. Seeking vital information he carries about secret hyperspace lanes called the Nexus Route, Separatist forces have taken him alive. Now, the Jedi are preparing a stealth mission into the heart of Separatist space in an effort to rescue Master Piel from the deadly prison known as the Citadel. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Naruto, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Heavy, Echo, Fives, Cody, Rex via hologram, and Plo Koon are standing in a meeting room before Place Koon spoke. As you are aware, the Citadel is their most isolated and impenetrable detention facility. No one has ever escaped. There's a first time for everything, Anakin said, crossing his arms as Naruto nodded. Indeed there is. Plo Koon then continued. Their security has prevented our probes from obtaining recent reconnaissance, so we've been forced to construct a crude map based upon data from the archives. He said, having maze-like halls come up on the hollow table as BD jumped on it before Obi-Wan picked up. And since the data is extremely old, the map will be difficult to rely on. Naruto sighed at that as he leaned on the table to look at the hologram. So we're essentially going in blind. Beg your pardon, General, Rex spoke up, getting their attention. But how do we know Master PL is still alive? Obi-Wan turned to him to answer. The Separatists won't dare kill Master PL until they have what they need. He obtained the coordinates of a secret hyperspace lane known as the Nexus route, which travels into the heart of both the Republic and Separatist home worlds. Plo Koon explained before Obi-Wan continued. They could prove vital in maneuvering our forces deep into remote Separatist sectors. Or the enemy could use them to slip through our defenses and attack Coruscant, Anakin said before Naruto looked up. These hyperspace lanes are of immense interest to both our sides and could tip the scale of the war to whoever owns them. Plo Koon nodded at that before clasping his hands behind his back. That is all. They walked out with the Jedi lagging slightly, with Naruto having his hands behind his head as BD hung off his back as Plo Koon turned to look at them. Based on the archive schematics, we've narrowed it down to 3 possible locations they could be holding him at. My greatest concern is infiltrating their outer security, Obi-Wan said as they turned to walk down another hall. The life form scanners will not be easy to fool. Naruto smirked at that. I've got a thought about that. Master. They turned to see Ahsoka, Duel, and Barriss walk up. I'm sorry we're late. We just heard about the briefing. We're going to rescue Master PL, right? We are, but no Padawans allowed, Naruto said with a grin. What about girlfriends? Barriss asked Naruto, who kept his grin. No girlfriends either. Ahsoka, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but you won't be coming along on this one. Not coming? She asked, raising an eyebrow. But you're breaking into the Citadel. No one's ever done it. The Citadel wasn't designed to hold common criminals, Naruto explained, turning to her before they walked down the hall. It was created to hold Jedi if any of us lost our way. It's not a place for Padawans. You're just being protective again. Huh. Anakin is, but I'm sure I have thrown Duel into worse stuff. This order came from above, Naruto said as Ahsoka sighed in irritation. That's not fair. How am I supposed to learn if you won't let me share the risk? This isn't a mission for learning. You either do or die. And that's not a risk I'm willing to share, Anakin said before walking ahead. Later, in the hangar, R2 led 3 B-1 droids with blue pant accents on them up to a ship where C-3PO stood. R2. Look out. Behind you. You're being followed by battle droids, he said as R2 stopped by him and beeped. These are your troops. They're battle droids. Beep trills. What do you mean? They've been reprogrammed to follow your orders. 3PO asked before one droid looked down at R2. We are awaiting your word, Commander. Beeps. You heard him. Move out, the droid said, having them walk to a ship. Don't you go thumbing your gears at me just because you have a bunch of dim-witted droids following you about, 3PO said before walking away. Ahead, Echo, Fives, and Heavy stood with Cody and watched the exchange. We're trusting those droids to get us into the Citadel, Fives asked the two before Cody turned around to face them. It's the only way. We're flying right into the heart of Separatist territory. Droids won't be detected. By the ship, Naruto, Obi-Wan, and Anakin walked up to the droids. R2. Make sure they don't stray from the flight plan. It's all under control, sir. The B-1 droid saluted at that. I was talking to R2. Hey, come on Anakin, I have no problem with bats or Rusty, Naruto said before kneeling and had BD walk down on his arm. Ride with the droids. Carbonite probably isn't good for circuits. Trills. Naruto stood and saw the three Padawans talking to Plo Koon before walking on the ship. I've never been carbon frozen before, General. Naruto turned to see Rex talking to Anakin as they got to a large circular machine with glowing parts. It's the first time for us, too. This is your idea, Carbon freezing, Obi-Wan asked Naruto, who shrugged. It'll shield us from the life form scanners. Are we sure this thing is safe? Fives asked, holding his helmet. I don't want to end up as a wall decoration. Try to relax. We'll be unfrozen as soon as we arrive, Obi-Wan said as they all got into place on a circular platform. May the Force be with you. They were then lowered before steam came out of the hole, and shortly, a crane picked everyone up frozen in a rectangular block of carbonite. They were then loaded in a ship before it started taking off as Zuul and Barriss watched. Where's Ahsoka? Zuul asked Barriss as they looked around but didn't see their fellow Padawan. Lola Seu. When the shuttle entered Lola Seu's orbit, it was spotted by the Separatist blockade fleet surrounding the planet. They were immediately contacted by the Citadel. Citadel Command has contacted us. One of the B-1 droids spoke as BD looked at the speaker. This is Central Command. Please identify yourself. They heard another droid before the B-1 replied. This is Cargo Shuttle 81572, requesting access to Citadel Prison. What is your cargo? The other droid asked after a moment. What is our cargo? Supplies and frozen rations, the B-1 replied before the other droid spoke. Do not deviate from your current course until we have confirmed your cargo. The droid explained as the B-1 looked back at R2. They're scanning us for life forms. Boop whistles. I don't think this is working. The other B-1 droid spoke up as they slowly flew to the planet. Quiet, you're gonna blow it. Scan complete. You may proceed. The droids then fly and land the ship in a cave near the prison tower and thaw out the Jedi and clones. Naruto stretched as he rolled his shoulder before hearing Anakin. Hey, Snips. He looked to see Ahsoka standing beside Anakin, who blinked. Hey, Master. I must have carbon sickness because I could swear that's Ahsoka, Obi-Wan said as he rolled his shoulder. Your eyes are fine. It's Ahsoka's hearing that needs help, Anakin said to Obi-Wan before Ahsoka spoke up. I received orders to join the team. I thought you knew. Orders? From who? Anakin asked Ahsoka, who looked over at him. I discussed it with Master Plo. He didn't tell me. You were already in carbonite, she explained with a shrug. Well, I gave you a specific order not to come. If there's one thing I've learned from you, Master, it's that following direct orders isn't always the best way to solve a problem, she said, crossing her arms. I see Anakin's new teaching method is to do as I say, not as I do, Obi-Wan said as the others were thawed. Welcome aboard. He finished as BD ran up on Naruto's back. They then got ready to leave, packing thermal detonators in backpacks. Guard the shuttle, R2. We'll contact you when we're ready for takeoff, Anakin ordered the droid, who beeped. They then made their way to the first waypoint, which was an isolated entrance in a cliff face, which the team was forced to free climb as the wind conditions were too strong for jetpacks, and electromines dotting the cliff made the use of ascension cables too dangerous. When Kenobi, leading the way, reached the platform, he was forced to drop down when a patrol of droids exited. They did not notice his hand holding onto the edge of the platform but sealed the door with a ray shield upon re-entering the prison. They locked the door. It's ray shielded, Naruto said as he got on the deck. Ray shielded? That wasn't the plan, Anakin yelled as Naruto was helping the others up. Well, it's in the damn plan now. There's an opening up there, Ahsoka said as they looked to see a vent. We know. They're ventilation ducts, Anakin yelled up as he was under the deck. But they're far too small for us to gain access. Too small for you, maybe, but I think I can squeeze through, Ahsoka said looking down as Naruto glanced up. Well, we hadn't planned on Ahsoka being here. Perhaps she's right, Naruto said before using the Force to push BD to the vent. Take BD in case you need to splice something. Got it, come on Sparks, Ahsoka said after getting to the vent and opening it. Trills. They went in the vent and a moment later appeared on the other side. See, I can handle myself after all. Naruto helped the other clones up before the last one slipped when a rick he stepped on gave way. Charger. Naruto dived to grab the clone, only to miss before throwing his other hand down and caught the clone before he hit one of the large mines. He pulled him up and had one of the detonators fall out of the clone's pack and had it hit the mine, having it go off. Inside the prison, the warden, Sobek, grew suspicious when a security droid reported that the cargo shuttle had never arrived, despite having permission to land before an alarm went off. This caused Sobek to be certain that there were intruders in the facility, leading him to order all security protocols activated and summon his special commando droid units. With the rescue team, they ran in and hid from droids looking for them before Naruto saw commando droids run down another hall. Clear. They ran to the next hall before Anakin looked back. Take out their surveillance. The clones shot cameras around them as they ran before they were shot at via turrets on the walls. The Jedi deflected the shots as the clones shot back, Heavy using a minigun behind them before taking them out. Hearing a noise, Naruto turned to see an electric field move. The walls are electrified. Go, 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 go. Naruto yelled, having the others run ahead before he followed and used the force to push them forward after he would catch up several times. Getting to a four-way intersection, Naruto threw out his hands and had them go on the left and right halls before diving to the right as the field went past them. We must keep moving, Heavy said, picking up his gun. The team ran down the hall and located the cell where PL was being tortured. The interrogator droid was just about to gouge PL's one remaining eye before being destroyed by the group. Master PL, are you all right? Obi-Wan asked as Even panted. Obi-Wan, what took you guys so long? At least your sense of humor is still intact, Anakin commented, helping him up. It takes more than they got to break me, young Skywalker. So you have the coordinates for the Nexus route? Naruto asked, looking out the door for any more droids. I got them, all right. Half of them, anyway. My captain's got the other half. I erased the computers when we were boarded and had both of us memorize part of the intel. That way, if somehow I cracked, the information would be useless to them without the other half. Even explained as Obi-Wan looked down at him. Where's your captain? Being held with the other officers, I assume. Even replied as Naruto looked back. We're gonna need a new plan for getting out. They then walked down the hall, avoiding the droids that were looking for them. We need to keep moving, Naruto said, walking around a corner before commando droids with orange chests jumped out on each end of the hall, blocking their exits. The droids fired, having the Jedi deflect the shots before the droids ran down and hit the clones. Take this, clankers, Heavy yelled, shooting his minigun as the droids got near him. Suddenly, a high-pitched whine hit their ears before their weapons were shot up to the ceiling to stick. As well as Anakin's right arm, as Naruto used the force to pull BD down and hold the droid, who folded up before Anakin was shocked. Anakin. Master. You fools. I hope you enjoyed the reunion with your fellow Jedi, because you're going to be my guests for a very long time. They heard a male voice over the speakers. The whine stopped as more commando droids ran at them before the Jedi threw their arms out to push them back. Only for their feet to stick to the floor. They're magnetized. A moment went by before the weapons and Anakin fell, having Naruto catch his pistol and shoot at the droids to have everyone get their weapons and make short work of them. Are you all right, sir? Rex asked Anakin as the others put their weapons away. Yeah, let's get out of here. They ran to another cell, opened it, and sliced the heads off two commando droids before looking to see clones in uniforms as well as one man with fair skin and short graying hair. General. Captain Tarkin, Even said to the human. I never thought I'd see you again. And you brought friends, Tarkin said as they walked inside. Tarkin, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Anakin Skywalker. Well, now that you've found us, how do you expect to get us out? Tarkin asked as Naruto walked to the door to keep watch. If they've locked this fortress down, there are at least 10 squads on their way. It's going to be impossible to escape. Obi-Wan rubbed his chin before speaking. What if we split up? My team will create a diversion, while Anakin leads the others away. That way, if one of us is captured, the enemy will only have part of the information and not all of it. General Kenobi, I think it's better if we stick together. A stronger force would have a better chance of protecting the information. Tarkin spoke up before Naruto looked over his shoulder. Not in this situation. But surely we'd have more strength in numbers, rather than divide us. Obi-Wan has a point. I'll go with him, you go with Skywalker. Even said as Naruto walked out with Obi-Wan, Even, his clones and Cody, and another clone. They ran down a hall planting the bombs before Naruto saw B1 droids in front of him. Picking up his shoto, he threw it, having it spin, turn on, and slice the droids' heads off. As they got down the hall, Obi-Wan set the bombs off. Boom. With the others, Anakin cut through a hall to a tunnel. Everybody in. Ahsoka jumped through the hole after Rex and Fives pushed the metal off and ran down the tunnel as Echo looked up. This is one of the original fortress tunnels. The advantage of old archive data, Fives said as Tarkin walked out with Anakin. The tunnel's clear, Ahsoka yelled, running back. Looks like Obi-Wan's distraction worked. Things seem to be going as planned. Anakin spoke up before Tarkin looked over. It's when things do not go as planned that concerns me. What then? It's when things don't go as planned that we Jedi are at our best. Trust me, Anakin said, walking forward. I reserve my trust for those who take action, General Skywalker. Anakin stopped and frowned before looking over his shoulder. Then let me remind you, we rescued you back there. And I reserve my trust for those who understand gratitude, Captain Tarkin. Escape from a separatist prison. Carrying information about secret routes into the heart of the Republic and separatist home worlds, Jedi Master Even Piel was captured and imprisoned in a fortress known as the Citadel. Leading an elite strike team, Naruto Uzumaki, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Anakin Skywalker rescued Master Piel and his officers. Now the Jedi have split up to evade separatist forces as they attempt to escape the Citadel. R2-D2 and the droids. R2, are you and your battle droids ready to go? Anakin asked via hologram by R2 who whistled. All right, get the ship fired up, we'll meet you at the pipeline exit after you've picked Obi-Wan, and Naruto assuming they're still on schedule. The droids then got on the ship and started to fly off. Naruto, Obi-Wan and Even Piel. The group hid in the ceiling vents before crouching walking to a vertical one. This passage will get us near the landing pad, Obi-Wan said as he started climbing. The others followed suit and climbed several stories up. R2, send the shuttle to the rear landing platform. We've already been given the go-ahead by General Skywalker, sir. Assuming you are still on schedule. One of the B1 droids spoke up as they stopped in another vent. The trick will be if Anakin arrives on time. Naruto joked before one clone climbed higher. And saw a security droid. A probe. Naruto looked up before leaning back, pulled his pistol up, and shot the droid as it flew up to the next vent. He used the force to climb up to the clones as Obi-Wan yelled down. Did you get it? Naruto looked down to see doors closing at each hole before even yelled out. Security doors. Move or you'll be cut in half. Naruto got to the clones and pulled the last one up just as the door closed, nearly getting the clone's foot. Thanks. Don't mention it, Naruto replied as he and BD looked up as Even cut a hole above him and saw there was another hole cut in the door above showing Obi-Wan before pulling his saber up. Looks like we've got some cutting to do. On the other side, Sobek was looking at monitors before a tactical droid came to him. Count Dooku insists that you speak with him, Commander. Well, let's not keep him waiting. He's already waiting, sir. The droid replied before they walked into the back room and saw a hologram of Dooku, back to them. Count Dooku, my lord. How unexpected. You may cease the propriety, Commander Sobek. I understand there is a problem with the Jedi prisoner. An incursion team attempted a rescue, but the situation was taken care of, Sobek replied as Dooku turned to face him. Are you in possession of the information the prisoner is carrying? Not yet, but we will soon have it. You are aware that this information will tip the scale of the war to the side that controls it. Perhaps, this is a matter that requires my presence. Dooku asked as Sobek shook his head. No, my lord. Find them, Commander. Get the information, then kill them all. Dooku said, turning to walk as the hologram shut off. Sobek then turned to slam the tactical droid against the wall. Don't ever surprise me with a transmission from Count Dooku. I need time to prepare. Yes, Commander. Anakin's group. I am beginning to admire the design of this fortress. It's rather formidable to evade. Tarkin spoke up as they walked along the edge of the cliff. How can you admire such a horrible place? Ahsoka spoke up looking over her shoulder. Ah, you reveal your short-sightedness. This ordeal only demonstrates how effective facilities like the Citadel are. Pity, it ended up in separatist hands and not ours. He explained as Anakin stopped beside his Padawan. He has a point. All right, Snips, I need you to lead the group. Keep following the tunnel. I'll catch up. Hey, where are you going? Ahsoka asked Anakin, who walked to the back. Obi-Wan's not here, so someone has to protect our flank. I guess it's a good thing I came along after all, she said with a smirk as he walked behind the group. They then walked down the edge for several moments with the clones glancing around. I am concerned that the Jedi have elected this child to lead the group, Tarkin spoke up before Rex looked over. I've served with her many times and I trust her, Captain. Oh, Ahsoka said, turning a corner to see a wall in front of them. Dead end. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Mace, Plo Koon, and Saci looked at a hologram of the Citadel before Koon spoke. We've received a coded transmission. Apparently, they've split up into two groups. The rendezvous points are the landing field behind the tower where R2 will pick up Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Naruto Uzumaki, and the pipeline exit where they'll find Anakin Skywalker. And what if things don't go according to plan? Mace asked his fellow master as Koon looked back. Then we would have to send an entire fleet to get them out of there. R2 and B1 droids. It looks like there are security guards there. The droid said to R2, who beeped. Okay, boss, we'll land and wait for General Kenobi and General Uzumaki. They then came to a hangar where they walked out to see the tactical droid waiting for them. Oh, that doesn't look like General Kenobi or Uzumaki. We'll have to improvise. Your arrival is long overdue, where have you been? The tactical droid asked as R2 rolled up and beeped. Even so, the odds are 3-1 that you are a traitor. He said as the B1 turned to R2 and aimed their weapons at him. We will take you to interrogation below. Yes, sir. Move it. One of the B1s said, having R2 roll before beeping. And was kicked. Don't talk back to me, droid. I'm in charge. The tactical droid then brought Sobek up on a hologram. We have captured the shuttle that infiltrated our defenses. Good, guard the shuttle and we'll lure the Jedi into a trap. The B1s and R2 got into an elevator before R2 rolled into the one in front of him. Sorry, Commander. Just wanted to fool them. What are your orders? Beep whistles. You're right. If we're not on the shuttle, General Kenobi and Uzumaki could be walking into a trap. We'll try to locate them if they get captured. Anakin's group. Look out. Echo yelled as super droids walked up behind them and started shooting. Anakin dropped and sliced them as commando droids dropped down with yellow energy shields. What happened? Why didn't you blow the wall? He asked Ahsoka, who was handed a bag of explosives. That part of the plan was your job. I thought it was a dead end. She yelled back as she ran over and placed several on the wall. If Master Plo really assigned you to this mission, he would have briefed you on the plan. Ahsoka then pulled two more explosives out and armed them. She then ran back and rolled them under the droids, having them explode as well as the wall. Boom. Boom. They then walked into the tunnel as the smoke cleared. Obi-Wan and Naruto. The shuttle's there but there's no sign of R2, Naruto said as he looked through a vent as BD looked over his shoulder. Something might have happened. We'll have to make our way around to the other side and get a different view. This could be a trap, Obi-Wan said as Naruto nodded and pushed the vent open with the force. They all then rappelled down to a ledge and walked to the hangar before dropping down, Naruto helping Evan's clone down before he flipped off as Obi-Wan's communicator beeped. Anakin. I must commend you on your escape tactics, but in the end, it was easy to predict your every move, Sobek said as turrets popped up around them. As well as spider droids dropping down with droidekas. Anakin's group. This pipe leads up to the top of the ridge, where R2 will pick us up and get us out of here. Anakin explained as they walked up to a large vertical pipe. There's the hatch. He then jumped up to the catwalk and opened the hatch. Reeling back from the smell as green gas formed. Let's go. Let's go. Everyone in. Don't use your lights, and make sure your weapons are locked. The slightest electronic pulse could ignite this whole tube. I hope somebody tells the droids that, Tarkin said as he walked in. Inside the building, Naruto, Obi-Wan, and the others, hands cuffed before their heads, walked into a room with droids before seeing Sobek. Welcome back. I must say, you're not at all what I pictured for someone who has such a soft voice. Obi-Wan joked as Sobek walked up. I want your half of the information. Give it to me now, or I'll start executing your men. I threw it in the lava, Sobek, Naruto said, getting the warden's attention. Better than getting in your hands. This is war, Sobek even said as his hands are in front of him. They're all prepared to die to protect that intel. Really? Sobek asked before pulling a pistol and shooting one of the clones in the head. Sir, we have located the other group and our droids are closing in on them. A droid spoke up, getting his attention. Your Jedi resolve only delays the inevitable. Take them to interrogation. Torture them slowly. In another room, R2 and his droid stood in a hall as R2 hacked the terminal outlet. So they were captured, huh? And now they're moving them to the prison block. Whistle. Yes, sir. We will move to intercept them. They walked down the halls before coming to the others. We'll take them from here. I think we have a. We'll handle it. The droid spoke, having the group nod. R2 and his droids walked off with the others. Yes, sir. Good to see you, R2. I wondered where you've been. Obi-Wan spoke as they were free, with Naruto taking a chip off BD before he shook and jumped back on Naruto's back. The commander is pleased to see you as well, sir, but would like to return to the shuttle as soon as possible. Yes, I couldn't agree more, Obi-Wan replied before they ran down the hall. What about General Skywalker, sir? Cody asked Obi-Wan, who looked back. Not to worry, he'll switch to Plan B. Anakin, group. How much longer are we going to wander through this tunnel in the dark? Tarkin asked as they climbed a ladder, Ahsoka on the outside of the metal tunnel protection jumping up. Captain Tarkin, haven't you learned to trust me by now? Anakin asked as they got to the top of a catwalk and continued down. You may have earned my trust, General Skywalker, but my faith in your comrades is still lacking. You lack faith in the Jedi, Anakin stated with narrowed eyes. I find their tactics ineffective. The Jedi Code prevents them from going far enough to achieve victory. To do whatever it takes to win. The very reason why peacekeepers should not be leading a war. If we didn't have Jedi like Naruto, I would have agreed with you, Anakin said before hearing Ahsoka. I think I found a way out. She then went to a hatch and pushed it up to look out. What do you see, Snips? The coast is clear. Any sign of Obi-Wan and the shuttle? Anakin asked as she pushed the hatch off and stood up. No, I don't see him or R2 anywhere. Suddenly, B1 droids dropped before she sliced them as the others ran up. We've got to go. There could be a whole battalion of droids out there. Tarkin spoke before Anakin looked back. Better than hiding in a fuel line. He and Ahsoka then deflected shots fired at them as the clones and Tarkin got to safety behind a boulder. The plan's been compromised. The shuttle's not coming. Tarkin yelled as Anakin looked over to Echo. Throw me a charge. Getting one, Anakin rolled out and threw the bomb in the hatch, having the lid closed. Boom. The pipe blew up, taking the droids with it as Anakin walked back. Let's go. Time for Plan B. There's a Plan B, Tarkin asked, standing up. There's always a backup plan. We'll meet R2 at Obi-Wan's position. Inside, Sobek was looking at a holo map of the Citadel before the tactical droid spoke. Based on their recent position, we believe they're traveling along this cave system. Just then, a B1 droid walked up. Sir, the prisoners did not make it to the interrogation level. What did you just say? Sobek turned to the droid, scaring it. We think they might have. Sir, Count Dooku commands you to contact him immediately. The tactical droid spoke up as Sobek turned to him before glancing down at the map for a moment. Inform Count Dooku that I am unreachable. Send all units to the airfield. It's their only possible way of escape. In the hall, Obi-Wan and the others walked to the hangar before another group of B1 droids stopped them. Hold it. Where are you going with these prisoners? We're transferring them aboard the shuttle. From Citadel to Point Taran. Point Taran. There's no outpost there. The droid said to R2, who looked at him. It's new. We have orders. We're coming aboard. The droid said before the two let them pass. Wait. One of them spoke up as the tactical droid spoke up in their ears. The prisoners are escaping with reprogrammed battle droids. Let no one on board that shuttle. Naruto sliced the head off and shot the other in the head before the turret started shooting at them. Suddenly, Anakin and the others dropped down to them. "Sorry, I'm late. How nice of you to join us. The ship is surrounded," Naruto yelled, shooting his gun at more droids that came to the shuttle as Tarkin looked at them. "We need to launch a full forward assault and take that vessel. We may have a bigger problem," Obi-Wan spoke up, back against a container. "Those turrets. If we don't take them out, they will use them to destroy the shuttle and prevent our escape. Which is precisely why we should get aboard that shuttle, and use the weapon systems to decimate those droids," Tarkin explained to them as Naruto sighed before Anakin pointed to droids flying to them on hovercrafts. "Whatever we're going to do, we better do it fast." They all then started attacking the droids, with even slicing one's head off and having it crash. "General Skywalker, a droid is manning one of those turrets," Echo spoke, seeing a commando droid get in one of the turrets. "They're going to blow up the shuttle, sir." Anakin, who had grabbed one of the hover vehicles, with even flew to the turret before getting shot down and tumbling on the hangar. Echo then ran up to grab one of the shields before running up. "This is our only chance. We've got to stop him. Echo, look out." Fives yelled out as Heavy used his minigun and looked back. "Echo, get back." The turret then took a shot at where Echo was running and shot him just as Echo hit the droid with a well-placed shot. Boom. Echo. Echo. Naruto ran up to see the ship in flames as Echo's helmet rolled out of the fire. "We have to go now," Naruto yelled to the clones as the two looked back at the helmet of their squad mate before following. Obi-Wan then contacted the temple before BD had a hologram of Plo Koon come up. "Master Kenobi, what has happened? I'm afraid we've had a situation with the shuttle." By situation, he means big explosion. Naruto joked as they ran. "We're going to need a rescue." "It will be done. I'm sending our cruisers now." The group then ran around the ledge until coming to a cave where they hid, the Jedi using the Force to pull boulders down to hide them. "We'll need to hold out until the Council sends a ship," Obi-Wan mused with a hand on his chin as Even raised a hand. "Not a problem. We've beaten them once, we'll beat them again. This landscape is almost impossible to cross. How are we going to get to the rendezvous point?" Rex asked, holding his rifle. "That is the trap of the Citadel. It was designed so it would be almost impossible for fugitives to get off the surface, even if they escaped the tower," Obi-Wan explained as Naruto smiled. "Lucky we're not just any fugitives." "I hope you're right," Obi-Wan said, looking at the small hole at the entrance as ships flew around looking for them. Apt behind enemy lines, carrying secret information vital to the Republic's war effort, Jedi Master Even Piel and Captain Tarkin were taken prisoner by the Separatists. An elite strike team, led by Obi-Wan Kenobi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Anakin Skywalker landed on the planet Lola Seu and infiltrated the prison. The team rescued Master Piel and Tarkin, but they were pursued by the prison's evil commandant Osi Sobek. During the escape, their ship was destroyed. Now we find them on the run, desperate to escape the trap that is the Citadel. The Jedi. "We're clear," Rex yelled as he and Heavy looked out at the entrance. "What's our next move?" Ahsoka asked as they walked into the cave. "We're going to have to fight our way off this rock," Anakin replied as Naruto knelt, having BD jump off. "Contact the Council, see when they plan to rescue us," Obi-Wan spoke as Even looked up. "I'll handle it." BD then brought up a hologram of Mace. "Master Piel, it's good to see you alive, my friend." "Likewise, Master Windu. Our escape route has been compromised and there are several squads of droids closing in on us. When can we expect your arrival?" Naruto asked as Mace looked at him. "Master Plo is already en route," he replied before they heard Yoda speak. "Gunships will arrive to evacuate you and your men, but do not delay, only a small window of opportunity shall we have." He then had a hologram of the area up with a small island on it with red arrows pointing to it. "Your rendezvous point will be this island." "Understood. May the Force be with you," Mace said before the hologram shut off. "Incoming." A clone yelled as commando droids ran at them shooting. "No doubt there's more on the way," Naruto said, pulling his saber and shooting up to block the shots before Rex threw a grenade, causing the ground to break. Boom. The Citadel. Sobek was in one of the crab droids before a small hologram of Dooku came up. Count Dooku, my lord. Commander Sobek, you've been avoiding my transmissions, Dooku said, hands behind his back. My deepest respect. I was hoping to surprise you with good news. Sobek said as the Sith raised an eyebrow. Good news would indeed be a surprise. Have the prisoners been captured? Not yet, my lord. But we've located their position and my droids are moving in now. I need not remind you that the prisoners are carrying secret hyperspace coordinates into the core systems of the Republic and our separatist home worlds. This information will allow us to launch a surprise attack on Coruscant, striking a crippling blow to the Republic and the Jedi. Dooku explained, having Sobek nod. Yes, my lord, I will see to it that they are soon back in our possession. You should know, Commander, right now your honesty is the only thing keeping you alive. Dooku finished before the hologram turned off. The others. The group ran to the cliff with crab droids following them off the cliff wall. They're boxing us in. Lock in your cables. Naruto yelled as they all shot their grapnel on the edge. R2, we need your droids to hold off the enemy as long as possible. R2 beeped as everyone walked down the edge. Good. Everybody, follow me. A moment later, R2 flew down after his droids were destroyed. Hyperspace. Master Tyan, you should be leading the fighter attack. Plo Koon said to the master, who appeared via hologram with Kid as well, while Adi stood on the other side of the table he was at. Once you punch a hole through their defenses, I will lead the gunships down to the surface and extract the team. Depending on the size of their force, I don't know how much time we can buy you, Saisi explained, crossing his arms. You will do your best, I'm sure, Koon replied as Adi sighed. If the team isn't at the extraction point when you arrive, you may be forced to leave them, or put us all at risk. I'm afraid Master Gallia is right, Saisi said, looking at Plo Koon. They'll be there. Remember Master Uzumaki's track record for these kinds of missions. Sobek. The prisoners have evaded us long enough. Bring out the Anubas. Use them for tracking only. Contact me as soon as the fugitives have been located. Sobek ordered the droids, who let loose dog creatures. The others. What if your Jedi friends are not there when we arrive? Tarkin asked as Naruto looked back. Move faster and you won't have to wonder. Why did Master PL have to share half of the intel with that guy? Ahsoka asked her master. It's like he's not even grateful we rescued him. Captain Tarkin feels the Jedi should be relieved from the burden of leading the war effort. That's ridiculous. He shares a lot of views, Naruto said as he walked behind the Padawan. Most think we should have stayed as peacekeepers. Most of the Jedi Code often prevents us from going far enough to achieve victory. A rather simple point of view, Obi-Wan said, looking back as Naruto looked up. Why do you think I fought so hard to start changing it? They then heard howling, forcing them to look around. Did you hear that? Yes. We're going to have company. Even said before they continued walking toward the lava lake. You know, it's not wise to argue with Master Uzumaki. It's certainly not a good career move. Anakin spoke up as he walked beside Tarkin. General Skywalker, I stand by my principles. No matter what. Besides, I needn't worry about my career. I've fallen in favor with the Chancellor. He shall support me. I happen to know the Chancellor quite well, myself, Anakin explained, surprising Tarkin. Oh, really? Really? Naruto looked back at them before speaking. Quiet down, we don't know what Sobek is looking for us, let's keep moving. If we're not at the rendezvous at the exact time, we'll miss our window. Those creatures are gaining, Rex said as Heavy readied his heavy gun. If they've caught our scent, they'll lead the droids right to us. Even explained before Anakin spoke. We're gonna have to deal with them. What about using this cave to surprise them? Ahsoka said, pointing to a cave by them. If we can get them to pass by, we can attack them from behind. But we need a distraction. Even said as Anakin looked back. Leave that to me. Ahem. And Obi-Wan, of course, Anakin said as Naruto walked to the cave. Okay, the rest of you, follow me. He said as Obi-Wan, Anakin, and R2 walked ahead. A moment passed before the cave group saw the creatures and droids run past them. Up ahead, Obi-Wan kicked one dog away before slicing another one as Anakin stabbed one, and both used the Force to throw several more away. Anakin then blocked several blaster strikes from droids on speeders while dodging more dogs. With the others, they ran alongside a lava river before the crab droids appeared. "Keep going. Ahsoka, Master PL, and I will take care of the droids," Naruto yelled out as the clones ran off with Tarkin to help Anakin and Obi-Wan. One clone officer sacrificed his life by shoving Captain Tarkin out of the line of fire by a STAP droid, taking the shots for himself. Tarkin responded by picking up the officer's blaster and shooting down the STAP that was responsible. The commando piloting the craft was decommissioned by R2-D2 after being flung to the ground. Obi-Wan managed to take down two STAPs by launching himself off a rock and swiping at one with his saber in midair while landing on another one and destroying its pilot. After landing back on his feet, an Anuba attempted to lunge at him, though Kenobi's reflexes allowed him to launch the beast into the river of lava using his legs. The rest of the hunting party was cleaned up by Cody and Rex. Ahsoka, Naruto, and even were holding their own against the wave of crab droids emerging from under the cliffside. The single surviving Anubis of the hunting party, which failed to keep pace with the rest of the party, lunged at PL while he was disabling a crab droid with his lightsaber. The beast brutally mauled the Jedi Master before being launched into the lava by a force push from Ahsoka. "Master PL." Naruto ran over as even spoke to the Padawan. "Listen to me carefully, child. The information I need you to deliver back to the Council. I should find Anakin or Obi-Wan. They need to hear this," Ahsoka said before even stopping her. "No, you must listen. But I wasn't assigned to the team. I lied just so I could be a part of the mission," she said as Naruto looked over at her. "We all kinda knew. Whether you were meant to be on this mission or not, you are now the most important part of it. Remember this, and see to it that the information I'm about to give you is revealed to no one but the Jedi Council," he said before whispering in her ear. Up ahead, the Jedi and clones finished the last of the droids before Heavy looked up. "So much for the hunting party. There are more squads on their way," Tarkin said as Obi-Wan looked out over a cliff while Naruto and Ahsoka walked up carrying the body of Even. "Oh, no. He died honorably," Naruto said as Anakin walked up. "What about the information?" "I have it. He told me just before he died," Ahsoka replied while she knelt. They then wrapped his body up and placed it at the edge of the cliff over a lava river. "We don't have much time," Obi-Wan said as they nodded. "Let's take this moment to honor him, then we must move on. He would have wanted us to complete our mission." Naruto, Anakin, and Obi-Wan lifted Even up and placed him in the river where it went off a lava fall. Atmosphere. The Republic fleet appeared by the planet with each Jedi Master in a Delta 7 or gunship. "There have not been battles like these since the days of the Old Republic," Sassus said from his Delta-7. "Indeed. Good hunting," Plo Koon said from his gunship. The Republic fleet exchanged volleys of turbo-laser fire with the Confederate ships. Separatist and Republic starfighters clashed, and although a droid bomber was able to drop its load on a Republic cruiser, the rest were destroyed by ARC-170s. The Jedi. Down below, the others made it to the small island from the mainland. "There's the extraction point." Rex and Anakin shot a tether over and had everyone start to crawl over, with BD on Naruto's stomach as he went behind Tarkin, Rex, and Heavy. Trills. "Not the worst we've been in, huh, bud?" "Incoming," Rex yelled as Sobek on a speeder shot at them. "Look what I found." Forced to hold their own until Plo Koon and his forces arrived, Anakin and Obi-Wan both hijacked two different STAPs. In the ensuing confusion, R2 produced a thick cloud of smoke which temporarily blinded Sobek, allowing Fives to take a shot at his staff, destroying it and flinging Sobek onto the small island. Tarkin used this opportunity to attempt to execute the Commandant. However, the inexperienced Tarkin missed his shot. And had Naruto shoot Sobek in the head with his baster before putting it back in the holster. The rescue ship should be here by now. They started fighting the droids just before Heavy was hit in the leg. Just then, they saw a gunship with Plo Koon before all but Heavy got on. "I believe you've worn out your welcome. Heavy, get on," Naruto yelled as Heavy leaned on his gun for a second. "No can do, General," I won't make it without the ship exploding, get out here. Naruto makes to jump out of the gunship to get Heavy only for Heavy to point his blaster at Naruto. Can't let you do that, General, so stay on that ship and get the hell out of here. Heavy then turned and started firing at the crab droids. The gunships take off and the last Naruto sees of Heavy is him surrounded by crab droids taking several blaster shots before detonating an explosive, killing himself and the droids. Boom. Naruto punched the ship as they flew up to the Star Destroyers and went into hyperspace. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Of Master PL's loss, we are sorry to hear, Yoda said as he and the other masters stood outside the hangar with the team. He will be missed, Mace said before Plo Koon looked over. Because of his great sacrifice, we now have the Nexus route coordinates. Captain Tarkin and Ahsoka have each memorized half, Obi-Wan spoke, gesturing to the two. Debrief them both, we must, Yoda said before Tarkin took a step forward. With all due respect, Master Jedi, I was instructed by Chancellor Palpatine to bring the intel directly to him for debriefing. I promised Master PL that I would deliver it only to the Council, Ahsoka said as she stepped forward. And that's what I will do. Personally, I will meet with the Chancellor, I will decide what is best to do, we shall. Yoda said before leaving. Master Plo, there's something we want to ask you. Anakin stopped the Master. Did you assign Ahsoka to the mission? It appears I did, Plo Koon said after looking at the Padawan. A job well done, General Skywalker, Tarkin spoke up to Anakin. I wish more Jedi had your military sensibilities. Perhaps I can inform the Chancellor of your valor. Master Uzumaki has the same valor, Anakin said as the captain left. I'm not sure what to think of your new ally, Naruto said walking up. Well, I think we need people like him. This is a war. If we aren't willing to do what it takes to win, we risk losing everything we try to protect. Anakin said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Can you live with your conscience then? Unfortunately, war tends to distort your point of view. If you sacrifice your code of honor, even for victory, you will still lose. Me, I'm fine with dirtying my hands so the innocents can sleep at night. Naruto then took his leave at that. Turmoil in the Outer Rim. Located near a major hyperspace lane, the planet Felucia is caught in an unending battle between Republic and Separatist forces. Clone tank divisions make a valiant push deep into Separatist-controlled territory led by Anakin Skywalker, Naruto Uzumaki, and their Padawans Ahsoka Tano and Zul Zis. General Grievous, learning of the impending Jedi attack, has dispatched reinforcements to one of his droid outposts hoping to secure his grip on the system. Felucia. Droid reinforcement has just arrived. Plo Koon told the other Jedi and clones from a ridge looking over the droid outpost. We shall break into 3 groups to divide their defenses. I'll take the left flank. Uzumaki and Skywalker attack the front gate. Ahsoka, Zul, you scale the back wall, we'll meet in the middle. All of them stood before Anakin looked back. Okay, scouts, find me a way down there, quiet like. Going through the front gate won't be easy, Ahsoka said before Naruto looked forward. You two have it tougher going over that wall. You taught me well. I can handle anything, Zul said as Ahsoka nodded at Anakin. Don't get cocky. Remember, a novice can beat a master if they're cocky. Naruto replied before the Padawans left with a group of clones. The group then walked through the tall flowers before coming up near the outpost. Hold up, I sense something out there, Ahsoka said, stopping them as they looked around. A droid? I don't think so. Probably just an animal, Ahsoka said before Zul walked up. Come on, we have to get to that wall. Stay alert, men, let's move. Up with the Jedi, Plo Koon got to a corner before speaking in his comms. Uzumaki, Skywalker, Ahsoka, Zul, are you in position? Ready and waiting, Master Plo. We're in position. Yep. Artillery, open fire. The tanks fired on the outpost as the droids got ready to attack. B-1 battle droids and dwarf spider droids marched out the front gate, as Naruto and Anakin activated their lightsabers and attacked, cutting through the droids alongside their men. Meanwhile, Koon jumped over the left wall with the aid of the Force, with Wolf and their soldiers following with their jetpacks. Comet, Sinker, Boost, get up there, Ahsoka ordered as she and Zul guarded the door. Before the Padawans could join them, they were incapacitated via stun net by a male Trandoshan. I can't believe my luck, Jedi younglings. Up with the others, they pressed through the battle droids, dwarf spider droids, and droid commandos defending the base's interior. The Jedi and their men converged on the command center alongside Tano's squad. Skywalker jumped onto the command deck and destroyed the tactical droid, securing the Republic's control over the outpost. The outpost is secure. Good job, Corporal. Anakin said before Naruto saw Comet without the Padawans as BD looked over his shoulder. Where's Commander Tano and Ziz? They were covering our flank when we scaled the wall. Everybody fan out. I want a perimeter sweep now. Naruto ordered as the clones nodded. Alpha, go and look at the wall where they were. Roger, sir. Ahsoka, state your location. Ahsoka, come in. Are you there? Can you hear me? Ahsoka, come in. Where could she be? Ahsoka, can you hear me? Ahsoka. Ahsoka and Duel. The two Padawans woke up in a cave before seeing the Trandoshan holding their communicators. You won't be needing this. He crushed it and left before Ahsoka looked at another alien captive. Hey, what is this place? Who are these pirates? These are Trandoshans, they're gonna release us and hunt us down for sport. The alien replied as Duel looked over. Hunt us down. Up in the cockpit, the Trandoshan went to two more. We have found new prey for the hunt. The youngling will provide a great sport. Perhaps your first Jedi kill. One turned to the younger-looking one. Are you ready, young Dar? They'll die by my claw. Your son will outplay all comers. The first said before going into hyperspace. We'll take this new batch to Island 4. The leader said coming out of hyperspace and landing on a planet where they dumped all of the captures. Time to see who's smart enough to join the hunt. Open fire. The captives ran towards the dead-looking trees and plants with several being shot. The two Padawans ran into the forest and waited for the ship to leave before another young woman with short black hair and a Padawan braid, a male Twi'lek, and a male Serene all covered in dirt dropped down. You need to come with us. Who are you? Duel asked as they turned to leave. We used to be Jedi younglings. The woman replied before they ran into the woods and came to a large hollowed-out tree. We never stood a chance. The Twi'lek explained as they walked into a circular area where there was a fire. They attacked us on a training mission. We were captured and brought here. The girl said as they sat. Why would they take younglings? Ahsoka asked before the Twi'lek turned to her. Because Jedi Knights are too powerful for them. I'm Khalifa. The girl said before gesturing to the Serene. This is Omer and Jinx. She finished and introduced the Twi'lek last. Who are you? Ahsoka Tano. Duel Zis. We were captured during the Battle of Felucia. We're Padawan learners. What's the situation here? Ahsoka asked the group. We were taken by those foul lizards for their amusement. To be hunted, killed, and mounted on their wall as trophies. Khalifa explained before Omer spoke up. We've been stuck here for more rotations than we can count. No one has come for us. I doubt anyone is still looking. Chew on that, Padawans, then rest. You'll need your strength, Jinx said as he laid in a dent in the back. Felucia. General, we've been over the same area a dozen times, and there's no sign of Commander Tano or Zis, Rex said before Aloha ran up. All I found were their sabers, plus some bottles near the entrance. Well, droids don't need that. Someone must have been staking it out for something then saw them. Naruto said walking up with BD. Trills. A bounty hunter maybe. Alpha spoke as Naruto sighed. Possibly, I know the separatists hire them from time to time to derail our missions or of course try to capture one of us. We have alerted our forces throughout the Outer Rim and intelligence assets inside the Confederacy. If she's spotted, we shall know about it. Plo Koon said, walking up to them. Skywalker, Uzumaki, our mission here is finished. We must return to Coruscant. I am not abandoning her, Anakin said before Naruto walked up. No one said you can't look for her in your spare time. Right now we have to go report or get in trouble. Call everybody in, Rex, we're leaving. Anakin sighed as they left for the ships. Island 4, morning. Ahsoka, Duel, it's time to go. Khalifa woke the two up. What's happened? The sun's almost up which means we clear out, Khalifa said as they stood. Where do you go? Zul asked, rolling her shoulder. We keep moving and keep those disgusting hunters from picking up our scent. That's your plan, Ahsoka said before Zul snapped her fingers, knelt, and reached for each boot to pull out knives before giving one to Ahsoka. What? Naruto taught me. If you two are Padawans, you would know there's wisdom in experience. We've been here longer. You will learn if you listen. And only if you listen. Khalifa said before walking out. The Trandoshans. The sun has risen, let the hunt begin. The leader yelled as his men gave war cries and ran out, revealing they were on a flying base and each went to a hover pod with blaster turrets. In the woods, the Jedi younglings and Padawans stopped running on a limb. Get down. Someone's coming. They hid in the leaves as two aliens, one male, one female walked by. Those two came in with us, we should help them, Ahsoka said before Khalifa spoke up, stopping her from standing. No, it's too late. Suddenly, Trandoshans flew up and shot at the two, killing the male as the female jumped into the woods. Look at her run. It's your shot, take her out. The second male pulled a sniper rifle out and shot the female through her chest as she jumped on limbs before the hunters left, having the group stand and leave. We could have stopped them. No, Ahsoka, we are not saviors here. Here, we are survivors. If they had spotted us, we'd be dead now. We'll never get out of here if we just keep hiding, Zul said, holding her knife in a reverse grip. We have to act. There were other Padawans here that once thought as you do now, Jinx spoke up. All right, where are they? Ahsoka asked before Khalifa stood. They're dead. Just because they failed doesn't mean we will, Ahsoka spoke before Omer looked up. You don't understand, it's not that we don't want to fight, we're younglings. They have every advantage. Ahsoka took off followed by Zul before they heard Khalifa. Get back here. Can't do that. Our master would never forgive me for running and hiding in a situation like this. Do not overestimate your abilities. We're not, Zul said as they got to the end of a limb. Ahsoka, Zul, don't, Khalifa stopped as they fell and landed on the ground before the leader's son dropped down. They used the force to pull him to a tree before each fought him with several strikes before he was lifted by Khalifa. Khalifa, don't kill him out of hatred. It's not the Jedi way. Ahsoka said before Khalifa dropped him, having Zul wrap her arms around his neck. He tossed her off before Khalifa used force to throw him into a tree. The others will be coming, Khalifa said before they ran. Ahsoka picked up the rifle that was dropped. Later, Ahsoka was fiddling with the gun as it wouldn't work. I don't understand, why won't this thing work? The Trandoshans deactivate the blasters if we take them. That is why none of us have any. Jinx spoke up from his bed before Ahsoka threw the gun away in frustration. It's been a long time since the Trandoshans captured another Padawan and brought them here, Khalifa said to the two who sighed. Thanks. I didn't mean it as an insult. I meant it as a sign, a mistake on their part. Ahsoka, Zul, your energy, your strength, it's what we've been lacking. We were beginning to lose hope and forgot who we were. And who are you? Ahsoka asked the three who stood. We are Jedi. All right, we need a strategy, Zul spoke up as she and Ahsoka stood up. So, what do you suggest? What about a base? I mean, they must have a compound or something, right? Ahsoka asked them while they shook their heads. Not that we've ever seen. So where did they come from? Zul asked, crossing her arms. We don't know, we've only witnessed them hunting and in their hover pods, Khalifa explained to them. If we are gonna go on the offensive, we'll need to find out where they live. We'll start covering ground tomorrow. Ahsoka spoke before they sat down to rest. The next morning they looked around the woods before Jinx spoke up. We have already covered the beach area and most of the briar on this side of the bay. If it was easy to find, you guys would have found it before we got here, Zul spoke up as he sat on a log. True enough. Maybe we should try more inland. Ahsoka asked, putting a hand on her hip. It's worth a shot. Guys, I think we're looking in the wrong place. Omer, who was looking up at the sky, spoke. That's their fortress. They looked up to see the base before the Trandoshans flew out on their hover pods. Split up. Omer, this way. The group split up as the females went one way and the males in another. As they dodged multiple blasts and ran into the trees, Khalifa is shot off a briar branch and lands, winded and injured, on the ground, with Dar in hot pursuit. Before he can shoot her, Ahsoka intervenes and engages him in hand-to-hand combat, before Zuul drops down onto him and knocks him off the branch. Dar then fell onto a large thorn, killing him instantly. Enraged, Garnak, who was Dar's father, opens fire on the young Jedi, fatally injuring Khalifa. "Khalifa, we have to move, hurry. Please, Ahsoka, leave me." "I won't. You have to." Khalifa coughed before continuing. "Ahsoka, please take care." "I'll take care of the others." Ahsoka interrupted as Zuul was looking around. "I know you will." She then closed her eyes and stopped breathing before hearing Garnak. "I'll kill you. You killed my son. I'll kill you. You can't hide from me." Coruscant. What is Ahsoka's strength? Plo Koon asked Anakin, who was at the console. "She is fearless. That can also be a weakness. Is she a worthy apprentice?" Plo Koon asked as Naruto walked in. "No one has her kind of determination. Except you," Plo Koon said as he walked around the Jedi. "I'll find her. This may not be within your power. Whatever you're trying to say, Master Plo, just say it." Anakin turned to speak to the Master. "I am suggesting that perhaps if you have trained her well, she shall take care of herself, and find a way back to you. Like Uzumaki has done to Zuul." "Zuul's too stubborn to go out this way," Naruto said, crossing her arms. "I trust she can find her way back." Jedis abducted. Ahsoka Tano and Zuul Zis are missing in action. Captured and released into a hostile jungle, they fight to stay alive with the help of a small band of Jedi younglings. As Anakin Skywalker and Naruto Uzumaki scour the galaxy, desperate to find their lost apprentices, Trandoshan sport hunters track their youngling prey. With the death of their leader Khalifa, and separated from their friends, we find Ahsoka and Zuul on the run as the hunters close in around them. Ellipsis. Island 4, Morning. Zuul and Ahsoka are running in the forest as the Trandoshans run just behind them. They continued pruning on limbs as one Trandoshan tracked them by sniffing the air and following broken twigs. One stopped on a branch and knelt to look over the edge. Underneath, the two Padawans are holding onto vines before a hover pod drops in front of him with Garnak. "Where are they? These two are faster than most, I've lost their scent." Hiss. "They can't hide forever. Mark my words, I'll have her hide and nail it to the wall for killing my son." He turned to leave as the other hunter jumped on. Later, the two Padawans went back to the hollowed tree and jumped in. "You made it," Jinx said, standing with Omer. "We feared the worst. Where's Khalifa?" Zuul sighed as she placed her knife back in her boot. "She didn't make it. She's dead," Jinx asked in surprise as Omer sat down. "I can't believe it. She has been here longer than any of us, and now we're all going to die here. It's only a matter of time." Omer finished, hands on his face. "If it's only a matter of time till we die, I say we go down with a fight," Ahsoka said, turning around to face the group. "That is suicide," Jinx stated as she walked over before Zuul spoke. "You've said that every few days they release new prisoners on the beach. I say we attack that dropship head on. They'll never expect it. Is it worth a shot?" Omer asked Jinx before standing. "Maybe it is." Later, they got to the edge of the forest and hid behind a tree before Ahsoka looked over her shoulder at the others. "Get ready, we'll have to be swift. The drop point's not far." They then saw a ship come out of the clouds before the lights came on. Now, the group ran onto a large rib bone and jumped onto the ship and attacked. One of the pilots got out and was wrestled down by Jinx and Omer. Zuul jumped over and stabbed the alien in his legs before using the Force to throw him off. Ahsoka descends into the ship to take down the other pilot. Their fight at the control consoles sends the ship drifting around aimlessly and damages vital systems, forcing the young Jedi to abandon their attempt. Just before the ship breaks apart, Ahsoka opens the cage release to let the other prisoners out. And found only one tall male alien that's covered in brown hair with an ammo belt over his shoulder. It's a Wookiee. The Wookiee growled at that before they all ran into the forest back to the tree. The Wookiee then started growling while Ahsoka translated. "Your name is Chewbacca." "Chewbacca, does anyone even know you were taken?" Omer asked Chewbacca, who gave a low growl. No, but he says his home world is very close. Ahsoka translated as Jinx sighed. That's great, but it might as well be Coruscant, as far as I'm concerned. We've got no ship. Chewbacca stood and gave several growls. He thinks he can contact his home planet if we find a way to transmit a signal. Right, and how would we do that? Jinx asked, going to his bed to lie down. Send smoke signals. We don't exactly have a transmitter lying around if you haven't noticed. Growls. Chewbacca says he can build a transmitter from the wreckage on the beach. Well, we can't just sit here, Omer spoke up, having Jinx sigh. Fine, we'll do it the Wookiee way. Later, they went to the beach where Zuul looked back at the others. Chewbacca, Ahsoka, and I will go out to inspect the crash site. You two stay here, and signal us if you see anything. The three walked to the downed ship as Jinx and Omer were hit by a large rock. As Chewbacca got on the ship, a hover pod flew over, having Ahsoka push the others back to hide. Get back, it's a patrol. The hover pad went to the woods where one hunter dropped down with a sniper rifle and laid on the root above the younglings as the others went into the ship. Hopefully, that patrol won't be back for a while. What are we looking for? Zuul asked before Chewbacca pulled stuff from the ship from each room they walked in. After pulling some wires, Ahsoka sighed as Zuul and Chewbacca put the stuff in a box. We better get going. That patrol might come back. They then walked out before glancing around. It looks clear, come on. And had a shot hit the sand. Sniper. Get down. Zuul yelled before they ran back into the ship and heard fighting sounds. They then walked out and saw the others fighting the hunter before Chewbacca ran up and grabbed him just as he picked a knife up. He twists the arm, having the knife drop before kneeing the hunter in the stomach and then starts choking him. Wait, we should take him, prisoner. Fine, Chewbacca, let's take him. Later, at the tree, Chewbacca was making a transmitter while the others tied the Trandoshan up. How's it looking, Chewbacca? Ahsoka asked the Wookiee who looked back. Growls. Will it work? Zuul asked as she saw lights trying to come on the device. Well, something's working, Omer said before the device fizzled out. We've got a prisoner. We should be using him to our advantage while we have a chance. Jinx stated as he looked back at the Trandoshan. I thought the prisoner was the backup plan. Ahsoka asked, looking over her shoulder, hands on her hips. It's clear enough that we cannot rely on that device. Growl. No offense, but we just can't sit here any longer, Jinx spoke up after Chewbacca growled. We should wait, Ahsoka spoke up before Omer stood. I agree with Jinx, we have to act while we have an advantage. Let's say we do it your way, what's the plan? Zuul asked, crossing her arms. We can use the prisoner to trick the enemy into flying one of their pods down to us, then we hijack the pod, fly up to their base and take them by surprise, Jinx explained before Omer looked at the Padawans. Ahsoka, Zuul, you got us to believe in ourselves again, and I believe Jinx's plan will work. Look, do what you want, but Omer and I are leaving with the prisoner in the morning, Jinx spoke before he and Omer went to their beds. Their hearts are in the right place. You know we can't let them go alone. Ahsoka said to both Zuul and Chewbacca. Growls. We're not going to be able to do this without you. We need your help. Who knows? Maybe our luck's just about to change. Growl. Morning. The group walked back to the downed ship before Ahsoka looked back. All right, we better get started. Right, time to call your friends, Jinx said to the Trandoshan. I'm not helping you, whelp. Chewbacca, we need him at eye level, please, Zuul said, having the Wookiee do that. You will listen to us, Zuul said as both she and Ahsoka waved their hands. No, I won't. You will listen to us, Ahsoka said, looking at the hunter. I will listen to you. You were our captive, but now you've escaped. Zuul continued before the hunter spoke. I was your captive but now I've escaped. You need to call a speeder to pick you up. Ahsoka picked up. I need to call a speeder to pick me up. The Trandoshan then called the base before hearing a voice. Smug, where have you been? I need a speeder to pick me up. A moment went by before a hover pod came down. Get in, let's go. Now. The group attacked the two off the pod before Chewbacca knocked them out as Omer dropped the pod by them. Want a lift? They then fly up to the base, but cannot prevent the guard from warning his compatriots and are overpowered after a vicious but short struggle. Kill them! Kill them! I want their skins! Unbeknownst to them, however, Chewbacca's transmitter has succeeded in contacting his people. A few minutes later, a Wookiee relief force, led by a Wookiee general and aided by the bounty hunters Suji and Serapis, arrives just in the nick of time to save them. Make it quick, General. We're charging by the minute. And if my ship gets damaged, it'll cost you extra. While a firefight erupts on the lower deck, killing the entire Trandoshan crew, Ahsoka follows Garnak into the bowels of the ship and defeats him in hand-to-hand combat. When he still attempts to kill her in retaliation for his son's death, Zul drops down and force pushes him out of the hatch and down onto the lower deck, killing him instead. Coruscant, Jedi Temple. Ahsoka. Zul. Anakin and Naruto greeted their Padawans as they got to a landing pad where they were with the Wookiees. BD jumped down and ran up to climb on Zul's shoulder. Yeah, I missed you too, Sparks. Beep. It is good to see you safe, little Soka. And you as well, Zul. Plo Koon said as he walked up to them. Ahsoka, I am so sorry. Anakin spoke up as the others left. For what? For letting you go, for letting you get taken. It was my fault. No, Master, it wasn't your fault, Ahsoka replied to her master. I should have paid more attention, I should have tried harder. You already did everything you could, everything you had to do. When I was out there, I had your training and the lessons you taught me. And because of you, I did survive. And not only that, I was able to lead others to survive as well. I don't know what to say, Anakin said in surprise. I do. Thank you, Master. You're welcome, my Padawan, Anakin replied as the Wookiees and bounty hunters walked away. Naruto's homeworld is in peril. Demons that once almost destroyed the world, were revived by someone. To prevent the world from being destroyed, the demon has to be sealed, and the only one who can do it is the Shrine Maiden Xian from the country of demons, who has two powers, one is sealing demons and the other is predicting the deaths of humans. This time Naruto's mission is to guard Xian, but she predicts Naruto's death. The only way to escape it is to get away from Xian, which would leave her unguarded, then the demon, whose only goal is to kill Xian, will do so, thus meaning the end of the world. Naruto decides to challenge this prediction of death. Konaha, morning. This isn't how I pictured your world. Naruto, in his armor, looked over at Rosalai, who had her hood down leaving her red curly hair out. What did you expect? With how you act. Caves. Because we're friends I'm gonna ignore that, Naruto replied as they got to Ichiraku's, and Naruto ordered them 2 bowls. Who's this Naruto? Naruto looked up to see Ayame. One of your girlfriends. Nope, I'm out of her league. Oh please, like I would date you, Rose said before eating a bite of the ramen. Not the worst thing I've eaten. All of you have no taste. Later, Naruto and Rose were standing in front of Tsunade in the Hokage Tower. This is over ramen, the busty Cage asked, pinching the bridge of her nose. She sighed, remembering hearing the arguing duo as Naruto was giving the Dathomirian a tour of the village before ending up in the tower bickering. She disrespected it, Naruto yelled, pointing at Rose. I did not, all I said was it wasn't the worst thing I've eaten. Blasphemy. Tsunade looked up and saw another blonde-haired man and red-haired woman standing in front of her for a moment before speaking. Look, I don't care what this is about, but leave. The two left as Rose looked over at the Jedi ninja. Do all of your females get that big of a chest? On the other side of town, a clone of Naruto was talking to Anko and Hinata at her dango shop. Are you sure about this? Yeah, Anko replied with a grin, dango sticking in her mouth. Why wouldn't we be? And from what you said, you can satisfy us. How many are with Ya? Ayla, Oola, Varys, and Rio. And I'm sure there's more out there, Hinata said from her spot beside Naruto, who looked over. At his new apartment, Rosalai, who was in the bathroom getting ready to take a shower, sneezed. In another village, a busty blonde woman sneezed too. That wasn't cool. In the other universe, Sabin, Tipali, and Tiplar sneezed as well. I doubt that, Naruto said as tore his eyes from her cleavage. Come on stud, we're only wearing these now because you're allowed to look. Anko said with a grin as she shifted her coat slightly to flash more of her chest. The next morning, Naruto in his armor laid across an archway looking up at the sky as ninjas ran around the village. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto sat up as BD looked out from his side to see Sakura was on the ground. Team 7's been called up, too. Right. Naruto rolled off and landed on his feet, remembering the rest of the ninjas going out to help with a stone army that was attacking in the land of demons. Hokage's office. What's up? Naruto yawned as he scratched his head while walking in. Sorry, tired from showing Rose around before meeting up with Anko and Hinata. He then noticed two teen boys standing by. Why are Lee and Neji here? Neji has fair skin and long dark brown hair, featureless white eyes and a black forehead protector. He's wearing a white kimono shirt with long, loose sleeves, matching pants, a navy gray apron tied around his waist, and black shinobi sandals. He also has a tan and black drawstring bag over his shoulder. Lee has shiny black hair in a bowl cut, round eyes with prominent lower eyelashes, and very thick eyebrows. He's wearing a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a red forehead protector worn as a belt. He has bandages around his forearms up to his fingers, and the standard Konaha flak jacket. Where's Kakashi-sensei? Lee is Sasuke's replacement. I look forward to working with you. Lee greeted them with a thumbs up and smile as Sakura gained a depressed aura for a moment. And Neji? Naruto asked as BD jumped onto the desk. He's Kakashi's stand-in. Kakashi and Guy have met up with our allies and are now headed for the battlefront. Neji will be the captain of Team 7. The busty Cage replied. Why him? Shouldn't we get someone with more experience? Naruto asked Tsunade, who leaned back in her seat. Neji is a Jonin. Furthermore, in this group, the only one who is still a Genin is Naruto, you alone. That's how it is. A part of me wants to stop coming over here now because of that. So where are we fighting? Naruto asked Tsunade, who shook her head. I will not be sending your team to the battlefield. This is an escort mission to guard a VIP. The enemy's been moving for several days now, and leaving a steady trail of destruction in its wake. We know this ghost army is a type of puppet jutsu. In other words, they're lifeless dolls being manipulated by someone. Sakura asked as Naruto shrugged. The fastest way would be finding the person responsible and taking them out. The one calling the strings isn't human, Tsunade spoke looking up. Morio is a very powerful demon. There was a shinobi who once tried taking over this entire continent. He used Morio's power to raise an invulnerable army. The demon's horde descended on one country after another, devastating everything in its path, bringing these countries to the brink of destruction. That very army is the same one we find ourselves facing today. Tsunade pulled out a scroll and stood before continuing. Back then a priestess from the Oni no Kuni land of demons named Moroku used a powerful ninjutsu. She opened the scroll showing it was a map of the elemental nations with each country being a different color. She then focused on one that was red and pointed at it. She sealed away Morio's soul in the Oni no Kuni's underground palace. She then moved from a light brown country to a green one. And the body within a shrine in Numa no Kuni, land of swamps, averting disaster. Newly resurrected, the demon's once again taken command of his ghost army and is making his way to the sealing shrine. If Morio's body and soul become one, and his resurrection's completed, the situation will be irreversible. And there's no other way to stop him. Naruto asked, looking at the map. No, you need to take the priestess to the shrine so she can seal him away again. The fate of the world depends on it. Tsunade finished looking up at them. Gates. The team with backpacks on stood at the gate with 5 speeders hovering by it on the outside before Neji spoke. Okay, our mission is to ensure this woman's survival. Sakura, you're to stay with our charge at all times. Got it. If anything should happen, we'll require your medical expertise. Lee, your role is to fend off the enemy. Roger that. Lee saluted before Neji continued. We don't know what we're up against yet, so your taijutsu will be the best defensive option. Since it doesn't rely on chakra. Leave it to me then. I shall protect you with a sheer will. Then let's get going. Aren't you forgetting something? Naruto asked with a deadpan before Neji looked over. Oh, right, you run defense with Lee. See, was that so hard? In the Hokage Tower, Shizune looked down at Tsunade who was looking over papers. Do you think he's going to be alright out there? Neji's exceptional at intelligence gathering thanks to his Byakugan. Plus he's a Jonin. The blonde replied not looking up. He has good judgment, and his defensive skills are excellent. He's perfect for guarding our VIP. It's not Neji, Sakura, or Lee that I'm worried about milady. Naruto's strong, he spent 6 years training, and yes in skills that are not chakra but he has those Jedi abilities that no one will have a plan for going forward, Tsunade said before standing and looking out the window. Unknown location. In a wooded area, a man sat on a sedan chair surrounded by stone statues and dead bodies. He has fair skin, long black hair, light tan eyes with black pupils, and a facial goatee. He's wearing gray attire, a black trench coat, and martial artist shoes. Yomi. Where are you, my foursome? Right before you. 4 people landed in front of him. The first is a man who has fair skin, pink long hair, and pink eyes with black pupils. His bangs covered his right eye and went down below his chin to his neck. He has white attire with a hexagram symbol similar to the others, a dark blue shirt inside, black gloves, a belt with 2 shuriken holsters, and martial artist shoes with golden anklets. Kusuna. The next is also a man who has fair skin with long blue hair and light-colored eyes, a white attire with a hexagram symbol, a belt with a pouch, black gloves, and martial artist shoes. Setsuna. The third is a woman with fair skin, orange shoulder-length hair, and black eyes offset by blue lipstick, white attire with a hexagram symbol, black gloves, a shuriken holster on her right leg, and martial artist shoes. Shizuku. And the last is a man with pale white skin, white shoulder-length hair, and red eyes. He had a blue cloth around his mouth. He also has white attire with a hexagram symbol, a blue sleeveless shirt inside, and martial artist shoes. Gitai. Head immediately for the Oni no Kuni. Kill the priestess, who passes on the sealing jutsu. Yomi ordered the group who nodded. As you wish. Take this with you, Yomi said as 4 dark snakes came out of his sleeve and went into Kusuna's skin, making his eyes glow red. You are the only one who can manipulate this. Go. Hurry. Oni no Kuni. Up on a cliff overlooking a temple, Yomi's group looked on before Gitai looked at Kusuna. Brother, hurry it up. No need to feel rushed, Kusuna replied before 3 snakes came out and into the others, having their eyes glow red before a surge of chakra exploded and they changed. Gitai became bigger and gained 2 extra sets of arms and a tail. His skin also became a tarnish color and he gained green markings on his arms and face. Setsuna's hair poofed up into 3 triangular-shaped puffs of hair. He also gained 2 red square-shaped markings coming from the top of his forehead and one of them going over his eyes. Shizuka's eyes became purple and her pupils became larger. She also gained 3 blue markings, one going from the top of her head and going down over her eyes and the last one going down over her nose. Her hair became messy and a little bit longer. She also gained 2 spike-like appendages jutting out the back of her elbow, one on each elbow. It's working. Each of our chakra natures as is discussed earlier. Kusuna said smiling before they jumped at the temple. Let's go and do it. Don't fail. In the temple, a teenage girl with long light blonde hair cut similar to Hinata's woke up as she heard a small bell rung before her eyes glowed purple. What's this? She asked, seeing Naruto being stabbed by a snake demon. Alert! Alert! Guards outside started running as the 4 ninjas shot kunai and other weapons down onto them, killing multiple guards. Go! Tighten the guard around the sleeping quarters. I am entering. Lady Xian, we have intruders. Please prepare to escape, one guard said running into the room. The 4 ninjas dropped down and attacked the guards before Shizuku threw kunai at Xian. Lady Xian. One guard jumped in the way before Naruto jumped through the window and ran at the ninjas slashing through their weapons. Glancing back to see one guard behind him, Naruto turned and threw his hands out sending the 4 flying out before creating clones to attack before being joined by Sakura and Lee. Up by a waterfall, Neji was fighting Kusuna before hitting him back into a wall of the temple. Hake Kusho. 8 trigrams air palm. Kusuna got up and jumped up to the roof being joined by the others before dodging Lee and Sakura as Naruto dropped down holding his saber. The ninjas left, leaving the Konaha nin to jump down to Neji, who turned to see a guard carrying Xian. There's no need to not fear. I am from Konaha. Konaha. Xian trailed off as her eyes glowed and saw herself as a kid. What's the matter, Lady Xian? The guard asked, looking at Xian. It is trying to resurrect itself, once again. Later, the group is back in the temple in a room as Xian sat in front of the others, now wearing a lavender kimono with her hair tied back with a golden crown. This is Lady Xian, priestess of Oni no Kuni, Taruho explained to the group. I am Neji Hyuga, leader of Team 7 from the Hidden Leaf Village. Neji introduced himself before the others followed. I'm Rock Lee. I'm Sakura Haruno. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto finished as BD dropped down and stood in front of him. And this is BD. Trills. We came to escort Lady Xian to the ceiling shrine, Neji said before Xian, whose eyes were closed, opened them to look at the team before Taruho continued. As a result of last night's assault, many lost their lives. And just as in her precognition, Sasuke was among them. That's right. And here I am, safe and sound. They must have no regrets. Xian said, gaining Naruto's attention. Hey, wait, they all died for your sake. So what's with that attitude of yours? Hey, Naruto, stop. Sakura said before Naruto raised a hand to her as Shino looked at Naruto. What? Is there something on my face? You are going to die, she stated as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Shortly, you will be pierced in the chest and die. Later, the group is resting in another room with Taruho before he speaks. Please forgive her. Lady Xian often has precognitions about people's deaths. Taruho explained as Naruto looked over. That's it. I mean, everyone dies, there's nothing to change about that. Until today, she has been correct 100% of the time, Taruho explained, having Naruto look at the guard. Again, saying, I'm going to die is not that special. Besides, I got family waiting for me and I'm not going to die on this mission. Later, the ninjas without Neji are packing before Neji walks in, sighing. This is ridiculous. How much more time are they going to waste? Taruho insists on taking more men and wants us to wait until all preparations are made. At a time when every minute counts. Sakura said as Naruto put BD on his back. I doubt many would join if they realize it's better if we go as a small group. You, Shinobi. I am ready to depart. They turned to see Xian now in a bra-like white top, with a mustard yellow jacket, which looks a little big for her, and red pants cuffing off at the knees. Follow me. There's a reason I hate the bodyguard VIPs, Naruto said before standing and walking out with the others. They then walked up to the waterfall before Naruto looked at Xian. Dead end. This is the waterfall where priestesses purify themselves. Inside it is an escape route. Xian replied before jumping as 5 speedster bikes dropped down with a clone of Naruto on them. Xian, you're going to be with me, as the others didn't have time to learn, and Sakura is still learning, Naruto explained, getting on one as Xian got on the back while the others got on. Are you sure about leaving without Taruho? Neji asked as the bikes started. I am the priestess of this land. It's my choice whether to leave my attendants or not. Suddenly Taruho dropped down. Taruho. What's the big idea? Xian asked from her spot. No matter when or where, I must keep an eye on you. You're just a burden. Go back to the country. I will not, Taruho said to the priestess. Go home. I will not. Go home, I said. I will not. Then get on the last bike, Naruto said as one clone poofed away before Taruho got on back. Later, the group is riding on a mountain before stopping, and Neji uses the Byakugan to look around. Don't see any signs of the enemy. He thought before turning to the others. We'll camp out here. That's for the best. These bikes would need to use lights at night and that'll put a target on our backs, Naruto said as he saw the sun starting to set. I'm hungry. Prepare my meal. Xian spoke up, having Naruto sigh. I swear Tsunade picked me for this mission as some sort of payback for something. After fixing a cold dinner to not use fire, Xian started throwing food onto the ground. The soup is cold. I can't eat this, nor this. Taruho bowed at that before speaking. My deepest apologies. Putting a bonfire is like giving the enemy your location, so. I'm turning in, she said before walking to a sleeping bag as Neji, Sakura, and Lee took the first watch from her. During the night, Naruto talks to Taruho about how Shion only gets premonitions about people who get close to her. And that forced everyone from getting close to her even as a kid. Dawn. I don't need you. Go back home. Shion said to Taruho while Naruto was getting the speeders ready. I cannot leave your side, Lady Shion. You're just a burden. Naruto sighed again before glancing at the sky. I'll get you back for this Tsunade. Boop. Naruto looked down at BD before smiling and patted his head. No, we can't knock her out. You've had precognition, haven't you? It's all right. Please tell me honestly. Taruho spoke before Shion started to speak. When my pulse rages and I hear the high pitch of the bell, I have visions of the future. Last night, I heard the bell and saw your future. If you continue to accompany me, Taruho, you will die. Later, the group rode by a ravine with a river before Neji looked over from his seat. Lady Shion, once we get past this place, the sealing shrine will be very close. Please endure this a bit longer. For this mission, we must wait for the enemy to attack. Be on guard and do not take individual initiatives. Especially you, Naruto. Naruto squeezed his handle a little harder before speaking. I know that. Just then, a large water dragon came towards them from the front of them. What is that? A water dragon. And a big one, too. They're attacking with water, not fire. You were completely off the mark. Shion yelled as Naruto went to the side of the ravine. Get up to higher ground. He yelled as they rode up and came to the top. We don't know which way they're coming from. Protect Lady Shion, Neji ordered as they got in a circle around Shion. Goodness. All that talk about water being plentiful and to our advantage. If this is what we get from Neji, whom I thought was the most sensible, I fear for what's ahead. Shion yelled back at Neji who looked around. There must be someone nearby who is controlling the water dragon. Byakugan. White eye. Veins appeared around his eyes before looking forward. There. Two of them are on the top of the ridge. If I'll remember correctly, when she attacked the land of ogres she used fire-style chakra. It's not unusual for a Jonin to be able to control different chakra. But I didn't detect any water-style natures from the chakra spiraling out from her chakra points. So they're on top of the ridge on the other side, Naruto said, pulling out both his sabers. No, do not move from here. Look, we can't wait. I got new powers that at the very least should detain them, but we need to get Shion to the place I'm going. You all ride with my clones to get further away. Wait, Naruto. Neji yelled as Naruto jumped over while having a clone follow the speeder. I can't let Naruto go alone. I'm going, too, Lee stated before jumping after. Lee. Neji yelled after his teammate before sighing. Those guys. We have no choice but to let them handle it, Sakura trailed off having Shion scoff. The bushy brow and the idiot. Up ahead, Naruto dropped down at Shizuku who dodged his swipes, having the dragon explode as it got to the others. Lee then ran up to Naruto before the ground cracked and a section raised. What is this? Looking up, Lee saw Gidai walking to the edge. I'm going to be your opponent. We'll see just how much your fists can withstand. Naruto watched as Shizuku raised a foot before water fell from her shoe. Sweden. Mizu Kamikiri. Water style, surface slicer. A linear wave of water shot at Naruto, cutting the rock before Naruto dodged and then ran to the woods. Are you trying to use all the trees and rocks as a shield? What a carefree fellow you are. She shot water at Naruto who jumped into the trees. I get it. You think it's better to escape upwards. Well, I like that. She shot water up, having Naruto jump out of the way and creating clones. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clones. All of them dropped before seeing an orb of water that had whips come out hitting clones. Sweden. Suiruben. Water style, dragon water whip. Back at the cliff, Lee jumped up in the air after Gidai and kicked him onto his back on a boulder, Konaha Daisenpu. Leaf's severe hurricane. Doden. Kokujutsu. Earth style. Petrifying jutsu. Lee then dropped down and landed his heel on Gidai's forehead, cracking the boulder down the middle. The finishing blow. This isn't child's play. Let's get flashier. Gitai taunted before rock covered his body and he grew bigger before punching Lee back on the edge of the cliff. Petrifaction. Such amazing density and power. But I can't lose. Lee loosened the wraps on his arm and ran at the ninja. Omit Renge. Primary Lotus. Lee delivers an upward kick to Gitai, sending him high into the air. Lee follows along, taking a tight hold of Gitai before flipping to fall to the ground spinning. Lee then jumps away just before they hit the ground, creating a crater as Gitai's head goes into the ground. How boring. Lee looked up in surprise as rock limbs came out of the dust they kicked up. It's true that you don't know any ninjutsu. Don't think you can beat me using only silly taijutsu. Gitai taunted Lee as the dust cleared, showing his larger body encased in rock from the neck down. Are you saying my taijutsu doesn't work on that body? Lee asked before dodging swipes. I don't know who your teacher is, but he really must be a useless jerk. Say what you will about me, but I will not allow you to badmouth Guy-sensei. Teacher. Lee dodged another swipe from a spiked arm before kicking Gitai in the face before jumping in the air and crossing his arms. Guy-sensei, for the honor of my way of the ninja, please allow me to use that technique. Simon. Third gate of life. Lee's skin turned red, his pupils disappearing, his hair stood on end, and bulging veins all over their body. He then ran to Gitai, arms still crossed. Showman. Fourth gate of pain. He sped up and punched Gitai in his chest, cracking his rock. What is this? It isn't over yet. Toman. Fifth gate of closing. Lee jumped up and came back down for another punch that Gitai blocked with his arms, creating a dust cloud. This is fun, Gitai exclaimed as he came out of his rock armor. You suddenly became stronger, huh? However, I've got tricks like that, too. He brought his left hand up and revealed the snake was moving under his skin before coming out. He then ripped the head off, squeezed the blood out and ate it before transforming again. Overflowing. I'm overflowing with power. What's this? Lee asked as chakra shot into the sky like a pillar. He transformed again. Gitai became taller, gained 2 sets of arms under him, giving him 6 arms, and gained 2 faces on each side of his head as the lava came out of the ground. Eat this. He had lava head towards Lee, who tensed before dodging by running around avoiding lava that came out of the ground at him. You like to move around a lot, don't you? Well then, how's this? I'll destroy everything. The edge broke, having Lee fall before Gitai followed. Lane order to get out of this dire situation, should L risk death to open the next gate. Flashback. Lee looked at a covered-up chocolate bonbon before looking up at Guy. Lee, in a super dire situation, ate this. Is it a new medicine? Lee asked, having Guy smile. It's a whiskey bon, I mean it's a chocolate bomb. Guy corrected himself, having Lee spin around. It makes me so happy that you're thinking of me so much. I can't wait till I get into a super dire situation. No, use this only when you are in a super ultra ultimate dire situation. Flashback end. Guy-sensei. Lee thought as he picked up the bonbon. He flicked it at a rock, having it unwrap before jumping off another to eat it. What's going on here? It tastes just like the usual medicines. He thought as his face brightened. You ate something just now, didn't you? What was it? Lee spun down to Gitai, punched at his shoulder blades, breaking the rock before falling, jumped back up, then spun kicked the spot, breaking Gitai's rock, and had his rocket to the ground before exploding. Neji blocked a kunai in the forest that tried to hit Xian in the back before the group stopped. Neji. Go. Okay. Naruto sped up, having one stay back with Neji, who turned to see Setsuna, who threw kunai at him from all directions before he spun. Hakusho Kaden. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Neji spun, creating a dome of chakra around him, deflecting the kunai. Quite impressive. But how long will your chakra last? Setsuna continued to throw kunai, having Neji continue to spin before he stoned to jump backward. He then looked between the two of them. Looks like L used too much chakra. But why won't they use their combo attack? Lieutenant can't be. He kicked a blade over at Kusuna, beheading him, revealing he was a puppet clone. Looks like you figured it out, huh? You're not the only ones who use clones. The clone said with a chuckle. Up ahead, Kusuna dropped down on the speeder and hit the clone, having it slow down before hitting Sakura in the neck with a snake. Masui Senjutsu. Anesthetic Jutsu. Sakura reached into her pouch and pulled out a vial. Elle must remove the toxin before it spreads. She thought, bringing up the vial to the bite. Suddenly, veins bulged on the bite as she froze, widening her eyes. My body won't. Kusuna dropped down by her, knocking Sakura off the branch. Up ahead, Shizuku looked around, not seeing Naruto before shooting spikes from the ball of water again. Pretending you're down won't work, you know. Sushu Gorugan. Water attack Gorgon. A stream of water came out with a snake head on it before Naruto dropped down with a Rasengan spiraling sphere. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Naruto hit Shizuku, revealing she's a water clone before looking around. My job is to separate you from that Byakugan user. Damn it. Naruto cursed before dashing away. Later, after catching up with Lee and helping him catch up to Neji and Sakura, hey. As Naruto dropped Lee to the ground, he saw a dead Shien on the ground. Sigh, shit. BD dropped down and sadly beeped as he looked over at Shien. He then looked up as another Shien walked out of the woods up to them. Shien, Naruto trailed off before looking at the others. What's going on? Why are there two Shiens? The one who died was Taruho, Shien said before Neji looked down to explain. When he parted from us, Taruho said he would prepare for such an emergency by taking a different route towards the shrine. But who could have imagined this was what he meant? Sakura picked up, remembering seeing Taruho transforming into Shien and walking up to her. Taruho insisted on becoming Shien's double and I couldn't stop him. That was a fucking needless death. Naruto sighed as he looked up at the sky. Taruho was a fool. There is no need to grieve for some fool who chose to die. Shien said as Naruto walked up. If it wasn't for him, that would be you laying there. Do you realize who he died for? Quiet. Shien yelled before running away. Quiet. Be quiet. Wait. Naruto yelled as he ran after her. Don't you feel anything for him? He asked as he caught up to the priestess who was leaning against a tree. When someone close to me dies, how can I not be heartbroken? I am not allowed to cry. Otherwise, it would desecrate the memory of the many who have died for me until today. Foresight is a power to protect the life of a priestess. When a priestess perceives her death, the soul of that priestess leaves the body and shows her past self images of the moment of death. At the time of death, she sees the attendants around her. The priestess tells her attendants about her visions, and these attendants believe that they must take her place to prevent her death. That is the setup of precognitions. Sacrificing others, so that I may live. So these precognitions are warnings of the priestess's death. Naruto asked, crossing his arms. I should just die and that would solve everything. How often have I thought that? But that is not allowed. If I die, there will be no one capable of sealing the Morio and the world will be destroyed. No matter how painful or sad it is, someone must be sacrificed and I must continue living. Shien yelled as she sat, bringing her knees up to her chest. That's crazy. Why must only those from the Oni no Kuni sacrifice their lives? That's how it should be. That's how our people are. We will endure, no matter how unjust. As the priestess and people of this land, that is our destiny. And you're okay with that? Are you really okay with that? Naruto asked as she sobbed. Unknown location. The three ninjas are reporting to Yomi while kneeling in front of him. We lost Gitai. But the priestess of the land of ogres has been eliminated without fail. Baka. Fool. The Morio soul within me is aware. The priestess you killed was an impostor. The priestess with the sealing power still lives. Go. This time, make sure it's done. Yomi said as he rests his head on his hand. Yes. The Konaha group. The group finishes burying Taruho before Naruto speaks. Taruho, we'll protect Shien without fail, so rest in peace. Naruto, we will wait here and stop the enemy. You will be responsible for taking Lady Shien to the sealing shrine. Neji ordered, having Naruto look up. Me. Neji, Naruto's death has been foretold, Lee said, before Sakura looked over. Shouldn't one of us go? No, that is the reason why you must go, Naruto. All right, I understand. Naruto replied with a thumbs up. Don't turn back and go straight ahead. Lee said with a thumbs up as well. The sealing shrine is nearby. Sakura smiled as she placed her hands on her hips. Run, Naruto. Right, let's go, Shien. Naruto said, getting on a speeder as Neji jumped on a nearby boulder. Byakugan. White Eye. He looked ahead before thinking. Lee said he saw during his battle with the enemy, if they have a jutsu to replenish their chakra externally, they can absorb chakra natures they never possessed in a short period. However, forcing chakra of a natural one is not used into the body comes with a huge risk. A storm cloud formed as multicolored lightning hit the forest. Lee, Sakura, endure this for now. I'm sure they'll replenish their chakra. At that moment, he thought before everything calmed down. Neji then jumped down to see the three ninjas panting before getting in his stance and gaining their attention. Hake Rokujian Sho. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He jumped over at Kusuna and jabbed him 64 times, ending with a double palm thrust to his chest. Why doesn't the chakra enhancement work? I used my gentle fist to puncture all your chakra points, severing your chakra flow. Neji said as Kusuna landed on a rock. Cha! The ground cracked as Sakura punched it before Lee kicked Setsuna into the air. Sakura hit Shizuku as Lee drove Setsuna to the ground. Naruto and Shien. We're here, Lady Priestess. That's the entrance over there. Naruto said as he stopped on a hill and saw a cave with decorations on it. Have you been here before? No, I just had a premonition. Trills. Like you know jokes, Naruto said to BD on his bar before driving down. All right, go seal this Morio quickly and defy that so-called destiny of yours. Suddenly, stone beings came out of the ground around them. Terracotta army, that they're on the march means he's already nearby. What'll we do? Hold on tight. Naruto drove through them using the force to hold his sabers up to slice through their legs before one hit the front of the bike, sending Shien flying off the nearby cliff. Naruto dived and grabbed her before they hit a pond at the bottom, having Naruto swim them over to the shore. He placed Shien against a tree before sighing. You shouldn't have saved me. Then you wouldn't have to die. At least, until the world is destroyed by Morio. Shien said as Naruto shook his hair dry. Maybe. But, I won't die. Absolutely no way. Naruto grinned as BD got on the shore and shook as well. Then I'll be the one to die. I won't let you die either. One of us has to die. Don't decide that. We can change it any way we want. Naruto yelled as he turned to her. Don't make me say it so often. There's no. She stopped as she turned away. I'll protect you. But there's no way you can. Trust me, Naruto said with a thumbs up. I have a strategy. And it'll work this time. Naruto. All right, let's go, he said, having her get on his back as BD got on hers. Naruto. Promise me. Sure, I promise. Naruto smiled before jumping back up the cliff. He created clones that attacked the stone army with various jutsu before he went to the entrance of the cave. Naruto. Go. Hurry and go, Naruto said before turning to slice the sword of a soldier. Shien ran inside and down a tunnel to a lava-filled room. How you've grown. Looking ahead, she saw Yomi on his chair on the other side. You resemble Moroku. Let us offer our greetings to the young priestess. My name is Yomi. Long ago, your mother Moroku stood in the way of my ambitions. Do you remember that day? We had resurrected Morio as our leader and the 1,000-year kingdom was within our grasp. Your mother, if only that priestess had not been there, he said as soldiers came up, having her run. Stay away. Stay away. Suddenly, the bell on her shirt shined, having a laser come out and slice one soldier. Why are you so shocked? Could you possibly be unaware of your power? What a surprise. Just what have you been taught all this time? Just for this day, every day, I honed your sealing jutsu. Yomi interrupted with a chuckle as it got brighter, revealing a stone standing behind him. Then hurry over here and seal me. Can you? Shien then started walking as she heard the battle outside before getting near Yomi, who smiled. I shall tell you. I cannot kill you. And you do not have the power to kill me. Because originally, we were the same entity. That is a lie. You are trying to trick me with lies. She yelled at him. Is there any reason for me to lie? He asked as she walked to the stand. I shall, right at this moment. The seal refers to you and I becoming one. Your mother, Moroku, accepted that. That stopped Shien as she got on the stand to look over. Yes, Moroku, your mother, is within me. Because of the enormous power to ensure that we did not err in using it, we have separated ourselves into two hearts, and two minds, and we have lived demonstrating each other, thinking of each other, staring each other down. Although before long, our names were changed to the priestess and Morio. Light, dark, good, evil, such words cannot bind us. He finished as Xian raised a hand. Hatsu, Jin, Kai, Xian exclaimed as a circular barrier formed around her. A barrier. Min, Shin, Gon, Reppu, Shozen, Mika, Dan, Raku, Sho. Stone pillars came up as she did signals. Fu, Sai, Dan, Gika, Ragu, Baggy. Suddenly, Yomi latched onto her from behind, having her scream as she saw his dead body lying by her. You were too hasty, priestess. You should have waited until this one decade to put up the barrier. Xian jumped onto a table that formed before being blown back into the barrier. Once a barrier is up, we cannot get out. Yes, until one consumes the other. And that is decided by each other's chakra. The door opened up as black mist went into it as she heard Morio's voice. Now you shall return it. My flesh and body. You have my thanks. That one no longer had the power to break the seal on the shrine. What have I done? Xian asked as the barrier died down. What was the purpose of all these years? Xian, have you done it? Is it completely sealed? Naruto asked, running inside. Naruto. Suddenly, the ground broke, having her fall in. Xian, Naruto yelled as an energy serpent attacked him. He dodged attacks as another formed before an energy bell formed around him, protecting him from strikes before he landed on the ground. One serpent exploded as Naruto looked up. What? What did you do? Naruto ran over and pulled Xian out, who gasped. Open your eyes. Breathe. Can you see? Can you hear? What is your heart telling you? That it wants to die like this. You want to fade and disappear. But, she said before Naruto continued. I can't hear you. Xian, say it in your own words. I don't want to. She yelled as Naruto started forming a different colored Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. I and all my comrades don't want to lose anyone. There's no need to accept a destiny that you don't like. More. Release all your feelings, he said as energy broke the cave as a large Rasengan appeared over their heads before he dropped down. Eat this. Naruto to Xian no Cho Chakra Rasengan. Naruto and Xian Super Chakra Rasengan. They dropped into the chakra and destroyed it. I promised, right, that I'd change your destiny. Dawn. Later, the group with Kakashi, Guy, Shikamaru, and Tamari looked at the new volcano as the sun rose. Well, thank goodness it ended with just this. We ended up creating a new volcano, Lee said, hands on his hips. It's because we let him handle it, Tamari said as Naruto and Xian came out of the dust. Well, this means your priestess days are over, he asked, standing off his bike as she got off to look back. No, I must still continue as a priestess. I realized it when I was inside him. It is the evil in people's hearts that gave rise to the Morio in this world. Who can say that a second or third Morio won't appear? She asked as he picked up a canteen. And I must be especially careful of a genin. I won't curse my fate again. Being a priestess is my mission. Isn't that so, Naruto? She asked as the others walked over to them. And this power must be passed on to the next priestess. How about it, Naruto? Won't you help me in doing so? Naruto, who was drinking, spat out his water before coughing. The Akatsuki is on the move. While on a mission in Kaminari no Kuni, Land of Lightning, Naruto stumbles across two members of Akatsuki, Hidan and Kakuzu, the zombie combo trying to get the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, Two Tails Yugito ni. Now, Naruto hopes to save another Jinchuriki from the clutches of Akatsuki. Konaha, Hokage Tower, morning. Thank you for your report. Tsunade said to an Anbu who nodded before Shunshin, body flicker technique, away as Shizune looked at Tsunade. It sounds like the Akatsuki's about to make their move, milady. Which means it's only a matter of time before they come to Konaha. True, if worse comes to worst, Naruto can just go to the other dimension until we deal with them. But, what would Akatsuki do to Konaha if they saw he was not here? Deidara isn't the strongest member and he had a technique that could destroy a village. Tsunade sighed as she looked at the report on her desk. Outside, Naruto, wearing his leather jacket with a strap over his chest, black pants, and brown boots, sat on top of a staircase remembering his last meeting with Sasuke. I feel like it's going to take everything in my power not to kill him. Looking to his left, he saw part of the temple was finished on top of the mountain before hearing a voice having BD pop his head over Naruto's shoulder. Looking over, he saw Sakura wearing a yellow shirt under her vest and a black skirt before standing. "Hey, Sakura." Naruto stood as BD looked at Sakura, who stopped. "I guess we can go meet Kakashi now." Naruto nodded before they left down the street. Later, the trio is under a tree at a picnic table before Asuma walks up with Shikamaru and a teen boy and girl. The boy has a rotund build and markings on his cheeks in the form of swirls. He has spiky, light brown hair that's waist length. He's wearing a red suit with plated armor on his torso, arms, and upper legs, having the kanji for food on the front, a red hayate, and stud earrings. Choji Akamichi, Chunin member of the Akamichi clan. The girl has fair skin, light blue eyes, and long platinum blonde hair worn in a ponytail, with bangs covering the right side of her face and a red clip on the left as well as stud earrings. She's wearing a purple outfit consisting of a high-collared blouse bearing her midriff and a matching apron skirt. She also has mesh armor on her thighs, elbows, and knees. Ino Yamanaka, Chunin, member of the Yamanaka clan. "Hey, Kakashi, I was hoping to run into you," Asuma said before Shikamaru walked to Naruto as Ino walked to Sakura. "That new guy is cute, though he does remind me of Naruto," she whispered to the pink-haired teen who leaned over. "That is Naruto, he got sent somewhere where time was faster at first and he aged 6 years," she said before they glanced to see Shikamaru whispering. "Lady Tsunade told me about the Sasuke mission before that thing with the army. Next time that happens, I'll help out. Especially now that the Chunin exams are over." "She told you that we gotta treat him as a Nukenin?" Naruto asked, glancing at the girls. "And bring him in even by death?" "Yeah, though Ino doesn't know," Shikamaru replied to the Jedi ninja. "It'll be better if Tsunade tells her if she goes on a mission to get him." Naruto mused, knowing Ino was one of the many girls that had a crush on Sasuke during their academy genin days. "Why don't you guys head on to the barbecue restaurant? Team Kakashi, you're welcome to join us if you like to." That got the teens and Naruto excited before Asuma continued. "I need to talk to Kakashi alone about some business. In the meantime, the barbecue's on me, okay?" Later, at a booth, Naruto put some meat on a grill in the middle of the table. "Where's Shikamaru?" Naruto looked up to see Sakura sitting at the end of the booth as he was seated beside Ino before Choji spoke up, wiping his mouth. Said he had to help his father collect antlers to use for their medicines. "It's not like him to miss a mission celebration," Ino said, putting some of the cooked meat onto her plate. "Shame, I got presents for everyone," Naruto said, getting their attention. "Gifts?" Ino asked with a smile as Naruto nodded. "Yeah." Pulling out a scroll, Naruto unsealed a bag of seasoning for Choji, a medical book for Sakura, and a small flower for Ino. "I got Shikamaru, a game called chess. It's like shogi but some pieces move differently." Back with the Jonin, Asuma was looking up at the monument before crossing his arms. "Word is, things are starting to heat up outside the village. The thing is, if the tailed beasts are their objectives, they'll certainly come here sooner or later. They want Naruto." They both turned to see Shikamaru walking up to them. "You guys don't need to leave me out of this. I'm just as concerned about the Akatsuki as you are. And Naruto. Is he going to be okay? What if those guys from the Akatsuki attack? Worst comes to worst, Naruto could go to the other universe he got sent to," Kakashi replied looking up from a green book. "He is helping out in a war there, at the very least, the Akatsuki wouldn't get him." A couple of days later, Konaha morning. On the deck of a house, Asuma, smoking, was playing shogi with Shikamaru, who was without his vest. Asuma then placed a piece down, having the Chunin raise an eyebrow. "Really? The climbing silver move right off the bat like that? What's your hurry?" Shikamaru asked, bringing his hand to his chin. "Let's take our time. Why rush?" "To penetrate the enemy lines," Asuma replied, taking his cigarette out to blow smoke out. "Sometimes you have to be willing to risk a bold move." I thought you hated risky moves like that. Just like me. To defend your king from a superior opponent, one must make some sacrifices, Asuma explained, putting his cigarette back in. What's going on with you? Oh, nothing to speak of. The Jonin replied, taking a drag. It's just I'm coming to understand the true importance of the king. Well, sure, you lose the game if the king is taken, Shikamaru replied with a grin before looking down at the board. If I chose shinobi to represent the pieces, you'd be more like the knight. Why's that? It's not the most powerful piece on the board, but it can leap over any of the others. It's a unique ability. It reminds me of how flexible your mind is. Asuma explained as he took another drag. Okay, which one are you? Shikamaru asked, having the Jonin look down at the board. Me. Nothing special, I'm just, he replied, putting a piece down before removing his hand, revealing red writing on it. The sacrificial pawn, huh? Shikamaru then moved a piece to the pawn and knocked it away. Now, do you know which one the king is? Shikamaru looked up before looking at the king piece. Well, the Hokage, right? Yeah, that's what I used to think too. But it's not the case. Then, who is it? Shikamaru asked as Asuma smiled. You'll know when the time comes. Later that afternoon, Asuma was at the back of the cemetery looking at the grave of a person with a red flame gravestone on top. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a pack of cigarettes before tapping it to have one pop up. Putting it in his mouth, Asuma then picked up a Zippo lighter and lit it before taking a drag. He remembered his father getting into arguments with him and even having the same discussion he just had with Shikamaru. And now I think I'm finally starting to understand what you meant. I'm sorry I used to duck out of the village the way I did and go off on my own. Not that I regret any of it. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and blew the smoke out before continuing. Maybe it wasn't so bad after all, being born into the Sarutobi clan. You've fulfilled your duty as leader of the village. I see that now. He then placed the cigarette on the stone before sighing. I see now how good a father you were. It's hard being both a father and a leader. Asuma turned to see Naruto standing behind him before he walked up as BD dropped down and scanned the stone. You're constantly being at odds with doing what's best for the village, and your family. Or you're just a dick bitch in it for the power. What are you doing here, Naruto? I come here to visit as well, Naruto replied as a breeze blew by before he reached into his pocket and pulled out a black pack of cigarettes. You smoke? Nope. This is for you, cigarettes from the universe I went to, Naruto replied before handing them to the Jonin. I also got you and Shikamaru a chessboard. A what? Chess, it's the other universe's shogi. I think a piece or two moves differently though, and you can't bring them back when they're taken. A week later, Kumogakure. Village hidden in the clouds. In a sewer just outside a village, a woman ran down a tunnel. She has long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages, dark eyes, and red lipstick. She's wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which have a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand. She also has a high-8 with a cloud on it, sandals, and a kunai holster strapped to her right thigh. She also has bandages around her arms and legs as well as a red belt around her waist. Yugito ni, Jonin of Kumogakure and Jinchuriki of the Nibi. She glanced back several times before getting to the end, then jumped in, avoiding a red tri-bladed scythe that was thrown at her. Well, quick on your feet. She heard a voice as she turned in midair to face the entrance. Then again, my attack is the worst. And my speed is the worst of all the Akatsuki. Two people then walked into the light, one holding a cable connected to the scythe. He has medium-length gray hair that's slicked back and purple eyes. He has no shirt on but bears the Akatsuki's cloak, which he has slightly opened, revealing his scratched high-8 around his neck. He has gray pants with matching shinobi sandals, dark green nail polish, and an orange Akatsuki ring on his left index finger, which bears the kanji for 3. Hidan, new Kenin of Yugakure, village hidden in hot water. Akatsuki member. The man beside him is rather tall with green irides, no pupils, and red sclera. He has on a gray hood that covered his hair and a black mask leaving only his eyes visible. He's wearing the Akatsuki cloak, with a scratch in the middle, and gray pants with matching shinobi sandals. He also has brown nail polish and a dark green Akatsuki ring with the kanji for north placed on his left middle finger. Kakuzu, new Kennen of Takigakure village hidden by a waterfall. Akatsuki member. I see, I knew you must be Akatsuki, Yugito stated as they stopped by the water. She's all yours, Kakuzu said, having Hidan grin. Still, you're pretty good, I'll grant you that, he said as Kakuzu glanced at him. Careful Hidan, she's the Nibi's Jinchuriki host. Underestimate her, and she'll kill you. Oh, come on Kakuzu. There's nothing I'd like better than to be killed. Let's finish it, Kakuzu said before Hidan pulled a silver amulet that's a triangle in a circle out and started muttering. You can be a pain in the neck sometimes. It's a pain for me as well, you know, Hidan replied, opening his eyes. You idiots, you think you have me trapped, don't you? Yugito asked before bringing her hands together. Well, you haven't. In fact, I'm the one who's trapped you. A tag on top of the entrance burned before exploding. Boom. It was followed by the other entrances as well. Now that I know you're members of the Akatsuki, I can't let you escape. The two new Kennen looked at the cave before Hidan looked at his partner. Look at that. We walked into a trap, Kakuzu. No matter, this makes things even easier. I'm Yugito Ni, of Kumogakure. And you're dead. Hey, careful. You want to watch it making threats like that. Hidan pointed at her. When people get full of themselves with tough talk, it annoys me. And if I get annoyed, pretty soon I get mad. And then I lose my temper. Shut up Hidan. Kakuzu turned to Hidan who sighed. Okay, I'm just saying. When I lose my temper, I sometimes get an overwhelming urge to forget my objective. We can't screw this up after what happened with the One-Tails Jinchuriki. They felt a surge of chakra before looking to see Yugito get on all fours, and her hair breaking loose from its bindings as blue and black chakra covered her like fire. It then formed into a large two-tailed cat with yellow eyes. Later, outside the sewer, a speeder stopped by an entrance to the sewer before Naruto stepped off and looked down to see footprints, one female, and two males. What the hell? He asked before going back on the speeder and going into the sewer. He then stopped as he came to a cave-in before bringing his hands up and pushing the rubble away. Riding, he looked to see Hidan laying down with a spear in his chest as Kakuzu was sucking Yugito's chakra into a gourd as she was impaled to a wall. 1. He turned to drive down as he heard Kurama in his mind. That's Nibi's chakra. Then she must be the Jinchuriki. Naruto thought as he sped down having the two look at him. Hidan was suddenly sent flying down the tunnel as Naruto pulled his blaster up. He shot Kakuzu in the chest several times before stopping under the unconscious Yugito. He then used the force to pull her down and placed her on the back of the speeder. Turning, Naruto sped to the opening he created and missed Kakuzu start to move as Hidan cursed. Outside, Naruto took a stim and stuck Yugito in the arm. Don't die on me. You should take her to that big-titted leader of yours. Kumo's closer though, and from her headband, that's her village. Did they have as good a medic? She was impaled and had to know how much chakra sucked out. Fine. Naruto then turned to the left and sped up as fast as the bike could go. Konaha, 2 days later. Naruto sped through the gate and up to the hospital before stopping in front of Tsunade and having her jump back. Naruto, what the hell? She needs help. Naruto thumbed over his shoulder at Yugito having Tsunade look and sigh. What happened? Akatsuki. Tsunade yelled out for a stretcher having two medic ninjas take her on a stretcher before Tsunade saw her headband. Sight, this could cause trouble, brat. Maybe at first, but they should be glad we saved her, Granny. Naruto said before Tsunade grabbed him by the ear and pulled him in. Ah, let go you old ba-ah. Later, Naruto rubbing his ear stood in front of a room before Tsunade walked out. She's stable, but with our relationship with Kumo you're going to have to guard her. Why me? You brought her here. It's because I called you old, isn't it? She smiled at that. I'm not that petty. Now sit. Naruto rolled his eyes before sitting on a chair beside the room. Careful Naruto, she could have done worse. Like what? Like suffocating you in those things she calls tits. Eros Senin would have done that long ago if she did punishments like that. Another village. Achoo. Jiraiya sneezed as he was looking through a bamboo fence before paling. There's a pervert. Kill him. Remove his balls. Jiraiya then took off running as he had rocks, kunais, and knives thrown at him. Curse whoever talked about me. Konaha. Naruto sneezed slightly before leaning back and rubbed his face. What are you doing here, stud? Bringing his face down, Naruto came face to face with a mesh-covered pair of breasts. Tearing his eyes from the barely covered chest, Naruto looked up at the grinning face of Anko. Guarding a patient, you. Visiting a friend. Anko put her hands on his shoulder and stepped to have her legs on either side of his waist before sitting on his lap, having her skirt right up, and flashing him a pair of purple panties. Groan. You're really making it hard. I knew I had that effect on ya. Hard to not just bend you over and take you, Anko, but we don't want to move too fast, Naruto replied, putting his hands on her mesh-covered hips. They then started to make out as Naruto reached around, to squeeze her ass, having her moan in the kiss before she pulled back, face grimacing before reaching up to her left shoulder. Naruto placed his right hand over hers before pulling her in for a hug as he saw red coming off her shoulder. 2 days later. At the gates, Kotetsu and Azuma saw a group of people walking in the gates. The first has dark skin with a large muscular build, blonde hair combed back, a small mustache, and a goatee. His face has pronounced cheekbones and tear troughs under his eyes, and a prominent crease across his forehead. His top lip also has a darker hue than the bottom one. He's wearing a white haori without a shirt underneath and a yellow hat. He has black Fuma shuriken tattoos on both shoulders and large, golden vambraces on his wrists. He's also wearing a gold belt around his waist with a boar's face engraved in the center, black pants with torn ends, Kumo Nin shin guards, and shinobi sandals. Yondaime Raikage, fourth lightning shadow. Beside him is a dark-skinned young woman with green eyes. She's wearing very formal attire consisting of a long-sleeved, high-collared dress shirt showing the cleavage of her large bust as well as some mesh, and skirt, along with a pair of long earrings and high-heel sandals. She has light gray hair that's pulled back into a bun with 2 bangs that fall on either side of her face. Mabui. Behind her are 3 more people, a male, and 2 females. Right behind Mabui is a tall, fair-skinned woman with a curvaceous figure and a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde haircut in an asymmetrical bob style. She's wearing a very low-cut outfit that displays her sizable cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots, and what appears to be a modified white flak jacket that covers her stomach only, similar to a girdle. She also carries a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. Samui, Jonin of Kumogakure. Behind her is a young, dark-skinned man with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He's wearing a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, red bandage hand guards, Kumogakure shin guards, and a black forehead protector along with a Kumogakure flak jacket. He has a thoughtful expression and is sucking on a lollipop. He also carries a long sword on his back. Omoi Chunin of Kumogakure. And finally beside him is a dark-skinned kunoichi with long spiky red hair and amber eyes. She's wearing a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges complete with the Kumogakure flak jacket, 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles, and a forehead protector which she has on like a bandana. She also carries a long sword on her back. Karui, Chunin of Kumogakure. They continued walking towards the Hokage Tower, Mabui and Samui getting looks as they walked. Hospital. Naruto was standing by the still sleeping Yugito who was in a hospital gown before she suddenly shot up. Hey, Naruto said, putting a hand on her shoulder before he was punched, having him fall back into a tray table and knocking the stuff off it. Tensions between villages. The Raikage and his team have come to Konaha to get Yugito ni, the Jinchuriki of Nibi that Naruto saved from the Akatsuki. They believe that Konaha was kidnapping Yugito to bolster their power and steal one of their strongest kunoichis. Konaha Hokage Tower. Tsunade was stamping papers before Shizune walked in and closed the door behind her. Milady. Looking up, Tsunade stopped her paperwork. Yes, Shizune. The rakeage is here. Tsunade sighed at that before standing as the doors opened again showing I and his group. I can guess why you're here. Cut the shit Tsunade, I know you took Yugito. We did no such thing. Tsunade bit back slamming her hands on her desk. My ninja found her after a fight with Akatsuki. If it wasn't for him, you would have lost her. Hospital. Naruto walked down the hall before bumping into Hinata. Oh hey, Hinata. She smiled as she leaned up to kiss him. Hello, Naruto, why are you here? Guarding one of the patients, they got injured nearby and Tsunade wanted security just in case they or one of our ninjas tried anything. Oh, let's go see them then. She said turning and started walking, having Naruto blink. Ah, he ran up to her and grabbed her left arm. Let's not, Tsunade wants no visitors until she gets a hold of the leader. Who is the leader? Hinata asked, crossing her arms under her bust, pushing them up, and having her nipples shown more. Not at liberty to say, Naruto replied as he smiled nervously before Hinata narrowed her eyes. Seriously, Tsunade said I can't say. Right, she said as she walked past him, having Naruto follow. Looking up to a mirror at the end, his eyes widened when he saw Tsunade with the rakeage before grabbing the Hyuga by the waist. Ah, look to make it up to ya, take a clone into the closet here. Creating a clone, he pushed his girlfriend inside before the clone walked in. She tried to walk out, only to gasp as the clone groped her tits from behind and pulled her back before closing the door. Naruto then ran down the hall and up to the group. Hey, Tsunade, here for our guest? He asked before seeing I narrow his eyes. Minato. No, my dad's dead. Naruto replied as he glanced at the others before hearing Kurama. If it wasn't for your Hyuga girlfriend and the silver-haired one, I would say big tits really are a blonde thing. Naruto mentally sighed as he glanced down at the two large sets of breasts and silently agreed with his tenet. I heard that. Damn it. He mentally cursed before hearing a cough, having him turn to Tsunade who cleared her throat, having her breasts jiggle. Sorry, talking to the mangy mutt. Fuck you. He's cranky from not having his month-long nap. Naruto finished before glancing at the others. Yugito's fine, she's down this way. They all walked down the hall and past the closet door before Hinata's hand came up on the window for a moment before sliding down. Up ahead, the group walked into Yugito's room where the kunoichi was lying on a hospital bed in a hospital gown. Yugito, are you okay? Karui asked, pushing past Naruto who sighed. I'm okay, Karui, I just had a tough time with members of the Akatsuki. If it wasn't for my shinobi she wouldn't be here, Tsunade spoke, crossing her arms under her bust. It's true, Yugito spoke up at that, as she looked down at her lap. I used Nibi's chakra in my strongest mode but I still couldn't beat them. Don't worry, she thanked me. Naruto rubbed his jaw at that. I'm still feeling it. And how the hell did you beat them? I asked Naruto who glanced at him. I didn't. I pushed them away before grabbing her and leaving. The blonde replied. They were trying to get her chakra so I attacked them from behind and then grabbed Yugito. I have trouble believing that you did that, Karui stated, crossing her arms. I couldn't care less. Naruto deadpanned. That's what happened. But she's a Jinchuriki. As am I, Naruto stated as BD looked over his shoulder startling the group. Bullshit. Karui pointed at the blonde. Your Jinchuriki's a teen. You're like 20. Yeah, I am the Jinchuriki. Naruto then had red chakra cover him for a moment. Let's just say, your intel's out of date. Training field. Naruto in his jacket with it unzipped showing a red shirt, black pants, and brown boots stood opposite Kakashi in a field as the wind blew. Okay, any reason we're here? Naruto asked as BD popped over his shoulder. Trills. To create an ultimate ninjutsu for you. The Jonin replied, hands in his pockets. One that is uniquely your own. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. Doesn't the force count for that? That's more of a bloodline as you're the only one capable of doing it. This will be a jutsu that goes beyond the Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. To do that, you'll need to master two techniques. How to change your chakra's nature and how to change its form. Okay. Naruto shrugged at that. Where do we start? First, show me your Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Kakashi ordered as Naruto held out his hand and had the Rasengan appear. Okay, you have the first part down. Changing your chakra's form. Naruto had his Rasengan disperse. Okay, now the chakra nature. Take the Chidori 1000 birds for example. Going through several hand signs, Kakashi then held up his right hand while his left rested on the elbow. This is a jutsu that requires both a change in the chakra form and a change in its nature simultaneously. Watch carefully. First, I concentrate the chakra in my right hand. Naruto saw a chakra form in his hand similar to a ball of flame. Then I change the nature of it so it's like an electrical current. Electricity formed around it. Oh, that's adding your element to it, right? Yes, now I change its form so it'll discharge at whatever range and power level one want it to. Naruto heard chirping before seeing electricity form around Kakashi and on the ground. BD jumped off and scanned Kakashi before running back as electricity covered the hand. Naruto winced as a phantom pain went through his chest. That's the secret. We're going to do this to your Rasengan. Make a more powerful version by changing the form and nature. Okay, I remember reading that right before going to the other dimension. Naruto mused, bringing a hand to his chin. Kakashi dispersed the jutsu before looking over. Do you know your chakra nature? Nope. Never found that thing you needed and it was when Shikamaru got me for the retrieval mission. I know there are 5 of them and that each nation is named after the element that is the most popular one. Like ours is fire, and soon is wind. Kakashi reached into his pouch and pulled out a small stack of paper. He then grabbed one in his other hand and held it up. We'll find out using these. He glanced at the paper before it crinkled up. If you have lightning, like me, the paper will wrinkle, earth, it'll crumble away. Water, it'll get wet. Fire, it'll burn up. And wind, it'll be sliced in half. He then held the stack out to Naruto before continuing. This is litmus paper. It's made from a special type of tree that is grown and fed with chakra. When it's exposed to even the slightest hint of chakra, it reacts according to the chakra's latent element. BD looked over Naruto's shoulder and scanned the paper as Naruto grabbed it. Let's find out what nature you are. Alright. Naruto added chakra to it before it was sliced in half. Well, your chakra nature is wind. That is perfect for battle. Now, you gotta properly use and control it. Now, it usually takes a while to train, but I think I figured out a way to cut time. Cool, Naruto said before Yamato dropped down beside them. Huh, Yamato. What are you doing here? Kakashi thought my expertise would be of use. So he asked me to help with your training. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Not at all. I was just explaining that Naruto could use clones to train with. Oh, that's right, Naruto said looking over. I forgot that those clones could do that. Forget. Kakashi blinked at that as Naruto shrugged. Yeah, going almost 10 years without using them I forgot what they could do. So how many should be good? Kakashi looked around before pointing to a tree by them. That many. You need to slice a leaf in half between your palms using only chakra for the next step. Okay. Naruto nodded before bringing his hands up as BD dropped down. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless Narutos appeared before they ran over and each grabbed a leaf before they started to add chakra to their hands. Later, all the Narutos are trying to cut the leaves as Yamato was sitting in a circle of poles to take care of any QB chakra going haywire. After dispelling some clones, the real Naruto looked at Kakashi before walking over. Kakashi, is there anyone in the village who's a wind user as well? Oh, you want advice? Well, there's one person I can think of. Knowing him, he's playing shogi right now. Shikamaru and Asuma. Shikamaru moved his queen piece by Asuma's king and smiled. Checkmate. Seems you're paying for our meal after our next mission. Sigh. Yeah. Asuma sighed as he had a cigarette in his mouth before looking at the board. I really was surprised they had a game similar to shogi. Hey. They turned to see Naruto dropping by the porch. Do you have a minute? I need to ask you something. They all went to the back as Naruto explained his training. You're doing change in chakra nature training. Yep, just came for tips as I'm a wind nature. I never would have pegged you for a wind user. Asuma smiled as Naruto nodded. Please, I need your help. I need to master it right away. Asuma looked off before smiling. Alright, if you pay for Team Asuma's next barbecue dinner. Hey, that's not cool. Shikamaru groaned out. Alright. Naruto shrugged at that. The other dimension uses different currency, so I have a bit saved up. Asuma handed him a trench knife with the blade going over the knuckle in a zigzag pattern before holding the other up. These are my chakra blades. He then had chakra cover the blade before continuing. They're made from a special metal that can absorb chakra nature. Now, try sending your chakra in it. Naruto did that and grunted at the difficulty before chakra covered the blade with slight bumps on it. To activate it, imagine your chakra splitting in two, and grinding against each other, like sharpening a blade between them. Finely and sharply, that's the trick. Okay, Naruto tossed the blade back and disappeared. So that was a clone the whole time? Shikamaru asked, walking over. Training field. The clone's eyes widened before they grinned and went back to training. Okay, let's take a break. Kakashi looked up from his book to speak to Naruto. The clones dispersed as the real Naruto groaned. Damn, I forgot the fatigue that makes. An hour later, Naruto makes more clones to go back to training and then is able to slice the leaves in half. Hearing a noise, Naruto saw Yamato create a waterfall hill before making a log bridge near the top. We'll take another break to get your chakra level back. Fire Temple. At the bottom of a mountain, Kakuzu turned on a road holding a map as Hidan walked behind him. How much farther is this place? We're almost there, Kakuzu replied before Hidan saw him walking up stone stairs. You're kidding. More climbing. There'd better be a Jinchuriki at the end of this. Or I'll get mad. You know what happens when I get. I don't give a damn what happens, Kakuzu said, not looking up from the map. And if you don't stop whining like a spoiled brat, I'll kill you. Oh come on, what's that about? Are you trying to scare me, or what? Hidan asked before they walked up the steps. You're a real antisocial jerk, you know that. They walked up the steps and came up to a large temple. A temple, really? Hidan asked, looking at the entrance to a temple. You're sure this is the right place? This is no ordinary temple, so the odds are good. Kakuzu walked to the gates and had his arm turn black before punching it down, scaring the monks inside. They walked inside as they saw one monk walk toward them. He's a bald man with dark eyes and very thick eyebrows. He's wearing the standard attire of a ninja monk along with the sash worn by members of the 12 Guardian Ninja group and is barefoot. Chiriku. I don't know what your business is here, but keep moving. You won't kill us without a cause, huh? Hidan brought his scythe off his back. Charming, however, that's not one of my beliefs. He finished as Kakuzu explained that the monks here all have a unique power and that Chiriku was one of the 12 guardian ninjas. The two then dashed at the monk who brought his hands up before multiple energy fist punched them. As Chiriku promises them a funeral, Hidan is outraged at the idea of his funeral rites being presided over by another religion and receives Kakuzu's blessing to kill Chiriku, although he stipulates that Chiriku be recognizable at the end to claim the bounty. The notion of killing humans for money is found despicable by Hidan, but he nonetheless charges Chiriku with his triple-bladed scythe. Konaha, Hokage Tower. So putting aside any of the variables that might arise, you feel this is the best assessment of the situation? Tsunade asked, handing a stack of papers to Shizune from her seat. Yes. Put it on order within 2 or 3 days and have it ready for distribution. I'm counting on you. Understood, milady. Shizune then walked out, as Tsunade sighed. Sorry to put you through this, Shizune, but we can't sit around and do nothing. In the training field, multiple shirtless Narutos stood on the log and started adding their chakras to the water. Kakashi looked up and saw a short break in the water before it hit the small pond. Fire Temple. Hidan was laying in a circle that resembled his necklace with a spear in his chest before Kakuzu grabbed the now dead Chiriku. He looked to see all the other monks were also dead before missing one who was hiding before running away to alert Konaha. As Kakuzu left, Hidan moved his arm, pulled the spear out, then stood to follow after his partner. They then walked down the steps and down the road. Konaha Hokage Tower. This up to Asuma's death is canon, feel free to skip till you get to the bold one. After the monk got to Tsunade, she gathered enough of her force for 20 teams of 4 ninjas each, including Team Asuma thought they would be separated before explaining the mission of exterminating the Akatsuki members who are in the Hai no Kuni. Outside the village, Asuma was running in the trees with Shikamaru, Izumo, and Kotetsu, who had 2 blades wrapped up on his back in an X. Asuma-sensei. Yeah, what's up? Asuma asked Shikamaru, who was beside him. Well, it seems like you knew that Chiriku guy. He was one of the 12 ninja guardians with me, Asuma explained before continuing on with his time with the guardians. The temple's nearby, hurry. Several hours later, in the village, Tsunade gets reports on the other teams that could not find the Akatsuki members. Back at the training ground, Kakashi, after having Naruto cut the waterfall, explained that the Rasengan spiraling sphere is actually incomplete as his father meant to add his element to it. You're kidding, Naruto asked, crossing his arms. And you didn't tell me earlier. Well, you disappeared. Kakashi shrugged at that. But the 4th wanted to add his chakra element to it. Naruto nodded before creating countless clones, and each one created a Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Fire Temple, morning. Later, Asuma's team arrives at the Fire Temple, where they are told by Banzai, an old monk, that Chiriku's remains were not to be found. Izumo reminds Asuma that Chiriku had a bounty of 30 million ryo on his head and that the Akatsuki are most likely on their way to collect. Asuma and his team head to the closest land of fire bounty station, while Izumo sends word to the other teams to check out the other 4 bounty stations. Before they leave, however, they receive a prayer from Banzai. As Asuma's team heads towards the land of fire bounty station, Shikamaru remarks that Asuma has not lit a cigarette in 2 days and that the last time he did so was when his father, the 3rd Hokage, died. Shikamaru asks what the relationship between him and Chiriku was, and Asuma tells him that their relationship was akin to that of Shikamaru and Choji. However, he does add that Chiriku is not the reason that he has stopped smoking. Bounty Station. Hidan and Kakuzu arrive at the bounty station, where Kakuzu presents Chiriku to Zange, the bounty exchange master. Zange confirms the authenticity of the corpse and presents Kakuzu with 30 million ryo, while the complaining Hidan decides to go outside. Kakuzu alerts Zange that he will not be returning for quite some time as he is headed toward Konaha to locate a Jinchuriki. Zange tells Kakuzu that he does not think that Hidan is a suitable partner for Kakuzu, as he believes his face is unlucky. Kakuzu tells him that while Hidan does not care about money unlike them, he is the perfect partner for him. He further explains that he has killed all of his former partners in the past due to the fact they provoked him and awakened his killing intent. However, Hidan is unkillable, which makes him the only partner to work with. Outside, Hidan was sitting on the steps before hearing a step. Kakuzu, took you long enough. He looked over his shoulder, only to see Asuma holding a shuriken. He quickly stood and pulled his scythe out, having the long tether block the stars. Hidan then threw his arm out, having his blade fly at Asuma, who dodged, having it hit the concrete. Hidan then looked to his left to see Kotetsu holding one blade while Izumo appeared on his left holding the other. He tried to move only to glance up to see Shikamaru on the building with a hand sign and a shadow extending to connect him to the Nukenin. Way too slow. Shikamaru grinned as Hidan was stabbed in his vitals on both sides. That's one of them. Ow, that hurts. Hidan said disinterestedly that he was stabbed. Who are you, people? He asked, shocking the 4. What the hell? We hit him in his vitals. Quit sticking it in like that, Hidan spoke looking at the 2. I said knock it off, that hurts. Is he immortal? Izumo asked as Hidan sighed. Isn't it obvious, you fools? Now, once again, who are you people? He asked before looking at Asuma and saw his sash. That symbol. That's the Guardian Shinobi something or other. Oh terrific, looks like we're going back to that office again. Chiriku. Asuma thought before speaking. We are the Shinobi of Konaha. Our orders are to capture or eliminate you Akatsuki. We already know you usually operate in pairs. My original idea was to take one of you out and capture the other. Asuma then grabbed his knives. But I guess that has to change. Hey, well, it's your unlucky day. I'm afraid you chose the wrong ones to start with. Your partner, where is he? Asuma asked as Shikamaru started to sweat before Kakuzu appeared to punch the Chunin. Asuma looked to where Shikamaru was as the building broke before seeing him jump out with Kakuzu right after. He dashed to block the attack before yelling, "Katetsu, Azumo, retreat." The two jumped back at that as Shikamaru's shadow line was cut. "That fellow in front," Kakuzu mused before looking over at Hidan. Well, Hidan, this time you struck gold." "Kakuzu," Hidan pulled his scythe back to him. "Just stay out of this. I want these three for my ritual, you can have them after." "Very well, but don't get careless, or you'll wind up dead," Kakuzu said as Hidan started to draw the circle with his blood on his foot. "Not that again, knock it off, will you? Believe me, I wish someone would kill me. But, that's not possible." Asuma offers to attack Hidan while the others back him up, with Shikamaru providing support with his shadow sewing technique. Shikamaru remarks how Asuma is not the one to make a sacrificial play and remembers the day Asuma taught him how to play shogi, and how he had beaten Asuma using a sacrificial move known as the climbing silver. Shikamaru asks Asuma if he is intending to use that same strategy, but Asuma comforts him by telling him that he does not intend to sacrifice his life. Using his chakra blades, Asuma engages in a fight with Hidan, who not only has to dodge Asuma but has to evade being caught by Shikamaru's shadows. Hidan attempts to use his scythe to kill Shikamaru, Azumo, and Katetsu, but the attack is blocked by Asuma, who got in a fighting stance where his left hand is making a half ram and then extending his right hand down with his palm parallel to the ground. Reigo, Senjusatsu. Welcoming approach, thousand arm murder. A gold spirit hand hits the blade before another hits the Nukenin back. Hidan dodged shadow strings before taking shurikens as he ran to the others, leaving his scythe on the ground in front of Asuma. He pulled his scythe back, having Asuma run before blocking a kunai. Hidan then jumped back and pulled the scythe towards Asuma, who blocked it, only to widen his eyes as he felt the top blade nick his cheek. Hidan pulled his blade back before Asuma tossed his knives up and did multiple hand signs. He then blew gunpowder out of his mouth as Hidan licked his blood. Kaden, Hisekisho. Fire release, burning ash. Hidan then calmly walked to his circle while the cloud surrounded the area. His skin turned black with white lines reminiscent of skeletons before Asuma lit the powder via a flint in his teeth. Boom. Once the smoke cleared, they saw not only Hidan burned the upper right half of his cloak but Asuma as well. "Hurts doesn't it?" Hidan asked with a grin as Asuma dropped his right knife. Picking it up, and pocketing it, Asuma adds his chakra to his other knife. He then rushes toward Hidan with his chakra blades. Hidan uses his retractable spear to stab himself in the leg. Ah! Asuma screamed as the same injury appeared on his leg as well, and he collapsed. "And the ritual begins," Hidan said as he stood. "Hurts doesn't it? Ha 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 ha. And I didn't even hit a vital spot. Ha 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 ha." Hidan attempts to stab himself in the heart to finish off Asuma, but Shikamaru manages to stop him in the nick of time with his shadow neck binding technique. Shikamaru then stood and started to slowly move his foot. Hidan then mirrored the action, and when his foot was out of the circle, Asuma threw a shuriken nicking Hidan in the ear. Nothing happened on his own and Shikamaru moved Hidan completely out of the circle before shadow tethers came out of the connection and held the Nukenin in place as Asuma walked over and had his chakra cover his blade. Once getting to the Nukenin, he then slashes his neck, decapitating the Nukenin. Chakura-2, Maichamanji. Chakra blade. Straight line. "I told you to be careful, didn't I?" Kakuzu sighed as Hidan's head rolled away. "If you wanted my help, you should have asked sooner. It was you were the slow one, Kakuzu." Hidan yelled from his new spot as his body fell to the ground, shocking the others. "It was on purpose, wasn't it? You were the one who told me to stay out of it at the start. I don't think you're in any position to complain right now." Hidan groaned as he looked at his body. All right, maybe I did, point taken." The Konaha ninja looked between the two as they talked. But it wasn't out of disrespect or anything like that. "Anyway, Kakuzu, would you mind bringing my body over here? Please, Kakuzu. Old friend, pretty please." Kakuzu appeared at Hidan's head and picked it up by the hair. "Hey, I mean to bring my body here to me. It's lighter this way," Kakuzu said, holding a metal briefcase over his shoulder with the other hand revealing his arm has stitches around it. "Ow, ow, ow. Hey, Kakuzu, you're pulling my hair. I thought your neck wound would hurt more. It does. It hurts like a son of a bitch. This is no ordinary injury, let me tell you. Hidan bit back before looking at the others. Yeah, it hurts. You fools have no idea how painful it is having your head sliced off. As the Konaha shinobi tries to think up a plan, Kakuzu dashes to Asuma, kicks his wounded leg, and uses the case to hit him in the head to the ground. He then jumps on Asuma's back with his knees. Kakuzu then walks to Hidan's body, sets it up, and places his head on the neck. Putting his hand on Hidan's neck, strings came out and stitched him back together. Hidan then stood as Kakuzu explained not to move much to keep the stitches from removing. Izumo uses his water release, starch syrup capturing field while Kotetsu uses his conch shell mace. Although Kakuzu avoids being hit by the mace, he ends up being struck by the starch syrup. Using his special ability, he unwinds his hands revealing the strings inside and controlling them. He uses them to keep Izumo and Kotetsu in a death grip as Hidan draws his circle and attempts to finish off Asuma. Asuma, however, attacks back with his chakra blades, but misses. Hidan slices Asuma with his retractable spear then pulls his triple-bladed scythe and attempts to impale Asuma from behind, but misses when Shikamaru manages to warn Asuma in time. 1. The scythe ends up embedding itself within Hidan, but as Hidan had ingested Asuma's blood and was in his Jashin circle, Asuma is wounded too. Wanting to finish Asuma off, Hidan takes his retractable spear and aims for his heart. No. Suddenly, the spear shifts to Hidan's left hand, cutting it off. Ah! A shadow appears over them before Naruto dropped down in his armor holding his saber handle as a woman dropped beside him. She has black hair and yellowish eyes. She's wearing a pair of pants and a red short-sleeved shirt, bandages wrapped on each lower arm, and a yellow ring wrapped around each knee. She also has the 12 Guardian Ninja waist cloth around her waist. 212 Ninja Guardian. 2. Bones tend to Asuma. Alpha, Crackshot, and Talon protect him while we deal with the threats. Yes sir. The clones said as they landed and pulled Asuma to the side before Alpha, Crackshot, and Talon formed a circle around him and Bones. Who the hell are you? Hidan yelled, clutching his wrist. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the one that beat you last time to save Kumo's Jinchuriki, and I am the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Naruto said spinning his handle, turned the saber and tossed it at Kakuzu's tethers forcing him to let the others go and jumped back. Only for him to freeze as Naruto stabbed him in the chest. That hurt. Naruto looked up in surprise before speaking. 2. Take care of the jackass over there. Got it, she yelled as she tackled Hidan out of his circle. How'd 2 know we'd be here? Asuma asked as Alpha glanced back. Your leader let the daimyo know and she found out that way. He explained before Aoba, Choji, and Ino dropped down. Asuma-sensei. Naruto ducked under a swipe from Kakuzu and jumped back with his lightsaber before seeing Kakuzu take his cloak off. How the hell are you alive? I know I got you in your small black heart. His eyes then widened as he saw Kakuzu's body was stitched up and he had 4 masks on his back, one where he stabbed him broken. Shit. Kakuzu's back then broke open revealing his tendrils that formed bodies for each mask. Well, I'm just gonna pretend I'm going to sleep well for the next couple of weeks. He finished just as the broken mask body died. Kakuzu. What the hell was that? Hidan yelled at his teammate. You put on that big show and now one of them drops dead before we even fight. Hidan, just stay back. Naruto looked at the mess that was the broken mask before glancing at Kakuzu. That mask died, it came out from the spot that I hit him in. Reiso Gekishin. Lightning rat violent quake. Naruto saw 2 discharge electricity and shot 5 discs at Hidan who ran around having them hit something else as they honed in on him. As he landed, 2 then tackled him as she had electricity covering her body. Raiden Takuru. Lightning release. Tackle. Ah, that hurt bitch. Hidan yelled out before bringing his scythe down. 2 jumped back and went through hand signs before blowing out a large fireball. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Fireball technique. Hidan threw his scythe again as she dropped before 2 dodged and grabbed the end. She had electricity go through the rope and shock the Nukenin. She then dashed forward before going through hand signs again. Raiden. Reishinsen. Lightning release, thunderbolt flash. Purple chakra came off her hands, sending Hidan back into a shadow, forcing him to be still. 2 then went through hand signs and had a hole open under the new cannon, forcing him to fall. She then went through more hand signs before a large wave of electricity came off her hands and went into the hole. Raiden, Jibashi, lightning release, earth flash. 2 then closed the hole, burying Hidan before turning to watch Naruto's fight. Naruto then jumped back as one mask shot a bolt of lightning at him before landing and jumped to the side, avoiding another mask shooting fire out of its mouth before hearing Shikamaru. Naruto, I think those masks must have separate hearts that belong to him. Kakuzu explained that he took the hearts of the shinobi that he's killed as well as other organs before the masks dashed to Naruto. Naruto jumped away as they shot fire and lightning at him. He dropped down before hearing Kakuzu explain he faced the Shodai Hokage, first fire shadow. Naruto glared before tossing his Shoto blade, having a mask duck under it before pulling it back, turning the second blade on, and striking the mask. I guess you forgot I could do that. Kakuzu grunted slightly before looking at the Jedi shinobi. I thought only he could do that. Oh, so one person in your little band can do that? Naruto asked as he pulled his Shoto to him. I'm surprised. He finished before Kakuzu called the other hearts back to him and had his tendrils burst out of his back, arms, and mouth. Psyched to stop any more nightmares, I'm gonna break out my move then. Turning his blades off, Naruto spun the handles before clipping them on his belt and holding his hand out. He started creating his Rasengan, spiraling sphere, as the others heard screeching before what looked like shuriken blades came off it. Naruto then held it up before running at Kakuzu. Futon, Rasengan, wind release, spiraling sphere. Kakuzu got ready, only to get hit in the leg by crackshot before the jutsu hit him in the chest. The screeching got louder as Naruto quickly jumped back as the ball expanded around Kakuzu. They saw the sphere start to clear up as what looked like needles constantly pierced Kakuzu's entire body, tearing his skin off and destroying all the masks. The sphere then disappeared, but the needles kept attacking Kakuzu as Naruto held his arm. After several minutes, the needles disappeared before the now dead Nukenin fell into the crater it created. A few days later, Konaha Hokage Tower. Well done everyone. Naruto and the others stood in front of Tsunade, who had her fingers laced in front of her. But it's not time to celebrate just yet. Not when there are still members of the Akatsuki out there. You sure know how to take the winds out our sails. Naruto deadpanned before the busty Hokage looked at his right arm. Naruto, your injuries. Just a flesh wound. I got some blowback from my jutsu. Naruto grinned at that. I want you to go to the hospital for a full exam. Fuck that. 2 looked at him in surprise at that before Tsunade sighed. You still have that fear of hospitals. How'd you survive the other dimension? They're worse with no medical jutsu. I order the rest of you to take time off. Give your mind and body rest. How's Asuma? Naruto asked, getting the cage's attention. He's fine, but missing his hand, I'm afraid his shinobi career. Yeah, he can still do that, Naruto spoke up as Tsunade looked at him. And how without 2 hands? It's not like Guy or Lee, plus Suna won't give village secrets out for wooden ones. Oh, I didn't show you. Naruto asked before bringing his arm up. Zuul, can you come in? A moment later, the Padawan walked in. Zuul, can you show them your left hand? She brought her gloved hand up and took it off, shocking the ninja at the mechanical one as she clenched the fingers into a fist and opened them. The other dimension can make new limbs. Would they share? Tsunade asked as Naruto shrugged. Sure, I'll ask Yoda to bring some of the doctors at the temple here to show you how, Naruto said before walking out. And was then grabbed by Yugao. Make sure Naruto gets to the hospital, Tsunade ordered, having the Anbu nod. Hey, wait a fuck. Yugao and Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Night hospital. In an autopsy room, Tsunade was talking to Kakashi and Yamato over the body of Kakuzu. She explains that Rasenshuriken is more like a poison, working on a microscopic level to cause cellular damage. She explains that Kakuzu's entire chakra pathway system had been severed and that Naruto most likely has the same injuries to his right arm, albeit to a lesser degree. Tsunade adds that damage done to the cellular level cannot be treated by her medical ninjutsu and thus labels the technique a kinjutsu, forbidden technique, asking Kakashi to make sure that Naruto understands that he is never to use the technique again. Well, yeah, it's not complete. The three look to see Naruto walking with BD in front of him. BD told me you all were here. What do you mean it's not finished? Tsunade asked, crossing her arms under her bust. Naruto brought up a shuriken in his bandaged right hand. Let me ask you this, do you attack with a shuriken by holding it in your palm? She raised an eyebrow at that. No, that would damage you, you throw. She stopped as the shuriken flew by her face. Exactly, you throw it. My new jutsu is incomplete, I need to throw it. Naruto explained, having her narrow her eyes. I lied saying it was complete so I can go back up Shikamaru. Okay, the incomplete version you will not use again. Can you complete it? Are your tits big? Naruto asked before the shuriken he threw impacted the wall behind him and created a crater while a cut appeared on his right cheek. Whoa, hey, I meant yeah, I can do it. Relaxation. Naruto Uzumaki takes time off to spend in his home Konaha. While there he comes across his new girlfriend Enko Mitarashi for a game of tag. Konaha. Naruto, wearing a black shirt and jeans, dropped down on a grassy field in front of a large forest that was fenced off. He smiled as he felt something soft hit his back before two hands reached around to rub his chest. He looked over his shoulder and saw a grinning Enko hugging him. Hey, Enko. Hey, hot stuff. Naruto turned and placed his hands on her hips. So what are you doing here? I come here to train, you. Naruto smiled as he leaned down to peck her on the lips. I was looking for my sexy girlfriend who I met here a few years ago. You haven't seen her, have you? Maybe, she smiled before pulling away. But, there's something you gotta do. Naruto smiled at that as he leaned down. Yeah, what's that? Beat me in tag. Naruto blinked before she dropped down and ran past him into the forest. He sighed before turning and followed after. Inside, Enko dropped down on a branch before her coat lifted. Smack. She gave a startled moan as Naruto jumped past her grinning. Oh, you upgraded to rock hard. I'm sure there's something you have that's rock hard tilde, Enko purred before jumping after him. When I think of you. She smiled as she ran after her boyfriend before tapping him on his shoulder. Later, Naruto and Enko stood on a large branch with Naruto pinning Enko against the trunk. He pushed her hands above her head and she weakly tried to escape as he leaned to kiss her neck. She moaned while leaning her head to the side, allowing him more room. Wait tilde, Naruto pulled back and let her go before she put a hand on his shoulder. Not here. They then disappeared in a puff of smoke, at that. They then appeared in a hallway full of doors before Enko turned to open the one behind her. My apartment, she said while walking in and took off her sandals. Naruto walked in and took off his shoes before walking into the living room. And was hit by Enko's trench coat before quickly taking it off. He was greeted by the sight of his grinning girlfriend who only had her mesh and skirt on with her hair free, having it reach her mid-back. You ready for this step, Enko? Of course, Enko stated, hands on her hips. She then puffed her chest out, having Naruto glance down to see her nipples poking through the mesh. Are you saying you are not? Naruto smiled as he walked up to her. Of course I am, Enko, but you don't need to rush because of me. He then placed his hands on her hips to pull her in for a kiss. Pulling back, he smiled again. If you're ready, he trailed off as she took his right hand, turned, and walked holding his hand over her shoulder. Naruto stared at her ass before they stopped at a door and Enko opened it, revealing a bedroom. Enko then pulled Naruto to the bed and pushed him onto it. Ready to have your world rocked by the great Enko Mitarashi. I think the question is, are you ready for me? Naruto asked, taking off his shirt. 1. Later. Naruto and Enko laid on the bed panting and covered in sweat. Holy shit. Enko cursed as she rested her left arm above her head. I'm throwing away all my toys now. Yeah. Oh hell yeah, you weren't kidding, I can't feel anything from the waist down. I almost thought I would be bloated with the many times you got off. Naruto smiled before wrapping his left arm around her and pulled her on his chest, having her bare breasts pressed on his chest. Enko, was that the curse mark one saw? Oh, you saw. Yeah, I didn't know what that glow was on your chest. I mean, I knew it was a seal of some kind, but thought maybe it was a botched one that was for a mission. The bastard did it before deserting. It's a prototype one, she replied as she moved a hand to the shoulder. Naruto kissed the top of her head before speaking. I kinda have a knack for seals, I'll try to find a way to remove it. The best tried. No, I haven't, Naruto replied, having her pinch his cheek. I mean it, Anko. I'll see if I can find a way to get rid of it. Well, I got nothing to lose, you have a knack. Naruto nodded at that. Yeah, I always like them. Same for genjutsu, illusion technique. I just had a hard time with those due to my large chakra. Morning. Naruto stretched before putting his pants on and grabbed his shirt before walking out. In the living room, he saw Anko in a robe that barely came past her crotch. Morning. Morning, she replied, walking to the kitchen and started cooking breakfast before there was a knock. I got it. He spoke before putting his shirt on and opened the door to reveal Kurenai. Morning, Kurenai. Naruto. Naruto looked to see not only Yugao standing with the Jonin but also another woman. She has long brown hair in a ponytail with 2 locks of hair framing her face over her large, black eyes. She's wearing a light shade of lipstick and has fang-like tattoos on both of her cheeks, in addition to a tattoo on her upper right arm that resembles a flower. She has a brace on her left wrist and bracelets on her right hand. She's wearing a form-fitting variation of the Konaha flak jacket which doesn't have any chest pockets, and she keeps the front of her jacket unzipped, exposing her cleavage. She also has on a pair of form-fitting shorts cut just above the knee, bandages just below her tattoo, and wrist warmers. Hey, Hana. What are you doing here? Rocking my world, Anko yelled from the kitchen before Naruto let the 3 in. Later, Naruto was walking to the gates before putting his hands in his pockets. He blinked as he felt something before pulling it out, and saw Anko's purple panties with black lace clipped to a Polaroid picture of Anko sitting on her bed, leaning on her hands nude and legs spread before seeing what she wrote on the bottom. When you miss me, Tilda heart. Naruto smiled as he pocketed the items and got into his gunship. Later, the maelstrom. Naruto in his robes was sitting at a desk looking over reports on what happened while he was gone. First was about the assassination of King Kolina of Mon Cala. The fragile peace between the Mon Cala and the Quarren begins to collapse, centering on the argument that the king's son, Prince Lee Char, is too young and inexperienced to maintain the tenuous coexistence between the two races. Riff Tamsin, the ambassador of the separatists, heats the argument even further, while Padme and Anakin, sent by the Republic to mediate between the parties, are helpless to intervene. And that, fearing that a civil war between the two races is imminent, the Jedi High Council dispatches a company of clone troopers equipped for underwater combat under the command of Kit Fisto and Ahsoka Tano, while Lee Char and his military commander Captain Gail Akbar try to rally their people. Naruto continues reading that the Quarren attacks with gigantic jellyfish cyborgs with electrified tentacles, which prove resistant to the Mon Cala's hand weapons. Outmatched and their numbers decimated, the Republic forces are forced to retreat to a set of caves near the city. The Jedi and Senator decide to get Prince Lee Char and Mon Cala Senator Mina Tills to their ship and out of the system to safety. Fisto manages to overpower a Quarren patrol and appropriate a couple of vehicles to get the fugitives to the surface quickly. However, Riff Tamsin has anticipated that Muvin blows the ship up before the Jedi and Mon Cala can even reach the surface. Naruto then reads that the group survived and split up into 2 groups to hide and escape. Naruto then read that Obi-Wan had Jar Jar get the Gungans to help out, only for Tamsin to rally his forces and use his Trident ships to create artificial whirlpools at the 2 battle sites, disorienting the Jedi and Gungan forces, thus facilitating their capture. Tamsin himself goes after the prince once more, but Kit Fisto manages to engage him in close combat for long enough to allow Lee Char and Ahsoka to escape. He finishes the report that Nasser Ree, having doubts about the war, Lee Char, and the Quarren, Mon Cala, Jedi, Gungans, and clones unite under the prince, engaging the separatist droid forces in battle. Lee Char prevents Tamsin, who cruelly confesses to being the one who killed his father, from fleeing, engages him, and kills him with one of his explosive knives. After restoring the peace, Lee Char, now recognized by both Mon Calamari and Quarren, is crowned the new king. Sight things seem to go to shit when I'm not here, huh bud? Naruto asked BD who jumped on his desk. Boop. Right. He smiled before looking at another report. He read that Anakin and Padme went to Theed, and sought out Jar, who confirms troubling rumors that Boss Lione intends to march on Theed and takes them to Oto Gunja, where Lione is indeed attempting to rally his troop leaders for the impending conflict, accompanied by his new minister Richelieu. When Anakin and Padme attempt to talk to Lione and he refuses to abandon his plans, the two notice that he appears to be not himself. The cause is a mind control necklace which Anakin telekinetically snatches from Lione's neck, making him recover, and Lione confirms that the necklace was given to him by Richelieu. Lione confronts Liu about his treachery, but Richelieu uses his mystical powers to try and control him once more. When Anakin and Padme come to Lione's aid, he unleashes a squad of commando droids on them, stabs Lione and escapes the underwater city. With Lione lying unconscious, it appears the attack on the Naboo cannot be called off anymore. Not until Jar Jar inadvertently dons Lione's crown of office, making Anakin and Padme note a striking resemblance to the boss. Anakin therefore hatches a plan to make the Gungan army stand off the attack by having Jar Jar pretend to be Lione. On the surface, Richelieu tries to salvage his plans by telling the assembled Gungan warriors that Lione is dead. The disguised Jar Jar appears just in time, and although nervous, he makes a good impersonation of Lione and denounces Liu as a traitor. Liu manages to escape, however, but as Anakin pursues him, a separatist troop carrier arrives and the battle droid crew addresses Jar since they believe that everything is still according to Dooku's plan. And forced to maintain his role, Jar Jar and General Tarpals board the ship to help coordinate the attack, only to find out that the leader of the droid army is none other than General Grievous himself. Jar Jar desperately stalls for time and sends Tarpals out to inform Padme about this development. Padme advises him to try and capture Grievous by shutting down his droid escort before Grievous can note this desperate deception. Naruto continues reading that Grievous eventually becomes highly irritated by the apparent Lione's sudden hesitation in conducting the assault and figures out that he is an imposter. Jar Jar escapes to the outside just in time to escape Grievous' rage, and for Grievous to notice that his army has been disabled. The Gungans surround Grievous, who fights back, fatally stabbing Tarpals in the process. With the last of his strength, however, Tarpals shocks Grievous into submission, enabling his capture before expiring. Finally, afterward, Dooku contacts Padme and tortures Anakin in front of her, and gives her 1 hour to make her decision. Padme finally agrees to make the switch. Despite the somberness of the deal, Jar Jar is lauded by Boss Lione and Queen Niutni for his successful efforts in re-establishing peace between the Gungans and the Naboo. Alderaan. Outside in a field, Naruto sat on a blanket with Barris overlooking waterfalls. "This is nice." He looked over as she spoke. "Yeah, I spoil you all too much." She deadpanned at him, at that. "Oh, come on, with all the battles, I don't get to take you all out on dates, this being on the same notwithstanding. Have you talked with Tipali and Tiplar yet?" "No, as I stated, we have all been busy, I've barely had time to go see Oola," Naruto said as BD ran over from a bush. "Well, since we're so busy, I think we should go to our hotel room." Naruto looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "You sure you're ready for that?" he asked as she nodded. "Yes, Ayla has been very descriptive of your time together." "All right, if you're ready." Hotel room. BD ran to a table in the living room and started charging as Naruto and Barris made out while bumping into furniture before taking off his armor and shirt. They bumped into the bedroom door frame before walking in and closing the door. 2. Later. Barris fell on top of Naruto, her headdress gone as her hair clung to her forehead. That was amazing, she panted as Naruto rubbed her back. "I get that a lot." He smiled as she pinched his cheek before rolling off.